In Dongshi village on the narrow path at the village entrance, Su Chuan walks toward home. A straw hat shades his face, a coarse hemp vest clings to his lean frame, and his trouser legs are rolled up. A hoe rests on his shoulder, and in his hand, he carries 2 large green carp tied together with dried straw. The afterglow of the evening clouds stretches his shadow long, and his bronze-toned skin gleams softly. Ahead beneath a great old locust tree, an elderly man with graying temples sits fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, enjoying the cool air. Seeing Su Chuan, the old man greets him warmly. Noticing the large green carp in his hand, the elder smiles, clearly pleased with the day's catch. Su Chuan grins, his attitude cheerful as he chats with the elder about the hot weather and the old man's hearty health, lightly joking about how long he can sit under the blaze. Su Chuan, standing a little over 1.80 m, has a well-proportioned build. Among the men of Dongshi village, he is not considered particularly robust, and in the eyes of others, he might even seem somewhat slender. Yet from childhood to adulthood, Su Chuan has never fallen ill. Villagers say he is blessed and favored by heaven. In truth, he is a traveler from another life, born with a touch of natural talent. He was born into an ordinary commoner family. His father Su Ping worked as a long-term hired hand for the wealthy Su household in Dongshi village. When Su Chuan was 3, his mother passed away. At 15, his father, worn down by years of hard labor, also left this world. Drawing upon wisdom carried from a previous life, Su Chuan learns quickly. In farm work, he is exceptionally capable, and the Su family values him greatly. After his father's passing, they doubled his wages in hopes of keeping him on. Even so, Su Chuan decisively resigns from his work for the Su household and uses nearly all his savings to purchase 10 mu of rice fields. Villagers say he is short-sighted. After all, the Su family is the most renowned landowner across the neighboring countryside, and becoming their long-term servant is rarely granted. They believe he has given up a hard-won position that his father spent a lifetime securing for him. But Su Chuan does not see it that way. Working for others can never match the drive of working for oneself. After keeping a low profile for 15 years, he feels it is time to stand on his own and build his own. As a traveler between lives, Su Chuan carries with him a spiritual bloodline register. For now, the register holds only a single page bearing only his own name. To inscribe a name upon it, one must drip blood onto the page before it is revealed. At 6 years old, quite by accident, Su Chuan discovered how the register worked and read his own entry. Su Chuan, first generation of the Su family line, incomplete, 5 elements, spiritual root, no aptitude for cultivation, no innate talent, no bloodline. Later, the bloodline register revealed 3 innate gifts for him: dragon, spirit, tiger, vigor, 1 daily divination, and heaven rewards diligence. He applied all 3 gifts to himself. Dragon, spirit, tiger, vigor keeps his energy abundant and his blood strong, so illness has never touched him. 1 daily divination allows him once each day to ask about fortune or misfortune, though most readings are neutral, neither auspicious nor inauspicious. This relates closely to his modest temperament. He keeps trouble at a distance and rarely stirs up conflict. Heaven rewards diligence ensures that in any endeavor, as long as he persists, he will gain something in return. Though the effects are modest, season after season, his diligence carries him far beyond ordinary folk. In matters of farming, he has become an expert. Many commoners in Dongshi village seek his advice, for their fields are their lifeblood, and so his relations with the villagers are very good. Beyond farming, Su Chuan is skilled with woodwork, planting fruit trees and medicinal herbs, and even some archery. Through his own efforts, he married at 20. His wife, Bai Jing, is the eldest daughter of an ordinary commoner family, 3 years younger than he, with a gentle, pretty face and a hard-working, kind nature. They are well matched. 6 years pass. Bai Jing bears him 2 sons, and is now carrying their 3rd child. In another 2 months, the newborn will arrive. Back at the village entrance, Su Chuan decides to head home to his wife, instead of lingering in conversation. The elder tells him to go, and reminds him to invite him to the celebration feast once the child reaches 1 full month of age. Su Chuan cheerfully responds, joking that the elder must bring a gift when he comes, and they share a hearty laugh before Su Chuan heads home. Su Chuan's home has gray-white walls and dark blue-black tiles forming a square courtyard. In the northeast corner stands a tall pear tree, heavy with large green pears that bend its branches under their weight. As he reaches the doorway, he sees his 2 small sons crouched at the courtyard wall corner, little backs raised, peering intently at something on the ground. Hearing his footsteps, they turn dark, bright, eyes lighting up, and run toward him, calling out that their father has come home. They notice the large green carp and, full of delight, insist they want to eat fish. Su Chuan agrees readily, but tells them the first spoonful of fish soup must go to the elder of the 2, already quite sensible, nods, and explains that their mother is carrying their younger brother and is working very hard, so she should eat first. Su Chuan praises him warmly. The younger son tilts his head and asks if he too is well behaved in his father's eyes, looking up with expectant, sparkling eyes. Su Chuan assures him that he is. The elder boy is named Su Mingwei, 5 years old, nicknamed Shitu, while the younger is Su Mingyuan, 3 years old, nicknamed A Yuan. Su Chuan asked what they were staring at just now. Su Mingwei points to the wall corner and says there are many small ants marching in neat lines along the ground. Su Chuan remarks that the ants are moving house and says that it seems it will rain tonight. The boys are full of questions, eager to know what it means for ants to move house and how their father can tell rain is coming. Su Mingwei clings to his father's clothes, asking him question after question. Smiling, Su Chuan teases that if they keep delaying him, there will be no fish soup tonight. At his words, both boys react as if the sky were falling and quickly jump aside, then hurry to push him toward the kitchen, urging him repeatedly to start cooking. At this moment, Bai Jing steps out, supporting herself with a hand on the doorframe, her belly heavy and round. A faint flush of sleep still colors her face as she says her husband has returned and offers to start cooking at once. Su Chuan tells her there is no need, she should rest, and that he will cook dinner tonight. With a gentle smile, he steps into the kitchen. He washes rice, lights the fire, and sets the pot to cook. Then with a kitchen knife, he scrapes the fish scales, cleans out the entrails, and finally scores each side of the fish with 7 or 8 cuts so that the flavor will penetrate more deeply when cooked. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan stand quietly nearby, watching their mouths watering until droplets fall to the floor. Su Chuan sends Shirtu to check the chicken coop for eggs. The boy trots over, reaches into the nest with his small hands, and proudly returns with 2 eggs, hurrying to his father's side. He hands the eggs to his father, who sets them aside, planning to make scrambled eggs with scallions later. Su Chuan then asks the 2 boys to work together to herd the chickens back into the coop. Shirtu takes a Yuan's hand, and together they go to herd the chickens. After a short while, a Yuan's cry is heard. Su Chuan stops his work and rushes out to find Bai Jing holding a Yuan, gently patting his back to comfort him. Su Chuan asks what happened, and Shirtu explains that a Yuan was knocked over by a rooster's wings and fell to the ground, which made him cry. Su Chuan tells a Yuan that a true man should not cry and promises that in a few days he will help him take his revenge on the rooster. A Yuan sniffles twice, then stops crying and insists his father must keep his word. Su Chuan affirms that he always keeps his promises, and they hook their little fingers together as a pledge. He returns to the kitchen to finish cooking. After more than half an hour, the family gathers around the square 8 Immortals table and begins their meal in cheerful harmony. Both little ones remember their father's words and give the first spoonful of fish soup to their mother. Bai Jing is deeply moved. That night, heavy rain pours down outside. In their room, Bai Jing suddenly speaks, saying that with their 3rd child about to be born, Su Chuan should add another level to the bunk bed. Su Chuan answers that there is no rush, the 3rd child can first sleep in a cradle. He goes on to say that in a few years he plans to expand the house, adding at least 3 new rooms. The courtyard too feels a bit small, once the family grows the children will need more space to move around. Bai Jing agrees, and then considering their growing family, suggests they might need to rent a few more mu of fields since there will be another mouth to feed, and Shirtu and a Yuan are eating more every year. Su Chuan tells her she has thought things through very carefully, but says there is no need to rent land. Since last year the fruit trees on their 10 mu have begun to bear, and this year the harvest will only be greater. Bai Jing says no more. She knows that in the Su household everything is decided by Su Chuan, and that as a wife she follows his lead. More importantly, she knows he is highly capable. Since she married him, their days have grown visibly better year by year. Most of all, Su Chuan treats her with great care and affection. She has not married the wrong man. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. An endless expanse of golden rice fields swayed in the breeze like waves of a gilded sea, and in recent days every household in Dongxi village had been busy with the harvest. At dawn that day, Su Chuan performed his daily divination, casting a hexagram to read his fortune. The hexagram of the day was moderately auspicious. While harvesting rice, he would encounter Chunbo's family, and was likely to hear from Chunbo both of a manual on inner strength and of ownerless rice fields. Su Chuan's face lit up with quiet delight. His efforts in divining this matter over so many days had not been in vain, or at last he had not missed the opportunity. A manual on inner strength was it. He truly needed to consider practicing martial arts, yet in his heart, he had not decided which child should walk the martial path, for that choice would determine which of the next generation would inherit greater talent. Out in the fields, a voice called Chuan, the rice from your fields is truly excellent. Every grain is full and large. 10 mu of your harvest rivals 15 or 16 mu of mine. The man, his skin dark from the sun, gazed at Su Chuan's field with open envy in his eyes. This was Chun Erga's 2nd son of Chunbo, only a year younger than Su Chuan, and an admirer of his since childhood. Their fields lay side by side. Do you have some secret method? Teach me, will you? Nonsense. If there were a secret method, why would I share it with you? Chunbo walked over at that moment, scolding in a gruff tone. Su Chuan replied, Chunbo, there is no secret method. It is all heaven's blessing. Heaven rewards diligence, and in this Su Chuan was not wrong. Chunbo chuckled. Everyone in Dongxi village knows you Sangsu are a master at farming. Otherwise the Su family would never have insisted you stay on back then. You were wise to leave service as a long-term hired hand. Life has been steadily improving since. It still cannot compare to your household, Chunbo, Su Chuan replied. Chunbo's family had 2 sons and 2 daughters, 120 mu of rice fields, 20 mu of farmland, and 30 mu of woodland, making them one of the wealthier households in Doshi village. His eldest son was particularly promising with some talent for martial practice, already a third-rate martial artist living in Qingjiang County City, where he had married the youngest daughter of a wealthy merchant. With the busy days of the harvest, will Dominga not come home? Su Chuan let the question slip casually. At the mention of his eldest son Chunming, Chunbo's eyes flickered with a mix of pride and helplessness. Your Dominga is a martial artist, he has his own affairs to attend to. Family troubles were not to be spoken of before outsiders, and naturally Chunbo would not voice anything negative about his son. I truly envy Dominga. When I have money in the future, I will buy a manual on inner strength as well, and let my son train. If you see Dominga Chunbo, please remember to— No problem, it's a small matter, Chunbo said with a wide grin thumping his chest. These days are not entirely peaceful. Learning some martial arts for self-defense, he sighed softly. If only old you had shared your view, he would not have met bandits in the middle of the night, and his whole family would not have perished. It is such a pity. Yet the path of a martial artist consumes a great deal of wealth. Sangsi, you must be prepared. Chunbo's tone shifted, and he spoke with grave seriousness. Without talent, mere wealth leads only to emptiness in the end. I understand, Chunbo. It is a pity about Yu Bo's family. What became of his fields? When people die, all things return to nothing, Chunbo said quietly. His eyes brightened with a hint of eagerness. The authorities will naturally reclaim those lands. It should happen within the next couple of days. If you happen to encounter the Yamen officers, you should act at once. After all, your family is growing and the children are getting older. Even if your rice yields exceed others by several tenths, 10 mu is far too little. Having his intention laid bare did not surprise Su Chuan. He scratched his head with a smile and said in a flattering tone, "Nothing escapes you, Chunbo. I do have such plans. Now that our days are getting better and our family is steadily growing, I've begun to consider acquiring more land." Whether common folk or wealthy households, everyone valued farmland greatly. Unless forced, they would never lightly sell their rice fields, for such land was the very foundation of their livelihood. Even if a family declined over several generations, as long as their land remained, it would always be a safeguard for their descendants' lives. The matter of buying rice fields depended on luck. Fortunately, Su Chuan's luck was not bad. He had waited long enough to meet his chance. As for the manual on inner strength, it was not yet of greatest importance. If the price proved too high, he could only let it go for now and plan for another day. Su Chuan knew clearly what the Su family needed most at the moment. In the Great Wei dynasty, the paths of martial arts and immortal cultivation were joined within one realm. There were official posts for both martial officers and immortal officers, 2 intertwined hierarchies. Yet immortal cultivation demanded exceptional aptitude. Those able to tread the immortal path were one among 10,000, and once they achieved true progress, their strength surpassed martial artists by far. Thus, the status of immortal officers in the Great Wei dynasty stood clearly above that of martial officers. Yet whichever path one chose, strength and connections were essential. To become a martial officer or an immortal officer under the Great Wei court was akin to entering the civil service system of Su Chuan's former world. It was a secure lifetime position. Every martial artist and low-level cultivator longed deeply for such a post. Managed well, 10 or 20 years in office could greatly strengthen a family. After talking for a while, the 2 households returned to their harvesting. Su Chuan's family had only 10 mu of land, and over the previous 10 days they had already harvested most of it. Little remained, and because he worked quickly, he finished the rest in barely half a day. After lunch, Su Chuan went to the threshing ground to dry the harvested rice, reducing its moisture to prevent mold. "Adai, where are you going?" his 2 little ones asked. "Adai is going to dry the rice." "Adai, I'll help you," Su Mingwei said, looking up at him. Tiny fist clenched his young face, filled with determination. "Good, sure, 2 will help Adai," Su Chuan said, rubbing Su Mingwei's hair, his eyes full of affection. A child so understanding would bring joy to any parent. At that moment, Su Mingyuan called out in a childish voice, "I want to go to Adai." "All of you can go," Su Chuan replied. Many people were busy at the threshing ground. Seeing Su Chuan arrive with his 2 children, they smiled and praised how sensible and capable the youngsters were. Su Chuan smiled back, and for a while the parents exchanged warm compliments about one another's children. Yet the 2 little ones were children after all. After working for only a short while, they were lured away by some unseen attraction and disappeared from his sight. Su Mingwei was already quite sensible, so Su Chuan did not worry too much. Still, when they returned caked in mud from head to toe, he scolded them, and then cleaned them thoroughly, placing them in a wooden tub so that Bai Jing could wash them. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan played in the tub, splashing water so vigorously that Bai Jing's clothes were soaked, turning the washing into a lively, slightly Deep into the night, countless stars dotted the sky. The evening wind, treading on moonlight, brought a thread of coolness. 30 acres of farmland generally provide enough grain for more than 10 people. The remaining money can be saved to buy inner strength manuals, which also vary in quality. The top-grade ones cost around 1 or 2,000 taels, while ordinary ones are priced at 7 or 800 taels. Chuan naturally wished to purchase a top-grade inner strength manual to lay a solid martial foundation for his family in the future. As for the more precious innate manuals, they could only be considered after someone from the Su family became an innate warrior. Is it rare for the chief scribe to come down here personally to handle affairs? Is it a struggle within the officialdom? Chuan pondered, and seizing the right moment made his way to the village entrance to wait for someone. At that time in Dongshi village, ordinary common folk were busy with the various tasks following the rice harvest. Wealthy households with thick coffers preferred not to go out in the hot weather unless necessary. At the entrance of Dongshi village, Chuan saw 2 constables in dark clothing and a scholar in a blue robe approaching from a distance. He hurriedly stepped forward, inquiring about their origins before expressing his desire to buy the rice fields from the Yu family. You want to buy 50 acres of rice field? The scholar in the blue robe responded in surprise. Yes, may I ask your official rank, and if you can make a decision? If not, I will run to the county office myself. I am the chief scribe of Qingjiang County, here to handle matters regarding the land owned by the Yu family after their death. I have met the chief scribe. Chuan hurriedly cupped his hands, thinking to himself that he was indeed the chief scribe. Qingjiang's chief scribe Yang Zhao scrutinized Chuan, noticing his coarse linen clothing and deducing that he was likely an ordinary commoner from Dongshi. 50 acres of rice fields is no small amount for an ordinary commoner. Are you sure you can afford it? Don't make a fool of this official, or the consequences will be beyond your bearing. His mood was not particularly pleasant at the moment, and his tone carried a sternness. How could I dare? After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhao said, in that case, let's calculate the rice fields at 10 taels per acre. How about that? No problem. Chuan readily agreed, then took out a banknote. In the heat of August, the sweltering weather was genuinely unbearable. Yang Zhao glanced over indifferently, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Having completed half of the tasks assigned by the county magistrate upon entering the village, his mood improved considerably. Although he knew that the county magistrate was intentionally targeting him, as the new chief scribe, a higher official, could easily crush a lower one. If he failed to complete today's tasks, he would surely face repercussions upon returning. What is your name? Chuan. Check it out. Yes, Chief Scribe Yang. A tall constable took out the land registry to check Chuan's wealth level, while another constable, with a rounder face, also pulled out the household register to search for Chuan's name. Found it Chuan, a resident of Dongshi village. He should be 26 this year, with 1 wife and 2 children. The round-faced constable looked at Yang Zhao and pointed out Chuan's name in the household register. Sir, I've also found it. Chuan currently has 10 acres of rice fields and 10 acres of mountain forest. The tall constable similarly pointed out his findings to Yang Zhao. I'm indeed a resident of Dongshi village. He has the right of first purchase. Yang Zhao accepted the 500 taels banknote registered Chuan and asked him to sign his name and press his fingerprint. This is your proof of purchase for the rice fields. From this moment on, the 50 acres of rice fields belonging to the Yu family will be yours. Thank you, Chief Scribe. Chuan carefully tucked the proof of the rice fields away. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Zhao unexpectedly called out to him. Chuan, right? It's fate that we met at the village entrance. Since you are from Dongshi village, you know where the Yu family's fields are located, right? You want me to lead the way? Forget it, I can't afford to offend an official. Chuan nodded and offered to take Yang Zhao and the others to inspect the fields. With Chuan's help, Yang Zhao completed the tasks assigned by the county magistrate in half a day. The remaining 30 acres of prime rice fields and 30 acres of mountain forest from the Yu family were now accounted for. Alright, now that this matter is settled, you need not accompany us any longer. Yang Zhao will remember this favor. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to come to Qingjiang County to find me. It's just a small matter, the chief scribe need not worry about it. If I ask you to remember this, then remember. Yang Zhao am clear-cut in my dealings, but I must also clarify beforehand that if you break the laws of Dawei or commit any heinous acts, there's no need to come looking for me. If you dare come, I will be the first to have you arrested. I'll remember that, Chuan thought as he watched their retreating figures, pondering, is a chief scribe really so formidable? No. It must be that he has strong backing. Today, acquiring 50 acres of rice fields and gaining a small favor inexplicably is indeed a great harm. Upon returning home, Chuan recounted the events of the day to Bai Jing. 50 acres? Didn't you plan to buy only 20 or 30 acres? It's fate and destiny. Chuan said somewhat mysteriously, then took out the proof of the rice fields. Bai Jing took it, and upon seeing it, her face also revealed a look of joy. That's wonderful. For a long time to come, we need not worry about food. We might even sell the excess for silver. Put it away, go to the usual place to store it. In the afternoon, Chuan went to the granary to check on the harvested rice. He observed how well it was being dried. If it was sufficiently dehydrated, he would start threshing it, removing impurities, and then store it. He then went to inspect his mountain forest. The green jade pears here were of utmost importance, and they would be ready for harvest in just over a month. To prevent anyone from spying or entering, he had initially planted a large number of thorny vines around the fields. These vines grow easily, and their thorns can pierce the skin, causing numbness in the body. The thorny vines twisted around bamboo poles, forming a thorny wall several meters high and a foot thick over the years, leaving only a single entrance. Chuan set up some rudimentary traps. Every evening after his final inspection, he would lock the gate and activate the traps. At night the mountain forest was dark and visibility was poor. If someone developed thieving intentions and forcibly broke in, they would likely be caught. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The various processes for the rice had long been completed and stored in the house. Chuan began to manage the 50 acres of rice fields he had acquired. The portion of rice grown in the fields after deducting taxes would all belong to his family. In the evening, Chuan suddenly rushed to the rice fields, panting and shouting, Chuan, your wife is about to give birth. Chuan's face lit up with joy. Without saying a word, he sprinted home. Wait, let me catch my breath first. Chuan was out of breath, but seeing Chuan run off, he could only grit his teeth and follow behind, stumbling like a dog. Just before reaching the door, he heard Bai Jing's painful cries from inside. Chuan's wife, Su Yin, was helping and came out just in time to see Chuan trying to enter, so she hurriedly blocked him. Cousin, the midwife has already arrived. You shouldn't go in. It's inauspicious for men to be present when women give birth. In that case, go boil some more hot water, the more the better. Chuan only wanted to take a look at Bai Jing's situation, but now was not the time to dwell on that. He immediately rushed to the kitchen, lit the fire, and started boiling water. This was not Bai Jing's first childbirth. But for women, each time was a matter of life and death. There was no saying of getting used to it after having several. Naturally, Chuan felt a sense of nervousness in his heart. After Chuan arrived, he poured himself a bowl of water and gulped it down. Seeing the worried look on Chuan's face, he said immediately, Chuan, don't worry, your wife has always been healthy, she will definitely give birth safely. Moreover, I brought one of the chi blood pills from home, just in case. Chuan handed Chuan a small porcelain bottle containing the chi blood pill. You're thoughtful. Chuan did not decline and accepted it directly. Having experienced Bai Jing's childbirth a few times, he had also prepared some herbs to replenish chi and blood. But in comparison to the chi blood pill, they were lacking significantly. He felt slightly more at ease and suddenly remembered something, asking, Where are Shirtu and Yu? I've taken them to my house. They are probably having a great time playing with my little one. Chuan nodded and looked at Chuan, saying, I will remember this favor. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just say the word. Actually, there is indeed something I want you to help me with, Chuan. But right now your wife's childbirth is the most important. Alright, Chuan replied, his mind not on that matter. Nothing in this world was more important than his wife's childbirth. Bai Jing, push harder, and cousin-in-law, push just a little more, and push, and and Bai Jing's agonized cries echoed from within the room. Chuan heard every word clearly from the kitchen, his heart pounding with anxious uncertainty. Is the boiling water ready? And Su Yin poked her head out the door and shouted toward the kitchen. Coming. And Chuan hurried over at once, carrying 2 kettles and handing them to Su Yin. How is it going? Almost there. And with that the door slammed shut with a muffled thud. And time ticked by, slow and heavy. Bai Jing, the baby's head is emerging. Push. Cousin-in-law, it's nearly done. And suddenly a clear, piercing infant cry pierced the air. She's delivered. She's delivered. Na smile spread across Chuan's face as the weight in his chest finally lifted. Brother Su Si, I told you my sister-in-law would be fine. The vigor in that cry means it's surely another boy. Chuan offered his congratulations. Chuan chuckled softly. Not like you. I envy your blessed fortune, a son and a daughter completing the care. At that moment the door opened, and the midwife stepped out bearing a basin of blood-stained water. Exhausted, she said quietly, Mother and child are safe. A boy. Go in and see them. Chuan said nothing more, simply nodded and entered the chamber. At the bedside he found Bai Jing utterly spent. His heart ached as he approached, took her hand gently, and whispered, My wife, you've endured so much. No hardship at all. It is my duty to bear children for the Su family. In hearing those words, Chuan's tenderness deepened. Rest well. Only then did Bai Jing close her eyes, drifting into peaceful slumber. Brother-in-law, hold him. Chuan cradled the newborn, his face radiant with joy, cooing playfully, giggle. After a while her father's family arrived in full force. They gathered around the infant, chatting warmly. Since Shu, have you settled on a name? Her father, Bai Fusai, candid and benevolent, asked. Yes, Chuan replied, his gaze lingering tenderly upon the child. Su Mingxian, radiant and resplendent, majestic in bearing. His given name is Tantu, charcoal head. After rewarding the midwife she departed. Then came Chuan's family. and afterward by Fusai's Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan were brought in by Urga shortly after Tanta's birth. In father, the baby's skin is all wrinkled, like an old man. So were you when you first came into this world? In Bai Jing smiled softly. After taking the Kiblood pill, Su Chuan had given her pallor, had faded eye, her cheeks glowed with healthy color, and she even possessed enough strength to rise from bed. Yet Su Chuan forbade it, insisting she rest undisturbed. In Su Mingwei, visibly shaken, touched his own face doubtfully. Mingyuan, today I shall keep my promise. Tell me which hen played tricks on you. And at the mention of chicken stew, Mingyuan's mouth watered instantly. He tugged eagerly at Su Chuan's sleeve. Father, follow me. In should a watch over your mother. In don't worry, father. Su Mingwei puffed out his chest proudly. In several days later, after finishing the rice field work, it was time to harvest the Qingyu pears. In basket after basket of jade green fruit was carried home. Qingyu pears, a rare delicacy, fetch the highest price in Qingjiang County, and even in the prefectural capital they remain uncommon. Niet Dongshi village lies over 180 li from Qingjiang County. Bandits occasionally haunt the road, making travel unsafe. And though the odds are low, Su Chuan refused to gamble. And thus he contacted his former employer and sold the entire harvest to them. He had done the same last year. Near the Su family courtyard inn, Master Su, Sin, these are this year's Qingyu pears, 6,400 jin, and Su Chuan said respectfully. And before him stood a portly middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a short beard. And for 100 jin more than last year. Yield has reached its natural ceiling. Unless we expand cultivation, but Master Sen knows well how difficult Qingyu pear trees are to nurture. And Master Su nodded slowly. We'll pay last year's rate. Agreed. In, begin weighing. Should the count prove accurate, payment will be made in silver immediately. In servants of the Su household commenced measuring, soon the task was complete. Beside Master Su stood a young man clad in embroidered silk robes, his eyes burning with covetous intensity as he gazed upon the pears, then flicked dismissively towards Su Chuan. Master, the weight is correct. And Master Su gave a slight nod and handed Su Chuan 3,200 taels of silver. Su Chuan, your skill is truly remarkable. Would you consider selling us the secret method for cultivating Qingyu pears? The Su family stands ready to offer a generous... Master Su paused thoughtfully, then smiled faintly. I merely asked in passing. Well then, business concluded, I must attend to other matters. I take my leave. The sheer luck. No guarantee the trees would thrive again, to invest 6 or 7 years, or longer, only to reap nothing. That would dishonor both Master San and my late father. Master Su paused thoughtfully, then smiled faintly. I merely asked in passing. Well then, business concluded, I must attend to other matters. I take my leave. Master San, please go safely. And Su Chuan escorted the Su party to the gate, waited until they vanished down the road, then exhaled deeply before returning in. Once beyond the Su estate, the young man in silks could contain himself no longer. Father, why treat such a common peasant with such deference? And he was once no more than a field hand fed by our household. Why not seize the formula outright? Does he dare refuse? And do you truly believe the Su family reigns supreme over Dongshi village? And Master Su shot his son a sharp, disappointed glance. Setting aside whether any formula truly exists, the Qingyu pear is notoriously difficult to cultivate. I've heard only a handful of elite clans in the prefecture possess the knowledge. Do you truly think Su Chuan could master it in mere years? Su Chuan spoke wisely. Investing 8 years' labor, resources, and capital, only to fail, would be profoundly wasteful. Now we acquire ready-grown fruit, resell it in the county town, and pocket 800 to 1,000 taels in pure profit. Is there any easier path to wealth? Father speaks with wisdom. In seeing his eldest still unconvinced, Master Su added, never underestimate Su Chuan. He once stood before your great-grandfather and earned his recognition. The Su family's prosperity rests upon reputation and integrity. And do not tarnish that legacy for the sake of mere Qingyu pears, or I shall show you no mercy. Since the passing of old Master Su, no outstanding heir had emerged to lead the clan, merely preserving what remained. And lately, decadent pleasure-seeking youths had begun eroding the family's standing, dragging it steadily downward. Back at the Su residence, and husband, how did the Qingyu pear sale go? In 3,200 taels. And Su Chuan produced the banknotes. Bai Jing patted her chest in relief. Then I'm at ease, though I feared the Su family might simply seize them by force. That's unlikely, for now. But the future holds no guarantees. And what do you mean, husband? I suspect Master Su San's eldest son Su Tao has designs on the matter. What shall we do? Bai Jing's anxiety surged anew, her expression clouded with worry. Fear not. Master Su San possesses sound judgment. Su Chuan clasped her hand reassuringly. He would never sacrifice the Su family's hard-won honor and credibility for petty gain. And truly, my husband is extraordinary. Bai Jing gazed upon her husband, pride shining in her eyes. With you at the helm, the Su family shall one day rise to match the Su clan's stature. as respected gentry and local magnates. The two boys had dashed outside to play freely. And too young to be constrained, Chuan chose to let their spirits roam unchained. Alone at last, his gaze lingered upon by Jing's lush figure, and his hands grew bold. Husband daylight makes this most improper. What impropriety? Shirtu and Mingyuan are nowhere near. But Tantu is here. Chuan turned, and saw the infant already awakened by Jing's arms gazing up at him with wide dark eyes. Eye to eye, father and son. Chuan laughed ruefully, stroking the baby's cheek. Indeed he is. Very well. I'll visit Urga's home. That kiblood pill was costly. I must repay the debt. The moment Chuan stepped out, Tantu closed his eyes again, apparently deciding the spectacle had ended. Ergo, are you home? Chuan stepped into Chun Ergo's courtyard. After the busy farming season, Chun Ergo was leisurely lying on a recliner under the. Upon seeing Chuan, he sprang up in surprise and exclaimed, Brother Chuan, why are you here? Aren't you at home with your wife? I gave him the chi blood pill you brought, and after a few days he has mostly recovered. I see. Daniel Fong, your uncle Su, is here, come out quickly. After the two children about the same age came out, they cheerfully called out to Chuan, so obedient. Chuan smiled slightly. Go inside and play. Hearing Chen Ergo's words, the two children immediately dashed inside with joy. Chuan silently took out a silver note worth 100 taels and handed it over. Brother Chuan, what is this? The money for the chi blood pill. I know the chi blood pill is expensive, and without connections at the martial arts hall, even with money you can't buy it. You must accept this money, or don't call me Brother Chuan in the future. His words left Chen Ergo speechless. Then I will accept it. Seeing Chen Ergo put it away, Chuan asked, last time you mentioned you wanted help with something. My brother wants to exchange a manual for internal energy for the cultivation method of Qingyu pear. Do you think that would work? Chen Ergo hesitated for a moment before speaking. Years ago when Chuan wanted to plant Qingyu pears, no one believed in him. But last year they heard that Chuan sold a considerable amount of Qingyu pears to the Su family, and only then did they realize he had succeeded in cultivating them. Many villagers in Dongshi village envied him. Is that what Uncle Chen meant? No. Chen Ergo quickly waved his hands. My father disagrees, it's my brother's idea. I guess he heard that you planted 10 acres of Qingyu pears, and earn quite a bit every year so. He spoke increasingly softly, ultimately not daring to look Chuan. Chen Ergo felt helpless in his heart. He had always feared his elder brother, and now that he had become a martial artist he was even more afraid. He could only come here as a. However, he understood that regardless of whether Chuan had the manual, even if he did, it was like a golden goose that laid eggs. How could it be compared to a manual for Brother Chuan, please don't be angry. I just mentioned it. In fact, I somewhat regret bringing this up for my brother. After all, this is your unique skill, the foundation of your livelihood. Exchanging it for just a manual is too much of a loss. Chuan thought of Su Yin. Chen Ergo was honest, but Su Yin was very shrewd. She was the type who wouldn't chat with you for long without any benefits. Chuan could indeed be considered her cousin, but the two families had long lost contact, and since his grandfather's generation they hadn't interacted much. Their family had thrived and moved to Qingjiang County, running a couple of shops in the city. When Su Yin married Chen Ergo several years ago, she hardly interacted with the Su family. When they met they would just nod and exchange pleasantries. Chuan didn't even know she was his relative. It wasn't until last year that they started to reconnect, occasionally visiting each other, and then they acknowledged their kinship. Considering your relationship with Uncle Chun, trading isn't out of the question. Brother Chuan, are you serious? Chen Ergo was overjoyed. Ergo, let me finish first, I have some conditions. Brother Chuan, go ahead. First, this matter must be witnessed by Uncle Chun to ensure a fair transaction mutually agreeable to both parties. Second, just as it may take a person 10 tries to learn internal energy, I can't guarantee that the Qingyu pear cultivation method I provide will definitely work. If it doesn't, you can't come looking for trouble with my family afterwards. Third, the internal energy manual must be of high quality along with 10 chi blood pills. I understand. Chen Ergo nodded. Brother Chuan, I will go to the county town to find my brother tomorrow. No, I will go today. After Chuan left, Chen Ergo went to his father's house to have Su Yin come back to watch the children, then set off for the county town. Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Senior Brother Ming, someone is looking for you outside the martial arts hall, saying it's your brother. My brother. Chun Daming arrived outside the martial arts hall, and upon seeing Chen Ergo asked in surprise, what are you doing here? He had some disdain for his mediocre brother. The matter you asked about last time, Brother Chuan agreed, but he has 3 conditions. Oh, what did Chuan say? Chen Ergo honestly recounted Chuan's words. Chun Daming pondered for a moment. Chuan is indeed, as my father said, someone who won't suffer losses. Having Uncle Chen witness this makes him think that if our family can't succeed we will come looking. Chen Daming had also inquired about Qingyu pears and knew that planting them was indeed challenging, but if successful, it could become the foundation of the family for generations. The internal energy manual was the same. He also wants a high-quality internal energy manual. He truly is an ignorant farmer. The higher the level of the internal energy manual, the higher the qualifications required. No problem, I just happened to obtain a high-quality internal energy manual recently, which can be traded with him. As for the chi blood pills, ergo go back and tell Su Chuan that in 7 days I will take a leave of absence from home to trade with him. Got it, brother. 7 days later, at Uncle Chen's house, Su Chuan brought his notes on the cultivation of Qingyu pairs to trade with Chen Daming. Have both of you made up your minds? Su Chuan looked at Uncle Chun and smiled slightly. Uncle Chun, I want the internal energy manual, and Brother Daming wants the cultivation method. Both sides can benefit. Father, please stop nagging. I have already started a family and have my own judgment. Uncle Chun curled his lip. Then let's begin. First confirm whether it's what you want. If there are no issues, then sign and imprint your handprint. The two exchanged items. Su Chuan first opened the porcelain bottle, took a whiff, poured out all the chi blood pills to take a look, and then immediately put them back in. Then he looked at the internal energy manual and saw that the cover was titled Little Dragon Elephant Skill. Not a bad name. Su Chuan opened it and began to read with great interest. At this moment, Chen Daming looked up and found it quite amusing. A farmer who has never practiced martial arts and has no martial artist to guide him, how does he expect to learn? Su Chuan, let me tell you, this internal energy manual comes from the Longshang sect. Years ago they were annihilated and the manual leaked out. Although it's just a handwritten copy, I can guarantee it's definitely a high-quality manual, and there is also the innate dragon elephant technique to follow. However, you should understand that possessing an internal energy manual does not mean you can become a martial artist. It also depends on talent and resources. Thank you for the advice, Brother Daming. I have no issues on my side, Su Chuan said. Chen Daming also roughly flipped through it. It was indeed detailed, including explanations on site selection, humidity, climate, fertilizer, etc. I have no issues either. Then let's sign and seal it. Uncle Chen took a puff from his pipe and exhaled a cloud of mist. Both complied. After Su Chuan left, Chen Daming said, Father, you should also copy one. We also have mountains and forests at home, so we can try it out. I won't need it to let Ergo copy it. San Shu is quite clever. His statement that the chances of success are low indeed indicates that the likelihood of successful cultivation is quite low. I don't have the energy to plant it. Father, are you overestimating him? There are many capable people in the world. With this cultivation insight, if we find a few experts in fruit tree cultivation in Xinjiang County, I don't believe we can't grow it. As for him wanting to learn martial arts, he is overestimating himself too much. The little dragon elephant skill is not so easy to practice. Is the internal energy manual fake? Of course it's real. I spent quite a bit of silver on it. Uncle Chin felt slightly relieved, with one hand behind his back and the other holding his pipe, preparing to go out for a walk. I can see that you and Sen Shu both have your own little thoughts, but Daming, in these past 10 years I have never seen Sen Shu suffer losses. Chen Daming was unconvinced, muttering softly, How many people have you seen? In a small village like Dongshi, what kind of remarkable figures can emerge? The dragon soars while the elephant treads, balancing the yin and yang, water and fire harmonize to refine the true essence. The 3 gates and 9 orifices connect heaven and earth, with each breath revealing the mysteries of the universe. Su Chuan pondered over the core principles of the Shao Long Xiang Gong, finding it rather obscure and difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, there are accompanying breathing techniques and 12 movements. The breathing mantra is inhale through the nose as the dragon rises to the crown, exhale through the mouth as the elephant sinks into the spring. The 3 burners serve as a furnace for refining true fire, circulating qi through the small zhoutian. Su Chuan began practicing the movements described above. The first movement, the young dragon away, with feet shoulder-width apart. As he inhaled, his arms rose like the dragon's horns, index fingers pointing to the crown, and as he exhaled, he sank his elbows and pressed down his palms, the Laogong point facing the spring. As the dragon raises its head, it absorbs the purple qi, while the tail descends to stabilize the 8 directions. The second movement, the elephant's trunk rolls water. In the horse stance, as he inhaled, his right arm spiraled upward like an elephant's trunk, palm facing up, and as he exhaled, he struck downward to the left. The third movement, the fire dragon sways its tail. After several days, progress was average. The only difference was his appetite had increased. Su Chuan possessed the innate quality of dragon vigor and tiger ferocity. In terms of physical fitness and vitality, he was certainly not inferior to any martial artist. Yet he sensed that the Shao Long Xiang Gong was not simple. Perhaps it would take years to see results. Before long, the day of Su Mingxuan's full moon banquet arrived. Su Chuan busied himself early on setting up a large round table in the courtyard. When it wasn't enough, he borrowed from next door. Additionally, there were small tables and stools made especially for the children, crafted by Su Chuan himself. In the evening, both husband and wife were busy in the kitchen when they suddenly heard familiar voices. It's father-in-law and mother-in-law coming. Go greet them, dear. The dishes are ready, only the pot remains. They'll handle the rest. Su Chuan nodded and went outside to welcome the guests. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Su Chuan began to entertain them, and the two little ones who had been watching their baby brother in the hall immediately ran out upon hearing the commotion. Grandfather, grandmother, the little ones chimed joyfully. Should have come here for a hug from grandfather. Oh, you've gained a lot of weight. You are becoming more like an adult. Grandfather Yuan wants a hug too. Bai Fu laughed as he lifted Su Mingyuan. Where's Jinger? Mother-in-law looked around. She's in the kitchen. Then I'll go help Jinger, you two can chat. Mother-in-law chuckled as she walked to the kitchen. Bai Fu and Su Chuan went to the hall to check on the sleeping Su Mingxuan, gently rocking the crib. This thing is quite convenient. Your craftsmanship is truly impressive. Su Chuan merely smiled slightly. There are more charcoal heads now, but do you have any plans? After the banquet, I plan to expand the house first, and later consider studying and practicing martial arts. For us common folk, food, clothing, and shelter are of utmost importance. Only after that can we consider studying and practicing martial arts. I'm relieved knowing you have such plans. It's still important for you to have father-in-law's guidance. You truly. Su Chuan's small compliment made him feel delighted. Soon after, his brother-in-law Bai Hua's sister-in-law Bai Fong and the Chun couple along with Chun Erga's family all arrived with congratulatory gifts. The courtyard suddenly became lively, filled with joy. 4 or 5 children were running around shouting and playing while the adults sat chatting casually. In the courtyard were Su Chuan's closest friends and relatives. After the feast began, Su Chuan raised his cup and said, "Thank you all for taking the time to attend my son's full moon banquet. I will drink first as a toast." As he spoke, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. I won't say much more. I hope everyone enjoys the food and drink tonight. Brother-in-law, just don't worry about your own wine tonight. Bai Hua, just for what you said, if you don't get drunk tonight, don't think he'll let you go. Hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Chun Ergu and his brother-in-law quickly toasted, clearly intent on getting Su Chuan drunk, while Chun Bo and father-in-law Bai Fu exchanged glances. Su Yin and Bai Fong asked about Bai Jing's health, and the women chatted while eating, engaging in small talk. The banquet continued until the full moon hung high in the sky. When Bai Hua and Chun Ergu returned home, their legs were weak. If it weren't for their wives supporting them, they would have likely collapsed on the ground and fallen into a deep sleep. Bai Jing was tidying up in the kitchen. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan, tired from playing, returned to their room and went to bed early. Su Chuan entered the hall and after a moment of silence, he turned his hand, revealing a book with a black cover. This was the Bloodline genealogy, currently only 2 thin pages. He flipped to the second page, then found a needle and pricked Su Mingxuan's fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the genealogy. Instantly, a line of text appeared on the second page. Su Mingxuan, second generation of the Su family, spirit root, incomplete, 5 elements, no cultivation aptitude, talent, none, bloodline, none. Above were the records of Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan on the genealogy, and they were the same. Among ordinary commoners, the chance of having someone with cultivation aptitude or special talent or bloodline is almost 1 in 10,000. Su Chuan felt. Su Mingxian cried out loudly after being pricked, which attracted Bai Jing. The genealogy vanished into Su Chuan's body, disappearing from sight. What happened? Bai Jing asked. He might be hungry. You go feed him, and he'll tidy up the kitchen. Then I'll trouble you, dear husband. After they finished their tasks, Su Chuan and Bai Jing finally went to bed. Bai Jing lay against Su Chuan's arm, snuggling close to him. Husband, today each family brought gifts. Most were just a few taels, but Erga's family sent 15 taels. That feels a bit unusual. Do you know what's going on? 15 taels. Su Chuan was also surprised for a moment, then smiled, and said, I understand now. Oh, just accept it with peace of mind. Previously, I made a trade with Chun Daming, exchanging insights on planting green jade pears for superior inner strength manuals and 10 blood vitality pills. Erga's family must have also copied the insights. Perhaps they feel a bit indebted, which is why they are like this. You sold the green jade pear planting insights. Bai Jing gasped, pressing her hand against Su Chuan's chest, sitting up to look at him. Husband, you're foolish. This is something that can be passed down through generations. The inner strength manual isn't worth much. Whether it can be cultivated is another matter. Su Chuan raised his hand to gently scratch her delicate nose, smiling lightly. Don't worry. Have you ever seen your husband suffer losses? While the planting insights are certainly useful, it also depends on who is planting them. Moreover, the more one hides something, the more others will covet it. Who knows, one day our family might suffer because of this. Do you still remember what I told you about the Su family not long ago? Now, with the Chun family's protection, no one will have such thoughts in the short term. They will likely wait to see the results of the Chun family's planting. If it fails, they will give up. If it succeeds, and they want it, I will sell it to them then. I see, husband, you're truly clever. Whether it was due to having drunk too much wine, or the warmth of her soft body, he felt an unbearable heat. My dear, after a long day of hard work, aren't you going to reward your husband? Su Chuan held her delicate hand, gliding it across his chest. Heaven and earth are profound, the universe vast. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars align in their courses. Cold comes and heat goes, autumn harvests and winter stores. It is dawn. Su Chuan taught the 2 little ones the 1,000-character classic. He wrote out 2 copies, one for each of them. He even crafted a set of desks and chairs suitable for their height to facilitate their learning. He read a sentence, and the two children echoed the words on their papers following along. The crisp voices of the children echoed throughout the small courtyard while the roosters and hens wandered about pecking at the ground. Above the kitchen, wisps of blue smoke rose slowly. Breakfast had been eaten. Bai Jing held her youngest son, supervising Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan as they copied the text. The two wrote diligently stroke by stroke. Meanwhile, Su Chuan began the renovation of the house, designing, sourcing materials, and finding helpers, all busy with great enthusiasm. However, even so, he still took time each day to walk through the fields and forests, checking on the situation, weeding, and so forth. He would also practice the little dragon elephant skill for an hour. Heaven rewards diligence. Persistence is key to achieving results. A month and a half passed and the Su family's residence had changed dramatically. It had become a house with 5 main rooms, a hall, and a courtyard of half an acre. It could be considered among the upper tier in the entire Dongxi village. With the new house completed, there was the custom of having a warming ceremony, which inevitably required a feast, and of course gift-giving. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was the annual memorial. Under Su Chuan's daily instruction and by Jing's strict supervision, Su Mingwei had already recognized all the characters in the 1,000-character classic and could write quite a few of them. Su Mingyuan, being younger, was still in the stage of recognizing characters. After the annual memorial, Su Chuan made a decision to bestow a talent on Su Ming. The bloodline genealogy added a page after the second-generation offspring were born. Moreover, 5 innate talents were born. They were innate divine strength, avoiding harm, and seeking benefit. Wealth comes naturally, eagle eye, and whispers of all spirits. These were unclaimed talents that could be bestowed upon Su Chuan himself. However, such thoughts flashed through his mind. For even if they were all bestowed upon him as an ordinary person, he would still be unable to manage. Just like now, even with 3 innate talents, the daily oracle was of little use to him at the moment. For a family to grow strong, it naturally requires everyone to unite and work together, which is the way to long-term prosperity. Shiti, you are the eldest son. You must support the Su family in the future. Your father intends for you to pursue the martial path. Do you have any objections? Su Chuan's demeanor changed from his usual gentleness to one of solemnity. Su Mingwei also sensed the heaviness in the air, raised his little face, met Su Chuan's gaze, and nodded, saying, "Father has taught us many principles during this time. Shurtu understands. I will follow father's instructions. Shurtu will be a good example for my younger brothers. I will not bring shame to the Su family, nor will I embarrass father." Su Chuan nodded with satisfaction and took out the genealogy. Drop a drop of blood on this. In the hall there were only Su Chuan and Su Mingwei, while the others were instructed not to enter. Su Mingwei trusted Su Chuan completely and followed his instructions without hesitation. The blood was absorbed by the genealogy, and Su Mingwei was surprised but did not ask further. Next, kneel down, close your eyes, and recite after me. In the year of EC, we earnestly worship our ancestors. May their virtues bless their descendants, and their grace be upon our household. In the year of EC, we earnestly worship our ancestors. May their virtues bless their descendants, and their grace be upon our household. May their grace be upon our household. As the elder ancestor and the actual custodian of the genealogy, Su Chuan could directly bestow talents. However, others had to follow strict requirements. If Su Chuan presided over the ceremony, specific talents could be chosen for bestowal, but without him the genealogy would randomly grant an innate talent. When Su Mingwei finished reciting, Su Chuan felt a translucent thread connecting him to the genealogy. The genealogy emitted a faint blue light, ready to bestow randomly, but was halted by Su Chuan. He pointed at Su Mingwei's forehead and bestowed the talents of innate divine strength and eagle eye. Since he was to follow the path of martial arts, he naturally filled him with relevant talents. Innate divine strength would ensure that his future strength would grow day by day, far surpassing that of ordinary people, and his bones would gradually transform, suitable for martial arts. Eagle eye, as the name suggests, would give him eyes as sharp and profound as an eagle's, able to perceive everything. With these 2 talents, it was destined that Su Mingwei would excel in archery. Alright, Shitty, you may open your eyes now. Su Mingwei obediently complied, but upon opening his eyes he did not see the black book. How do you feel? Just now I felt a cool sensation on my forehead, but now it's gone. However, father, what did that passage mean? It is the prayer for our Su family's ancestor, requesting their protection for peace and prosperity. You must remember it well and pass it down through generations. Understood, father. Su Chuan smiled and ruffled Su Mingwei's hair. Tomorrow we will rise early and you will practice martial arts and archery with me, then study and write with a yuan, followed by patrolling the rice fields and forests with me. I do not expect you to excel in farming, but you should know enough to make decisions when necessary. The rest of your time will be devoted entirely to martial training. Can you do that? Father Shurtu can. Su Mingwei's young eyes shone with determination. With Su Chuan's guidance, Su Mingwei was also a hardworking child. Besides studying and writing daily with Su Mingyuan, he spent most of his time following Su Chuan, learning his knowledge and ways of dealing with the world. Su Mingyuan felt neglected and complained about wanting to join his brother, but Su Chuan did not agree and even reprimanded him. It was still Su Mingwei who comforted him, saying, "In the future, when brother practices martial arts in the yard, you can join me." Hooray! Su Mingyuan immediately became happy again. He looked forward to Su Mingwei coming home every day to be with him. Days passed, and night fell. Husband Shirtu is only 6 years old. Are you being too harsh on him? These past few days I have clearly seen the fatigue on his face, and my heart truly aches for him. Su Chuan chuckled. If my wife wishes to be a loving mother, then I can only be a strict father. If both sides indulge him, what kind of person can we raise? Perhaps you are right, but Enough. Su Chuan raised his hand to stop her from continuing. He would be firm when needed. Seeing the lingering worry in Bai Jing's eyes, Su Chuan sighed. Our Shirtu is a determined child like me, capable of enduring hardship. After some time, he should be able to adapt. In a few months his talents will gradually manifest. Right now our family is not short on silver, so there is no need to be frugal. We should add more meat to our meals. Shitta's martial training also requires these. I understand, husband. Then let us rest tonight. Su Chuan's hands began to become restless, but were pushed away. Bai Jing lay down on her side and said lightly, I am feeling unwell tonight. Husband, you can take care of it yourself. Su Chuan's eyes widened. This woman has gone too far. After quietly watching for a moment, she directly extinguished the lamp and went to sleep. The next day dawn had yet to break, but the eastern sky was already tinged with a crab-shell blue. In the courtyard, Su Chuan's cotton shirt was soaked through with dark sweat, and as he exhaled, white mist formed into fine arrows. The young Su Mingwei mimicked his movements, his chubby little arms looking awkward. Su Chuan occasionally stopped to correct his movements. If he did well, he would be praised; if not, he would be sternly reprimanded. Su Mingwei's eyes were filled with perseverance. Even if he felt wronged, he would only swallow it down and not show a trace. After more than half an hour after washing up, it was time to read. Heaven and earth are profound, the universe vast. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars align in their courses. Two childlike voices crisply pierced the thin mist, startling the drowsy sparrows under the eaves. It is another brand new day. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. 9-year-old Su Mingwei had grown significantly taller, reaching nearly 1.4 meters, resembling a young lad. He had already mastered the breathing technique and 12 postures of the 9-dragon elephant art, allowing him to practice independently. The most notable changes were in his strength and eyes. The innate talent of heavenly strength was no mere illusion. Many adults now found themselves out. His pair of eyes had become increasingly sharp and profound. When his peers saw him, they felt a tinge of fear. It wasn't just them. Even adults felt intimidated when encountering his grim expression. It felt as if his gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly into their hearts. However, Su Mingwei mostly kept his brilliance subdued. Like Su Chuan, he remained composed and low-key. March. After the spring rain. The soil washed by the fine rain glistened with a deep brown sheen, while the wild shepherd's purse on the ridges of the field stood tall, with raindrops adorning its tender leaves. A white egret skimmed over the rice paddy filled with spring water, its sharp beak suddenly plunging into the water to catch a silver cushion carp. A field mouse emerged from the damp grass pile, stealing a bite of the newly sprouted pea shoots, only to be chased by an old yellow dog that splashed mud everywhere. Endless rice fields stretched out where one could see the local people wearing straw hats bending over to transplant seedlings, their bare feet making gulu sounds as they stepped into the muck. Su Chuan was busy in the rice field, and Su Mingwei followed closely beside him, transplanting seedlings. Su Mingyuan was approaching with a large teapot and 2 covered cups. Father, I'm not tired. This row will be finished quickly. After we're done here, I'll rest again. As you wish. Su Chuan chuckled and stepped onto the bank. Should I go take a break? Father, I'm not tired. This row will be finished quickly. After we're done here, I'll rest again. As you wish. Su Chuan chuckled and stepped onto the bank. He took the tea that Su Mingyuan poured, drinking a large gulp with a gulu sound. Su Mingyuan looked at Su Mingwei and sighed. Big brother is truly diligent. Unlike you, always hopping around and unable to settle down. Su Chuan teased with a laugh. Su Mingwei stuck out his tongue and laughed sheepishly. He'll go help big brother too. With that, he took off his green cloth shoes, rolled up his pants to his knees, and stepped into the rice field, calling out to Su Mingwei, brother, I'm coming. Su Mingwei looked up and smiled slightly, saying, Then I thank you, Yuan. Walk slowly, don't fall. Seeing this scene of brotherly affection, Su Chuan felt a deep sense of comfort. The eldest son was steady like a towering mountain, enough to carry the family legacy. The second son, though impetuous, was smart and quick-witted. As for the youngest, now 3 years old, he could walk and run, lively and cheerful. Su Chuan had been practicing the 9-dragon elephant art for 3 years, and now every time he trained, a stream of heat flowed throughout his body. This was the inner. However, to become a third-rate martial artist, one needed to open at least 36 acupoints. Currently, he had only opened more than 30. According to the Inner Strength Manual, if one could open all 365 acupoints in the body, they would reach the peak of postnatal strength with their inner strength circulating endlessly. A first-rate martial artist needs to open 300 acupoints, while a second-rate requires 108. Although Su Mingwei was slightly slower, he had opened 20 acupoints. His advantage lay in his youth, making it easier for him to open acupoints, and surpassing Su Chuan in the future was certainly within reach. With Su Mingyuan's help, they finished transplanting seedlings by morning, and the three of them returned home with cheerful hearts. Upon arriving at the doorstep, they were greeted by a waft of delightful aromas. The smell of chicken soup and braised carp. Just as he muttered a couple of words, Su Mingyuan's stomach let out a loud galoo. Under the eaves, upon seeing his father and brothers return, Su Mingxian called out in a baby voice, "Mother, father, and brothers are back. Tantu, you only know how to call father, what about us?" Su Mingyuan ruffled Su Mingxuan's hair, squinting as he spoke. "Second brother, you often steal my things, so I won't call you." He turned his head and smiled at Su Mingwei, saying, "Big brother. Hey, I don't believe I can't deal with you." Su Mingyuan quickly pulled Su Mingxian into his arms and began tickling him wildly. Su Mingxian laughed uncontrollably until he begged for mercy, and only then did Su Mingyuan let him go. "All right, go wash up, it's time to eat." Su Chuan peeked into the kitchen and saw Bai Jing busy at work. Bai Jing smiled slightly upon seeing him, saying, "Husband, go eat. I'm almost done with the last dish. I've been smelling the aroma from afar. It's a blessing to have a wife like you." "You flatterer." Bai Jing scolded lightly, but she clearly enjoyed it, her face blooming. That evening, "Husband, let me tell you something." "What is it?" Su Chuan remained calm, contemplating Su Mingyuan's path. He was now 7 years old, and it was time. However, he planned to consult Su Mingyuan before making any detailed considerations. Bai Jing took his large hand and placed it on her belly. Su Chuan was momentarily stunned, turning to look and blinking his eyes. Is there another one on the way? Having a child is arduous, and Su Chuan understood this. He initially didn't want to have more. "Aren't we?" Bai Jing playfully glared at him. "Isn't it your fault, husband? Since we've done this, it's impossible to completely avoid it. Even if we take precautions, there could still be an accident. Don't you want it, husband?" "How could that be?" Su Chuan quickly replied, then raised his arm to embrace her. "Since you've come to the Su family, it's fate. Of course, we must have the child. Even if we have 7 or 8 more, our family can afford it now." In the past 2 years, Su Chuan had bought 20 acres of farmland and 40 acres of mountain forest. This farmland was not rice fields, generally costing more than 10 taels per acre. The mountain forest was even cheaper, costing around 7 to 8 taels per acre, but it required hewing trees and clearing the land before planting fruit trees. These farmlands and forests were planted with various fruits: strawberries and loquats in spring, watermelons, lychees, and peaches in summer, persimmons, and pomelos in autumn, and sugarcane and winter jujubes in winter. The trees might take a couple of years to bear fruit. However, fruits like watermelon, strawberries, and sugarcane under Su Chuan's careful cultivation yielded a significant harvest every year. Just from these fruits, they could earn hundreds of taels in profit each year. Mainly it was because Su Chuan's cultivation was superior, surpassing the yields of ordinary families, making everyone prefer to buy fruits from the Su family first. Only then would they consider others. Currently, the Su family owns 60 acres of rice fields, 20 acres of farmland, and 40 acres of forest land. In Dongshi village, they could definitely be considered a well-off household, living comfortably without worry. A few days later, at Chen Ergu's house, Su Yin returned from inspecting the mountain forest and saw Ergu lying on a lounge chair, looking carefree, instantly making her furious. She was ready to swing the broom she had picked up from the door at him. "I'm going." Chen Ergu sprang up from the lounge chair, turning to run. His movements were quite practiced. "Su Yin, what are you doing? Let's talk nicely, no need for violence. Don't think I can't beat you. I'm just a good man who won't fight with a woman. Haha, if you were as capable as Su Chuan, I would listen to you and everything." "Poor Su Yin, how did you end up with such a useless man? You can't fight, you can't study, and you can't farm. What else can you do? Are you just going to eat up the family wealth?" Amidst the chaos, their children returned from school. Seeing this scene was nothing unusual for them, and they headed straight to the Su family. "Danny Fangfang, why are you here so close to noon?" In the yard, Su Mingwei paused his actions and looked over. Su Mingyuan walked out upon hearing the sound and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Uncle Ergu, and Aunt are at it again." Danny sighed lightly. "My old man can't compare to Uncle Chuan. He's being chased away by my mother with a broom. What's it about this time? Is it still because Anne is unhappy with Uncle Ergu's idleness?" Shen Fangfang exclaimed, Yuan, you're really clever, you guessed it right. Mother always compares father to Uncle Chuan. My father is the strongest in Dongshi village, while Uncle Ergu's lazy nature can't compare." Su Mingyuan held Su Chuan in the highest regard, like a deity. "Danny, tell me, perhaps I can offer you some advice." Danny recounted everything that had transpired between Chun Ergu and his wife. Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, I heard from father that Qingyu pears are not easy to cultivate. Ant is too ambitious and overly optimistic, shall eventually suffer losses. Over these 3 years it seems your family has invested quite a bit in Qingyu pears. Seeing no returns, it's natural for your temper to fluctuate, leading to disharmony between husband and wife. I think you should advise Ant to give up on cultivating Qingyu pears. If not this, then what should we plant? Dainyu asked curiously. Su Mingwei listened quietly, wanting to see what good ideas his younger brother had. You should plant some common fruits and vegetables along with my family. This way you won't have to worry about food at home, and you can sell some for money. Is this okay? My father has that ability. Dainyu was reluctant to continue. He was incompetent in everything except for being the best at eating at home. It was no wonder his uncle looked down on his father. My father said everyone has their own strengths, and one must follow the trends and advantages. He once told me a story about a protagonist similar to Uncle Ergo, an ordinary person who later embarked on a business path. From then on he became successful, becoming a well-known wealthy merchant in the southern county city. Even the local officials treated him with respect. What is the name of The Extraordinary Life of Chuan Ergo? Upon hearing this, several people fell silent. Su Mingyuan continued with a smile, in Dongshi village Uncle Ergo is the closest friend of my father. You should go back and let Uncle Ergo give up planting the Qingyu pear and work with my father. You can hire someone to plant them and let my father guide. The fruits and vegetables we grow together can be sold by both families, but my father isn't focused on business, so it will probably be Uncle Ergo who does it. As for the profits, I think a 70-30 split is appropriate, with my family getting 70 and yours 30. Why 7,030? Su Mingwei suddenly interjected, very curious about how his younger brother arrived at this ratio. Yes, since both Uncle Chuan and my father are good brothers, why not a 5,050 split, or divide according to the contributions of each family? Dainyu had been in school for a few years and was no longer an ignorant child. Su Mingyuan chuckled and began to explain. First of all, if Uncle Ergo wants to grow good fruits and vegetables, he needs to hire someone skilled. And you tell me, does that cost? If you just plant randomly, look at which household in Dongshi village has made money from growing fruits and vegetables. Not losing money would already be quite good. Although my father and Uncle Ergo are good brothers, even close brothers must be clear about accounts. Your uncle won't help your family for no reason, will he? My father is a well-known farmer in the area. How could he do it cheaply? If it's just occasional advice, that's fine, but if it's frequent, my father is also very busy. Su Mingyuan kept talking, and Chun Dainyu nodded frequently, feeling that what he said made a lot of sense. Second, if both families sell their products together regardless of the quality of what you grow in the end, at least my family's fruits and vegetables have already built a reputation, not to mention that everyone in Dongshi village prefers to buy from us first, even in the surrounding areas. My father once told me a term, and that is the signboard effect. Just like some century-old herbal shops and jewelry stores in the county, if your father and mother go to the county, wouldn't they choose those shops first? With more customers, the profits will naturally be higher. If your family sells alone, you can calculate how much you can ultimately earn. Of course, there is another way to cooperate, which is to sell separately. The profits from the fruits and vegetables grown in my family's fields will be ours, while your family can also use my father's reputation. The profit can be split 7,030 or 8,020. Su Mingwei's eyes lit up. If this method is indeed a win-win cooperation. It helps Uncle Ergo's family, while also providing an extra source of income for his own. After all, Uncle Ergo's family has more connections than his own. With his father's guidance, the quality won't be too poor, and with a larger scale, the annual profits should be quite considerable. Su Chuan stood at the door of the hall, hearing Su Mingyuan's opinions, and was quite surprised. Although he had offered guidance before, a 7-year-old child could comprehend to such an extent and come up with such a cooperative method was truly extraordinary. Making money has its way. This talent seems to belong to him alone. Su Chuan smiled slightly and made up his mind. Chen Fangfang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Mingyuan in admiration. Yuan, you are so smart. I'll go back and tell this idea to my father and mother right away. Chen Dainyu immediately followed Chen Fangfang back. Yuan, come here. Su Chuan suddenly spoke up. The two turned their heads to look and then said in unison, father. Su Mingyuan walked forward, curiously asking, what is it, father? That idea you just had is quite innovative. How did you come up with it? Does father think it's good too? With Su Chuan's approval, Su Mingyuan was overjoyed, unable to stop the smile on his face. Actually, I was just pondering randomly. Su Chuan smiled lightly. What are your future aspirations? Do you want to do business? Or do you want to follow your elder brother's path in martial arts, or learn farming from me? Su Mingyuan thought for a moment. Martial arts I learned from my brother before. I only thought it was fun at first, but later realized it was too hard for me to persist like him. As for farming, I feel I'm not cut out for it. If possible, I still prefer business. Oh, I like counting money. Then come with me. Shitty, you stay outside and guard, don't let anyone in. Yes, father. Su Chuan planned to endow Su Mingyuan with a destiny talent. In Chun Ergo's courtyard, the couple had calmed down. Chen Dainyu and Chen Fangfang returned and shared Su Mingyuan's thoughts with Chen Ergo. Chen ergo slapped his thigh. This method is good. Following Brother Chuan you definitely won't suffer. TSK Tisk, how did a Yuan come up with such ideas at just 7 years old? No wonder he is Brother Chuan, he also had unique ideas since he was young. Su Yan sneered, only you an incompetent fool would agree without thinking. What's wrong? Wouldn't you agree to such a good deal? It's all your fault for being greedy for Brother Chuan's Qingyu pair. After 3 years of investment in manpower and resources, what result did you get? Now you only have half-dead saplings. I'll tell you, if you're unwilling, let's split the family assets. I'll follow Brother Chuan, and you can just live off the Qingyu pear trees. Su Yan's willow leaf-like eyebrows first trembled gently, then gathered towards the center, forming fine creases above her nose. She frowned slightly. In just a few years, Su Chuan managed the Su family exceptionally well, already surpassing Chun Go, even chasing after his father-in-law's family. After the old man passed away, Chun Go, not being the eldest son, would receive at most a portion of the family assets. But being with the Su family, there was truly hope. However, her relationship with Su Chuan could only be considered ordinary, even though her cousins called her that it was merely superficial. Compared to close neighbors, even relatives within 5 degrees of kinship felt more distant. Why are you so fierce? Did I say I disagree? Su Yan's tone and demeanor softened noticeably, speaking gently. I just meant that this is ultimately just a child's jest. It still needs to be agreed upon by cousin. You should think carefully about the cooperation details and profit distribution before discussing it with cousin, so you don't look clueless when asked and just nod along. After all, you're almost 30, don't let cousin look down on you. My elder brother might look down on me, but Brother Chuan absolutely won't. We grew up together. Chen Ergo affirmed, but then his tone shifted. However, what you said is also reasonable. Then let me think it over and go to Brother Chuan's house in a few days. At this moment, Chen Daniu and Chun Fangfang's stomachs grumbled. Su Yan slapped her forehead. You were so angry with your father that you forgot to cook. This afternoon you still have to go to school, so let's go eat at Brother Chuan's house first. Then I'll go too. Chen Ergo was thick-skinned. Are you not ashamed? Su Yan's expression changed immediately. Is there no food at home? The kids have to go to school, can't you go? If not, then don't hurry up, I'm hungry. Chen Daniu and Chen Fangfang visited Su Chuan's house again, just in time for lunch. Bai Jing naturally welcomed them. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan stayed home, taking time to study. Sometimes the Chen siblings would bring their schoolbooks and assignments to provide references for the two brothers. It must be said that Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan were both quite intelligent. Their knowledge was not inferior, and their experiences were even broader. Through practical training in real life, they were polished into outstanding individuals. 3 days later in the evening, Chen Ergu entered Su Chuan's yard, stepping into the evening glow while carrying a bottle of fine Huangliang wine. Sister-in-law, has my brother Chuan returned? Upon seeing Bai Jing supervising Su Mingyuan's calligraphy practice in the hallway, Chen Ergu called out with a smile. My husband should be back in a while. If you need to find him, just sit down and wait a bit, we can have dinner together. Thank you, sister-in-law. This is good wine I stole from my father. He's hidden it for over 10 years, and there's not much left. Bai Jing smiled in surprise, took the wine inside, and brought out a stool for him. Chen Ergu looked at Su Mingyuan's writing and nodded, saying, It's much better than my Danius. Sister-in-law, you really know how to teach. I don't have such ability, it's all Brother Chuan teaching them hand in hand. I just supervise them to complete the assignments given by my husband every day. Su Mingwei was also carrying an iron bucket. Brother Chuan, you're back. Su Mingwei handed the bucket to Bai Jing, grinning. What are you all chatting about so happily? Ergu is here. Chen Ergu turned to see Su Chuan and Su Mingwei approaching with hose in hand, their pant legs rolled up. Su Mingwei was also carrying an iron bucket. Brother Chuan, you're back. Su Mingwei handed the bucket to Bai Jing, grinning. Mother, today we caught quite a few rice snails with father. Indeed, quite a few. Bai Jing smiled lightly. But the rice snails need to be settled for a day or two, otherwise they'll be just right for your father and Uncle Ergu as a side dish. Do you have something to tell me? Let's talk inside. A dinner will still take a while. Chen Ergu nodded. At that moment, Su Mingxian saw Su Chuan return and ran over, wanting Su Chuan to play with him. Su Mingwei picked up Su Mingxian and said, Taoto, big brother will play with you. He'll show you some boxing moves. Great, great. I want to see you fight. Su Mingxian clapped his hands in excitement. As Su Mingwei began to practice his punches, the air erupted with explosive sounds. Chen Ergu was startled, staring at Su Mingwei in the yard for quite some time. Brother Chuan, this kid is impressive. He feels like a martial artist. In just a few years he might become a true martial artist. Yet Chen Ergu ultimately lacked the insight. If his older brother were here, he would have seen at a glance that Su Mingwei was already a martial artist with internal strength. He only needed to open up 36 meridians to become a third-rate martial artist. Years have passed, and now 36-year-old Chen Daming is still merely a second-rate martial artist. Though he possessed a talent for martial arts, he could only be considered average. Throughout his life, he would likely remain at the second-rate martial artist level. My brother said that you guys can't master the little dragon elephant skill. I think it's he who lacks talent. Haha, next time I meet him, I must mock him a bit. I wonder how that jade pear tree he planted is doing. Alright, let's get down to business. What did you want to discuss with me today? Chuan said. It's about what Yuan mentioned to my two boys a few days ago. I think it's very soon. Now that the Su family has expanded to a certain scale, if you want to grow further, you can't manage it alone. You know I'm relatively free and have time to handle things so I can help out. That way it'll be mutually beneficial. Did Uncle Chin agree? My father thinks highly of you. When I mentioned it to him, he agreed and said I was finally using my brain. Chuan smiled slightly. So how do you plan to cooperate? Let's go with the second option. I'll sell both our family's products. All the profits from your family will go to you, while my family takes a 37 split. 30% profit is no small sum. Are you really willing? Chuan patted his chest. I'd be fine with even I appreciate your kindness. Aren't you going to agree, Brother Chuan? Chuan was a bit flustered. No, I meant to say 20% is enough. You can handle the farming on your own, it doesn't matter how much. I'll only be responsible for guidance, and your family will handle the sales, but my family will also need to It's not that I don't trust you, but this way it's fair. Brother Chuan, will you personally get involved? Can you manage that? Of course not, it's my family's Yuan. Chuan chuckled. He has quite a talent for business. Let him take some time to follow you around and broaden his horizons. It's excellent training. Yuan is indeed impressive. If he hadn't suggested this, I would never have thought of it myself. Chuan nodded. Also, I suggest you talk to your brother and hire a few honest and reliable martial artists during those selling days to prevent any unexpected incidents. You're really considerate, Brother Chuan. After thinking carefully, Chuan said, I recently heard my father mention that there has been a disaster in the West and many refugees are coming to our area. Is that so? Chuan squinted, feeling he should take some time to divine the auspiciousness of this matter. Recently, he had been using his time during the busy farming season to calculate the weather for the day. After agreeing on the cooperation between the two families, Chuan finally relaxed, thinking that he could sleep soundly tonight. In the evening, Chuan was completely drunk, and it was Su Mingwei who helped him back. However, on the way, a shadow suddenly darted out, and a stick struck Su Mingwei on the head, dazing him. As he loosened his grip, Chuan fell to the ground with a cry. Su Mingwei covered his head and turned to look. Though the night was dim, he had extraordinary eyesight. In a dark corner, a ragged beggar stood with a wooden stick, his body trembling slightly, eyes glinting like a wolf staring at Su Mingwei. Seeing that his full-strength strike had no effect on the other party, disbelief filled his eyes. Who are you? Su Mingwei shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the disheveled beggar turned to flee. Su Mingwei wanted to chase after him, but Chuan clung to his leg, shouting, Wife, wife. Su Mingwei could not leave Chuan alone, so he helped him up and took him home. He also reminded Su Yin not to go out at night, telling her that he had been struck from behind. Had it not been for their decent physical condition, they might have already been robbed of their belongings, or even faced life-threatening danger. In that case, be careful on your way back, Taotu. After Su Mingwei returned home, he mentioned this matter to Chuan. A beggar. It seems things are going to get chaotic for a while. Don't go out at night without reason. Understood, father. In recent days, streams of refugees had poured into Qingjiang County from over a dozen neighboring counties. Cases like Su Mingwei's, bludgeoned and robbed, were far from isolated. Ordinarily, travelers carried little wealth, coupled with the absence of fatalities and the impossibility of tracing perpetrators afterwards. Such incidents were invariably swept under the rug. For several days, Chuan had spotted furtive figures lurking near his home. He therefore rigged simple traps along the perimeter wall, spikes, rat traps, and anyone attempting to scale the wall would surely suffer grievous injury. He also installed warning bells, ringing out instantly upon triggering any trap. Today's divination mediocre. 5 intruders will scale the wall at midnight, intent on murder and robbery. Chuan let out a cold, silent laugh. The Su family enjoyed great renown in Dongxi village, yet unlike the Su household, no relation, they maintained no retinue of guards, thus becoming a target was all too predictable. I wonder if any among them are martial cultivators. Even if the odds are slim, vigilance remains imperative. Spikes and rat traps sufficed against common vagrants, but against cultivators their efficacy dwindled to near irrelevance. He crafted rudimentary crossbows, mounting them discreetly beneath both eaves after nightfall. Triggering the mechanism would unleash a chaotic barrage. Then he removed the warning bells entirely. That day Chuan made only a perfunctory circuit of the property, his thoughts wholly consumed by tonight's impending confrontation. Sure too, tonight bandits may strike. 1 hour before midnight, take your bow to the rooftop and wait. When opportunity arises, strike without hesitation. Can you do this? Chuan spoke abruptly, his expression grave and unyielding. Father, is this true? Trust my word and obey without question. It concerns the safety of our entire family. Understood, father. I'll follow your command. Though lacking even third-rank martial prowess, his innate prodigious strength, combined with eagle-sharp vision and mastery of long-range archery, made him a formidable threat even to second-rank cultivators, especially under cover of darkness and sudden assault. Father, shall I poison the arrowheads? Would that unsettle you? Su Chuan regarded Su Mingwei with quiet surprise. Su Mingwei's eyes sharpened, cold incisive as drawn blades, murderous intent coalescing within their depths. Those who endanger our kin must be eradicated utterly. Su Chuan nodded. Act as your conscience dictates. Night fell. The full moon slipped behind a brooding cloud, stars flickered faintly. On the bed Su Chuan lay still, his blood and qi pulsing strong and steady. Husband, shall I help you release this pent-up fire? He smiled, uncharacteristically gentle. This fire serves another purpose, best kept burning for now. Bai Jing frowned, puzzled. What purpose could that be? Surely not meant for others, by which she naturally assumed other women. Enough, rest well tonight. We rise early tomorrow. Reassured that Su Chuan was not one to stray, Bai Jing settled peacefully into slumber. In another chamber, Su Mingwei lit a candle, meticulously polishing his bow and dipping each arrowhead in venom. The air hung thick with the hushed, taut expectancy of soldiers awaiting battle. Oppressive, suffocating. Moments before midnight, Su Mingwei scaled the roof in silence, quiver slung across his back, bow held ready in hand. Su Chuan stepped outside, glancing upward. Moonlight dimmed, Su Mingwei dissolved into the night, indistinguishable from shadow itself. He retrieved a woodcutter's axe and took position in the eve's deep gloom. Like a seasoned assassin poised, waiting for the perfect instant to strike with lethal finality. A quarter hour later, brother, the house is here. The owners bear the surname Su. Their fortune rose swiftly. Within mere years they became Dongxi village's wealthiest household. Word has it the master excels in cultivation. By sheer fortune, he grew Qingyu pears. That alone yields 3,000 or 4,000 taels annually. 5 souls dwell here, husband, wife, and 3 sons, the eldest no older than 9. A burly man clad in coarse gray cloth glanced coolly at the short youth beside him. Walao, your choice is sound. Brothers, move swiftly. Leave no one alive. Once treasure is seized, depart Qingjiang County tonight, as before. With refugees flooding the land, tracking down fugitives is near impossible. Yes, Brother Xiong. They began scaling the wall, each motion practiced assured. Yet none appeared to be ranked cultivators. Otherwise, even a third-rank cultivator could clear the 4-meter wall in 2 effortless bounds. The moment their feet struck earth, HSS. 3 men recoiled sharply, drawing sharp, stifled gasps, only barely suppressing cries of pain. Are you 3 courting death? Brother Xiong growled, voice low and dangerous. No, Brother Xiong, we've stepped on spikes. Enough. Tread carefully. Next cry, and I'll show no mercy. They crept forward cautiously. Then suddenly a tall man felt his ankle snag on something unseen. Instantly, whir, a volley of 7 or 8 crossbow bolts erupted from beneath the eaves. 2 men fell dead, arrows piercing skull and heart, while the remaining 3 sustained wounds of varying severity. One clutched an arrow buried deep in his abdomen, another collapsed, leg pierced. A third bore only a shallow gash across his arm. Damn it, Brother Xiong snarled. Ambush, retreat now. Before the words faded, Su Mingwei, long poised atop the roof, drew his bowstring taut as a full moon, his hawk-like gaze locked unflinchingly on the man clutching his gut. FWSH, a sonic crack split the air. The black shaft cleaved the night, piercing his throat clean through, exiting the nape to embed itself deep into the wall behind. Urge. Brother Xiong's eyes bulged with fury and disbelief as he stared upward, just as the moon emerged from behind the cloud, bathing Su Mingwei in silvery radiance. A boy's face, icy impassive, his gaze sharp and penetrating as twin arrows pierced straight into Brother Xiong's soul. Just a boy. Shock and rage warred in Brother Xiong's chest when Su Mingwei drew again, diverting his attention. In that split second, Su Chuan lunged, leaping forward with explosive force, landing directly above him. His gleaming axe descended with unstoppable momentum, aimed squarely at Brother Xiong's skull. Decisive, ruthless. Desperate, Brother Xiong raised his axe to block, but the crushing blow shattered his grip, splitting his palms and sending the weapon clattering to the ground. He crumpled backward onto the earth, terror contorting his features. Just as Su Chuan pivoted and slashed sideways, the blade's edge traced a flawless arc across. A hot crimson spray erupted. Blood spattered Su Chuan's face and clothes like scattered blossoms. Then, FWSH. Another arrow sang. The man, wounded in the leg, already fallen, was pinned lifeless to the ground. Seeing every bandit slain, Su Mingwei's clenched heart finally uncoiled, and he collapsed onto the tiles, breath ragged. He stared at his trembling hands, so unsteady he could scarcely hold the bow. A dull roar filled his skull, spinning his world into vertigo. Meanwhile, Su Chuan began searching the corpses. From Brother Xiong's body, he retrieved 12,000 taels in banknotes, a manual titled Savage Bear Vigor, a cultivation technique, and a small porcelain vial containing 6 blood and qi pills. The others carried nothing. They must have plundered many wealthy households already. Su Chuan set about clearing the scene. Su Mingwei recovered and leapt down to drag them all into the mountains for burial. Clean the arrows. They're reusable. Just scrub off the toxin first. Yes, father. The next day the golden crow rose in the east as always. The mechanisms had been disassembled to prevent any accidental triggers. In the courtyard, Su Chuan and Su Mingwei, father and son, were practicing the little dragon elephant technique together. The sounds of their sparring echoed continuously, waking Bai Jing. She walked out in her clothes, yawning and asking, "Husband Shida, when did you both get up?" "Haha, it's still early, my dear wife, you can sleep a bit longer," Su Chuan replied with a smile. "I'm not lazy, since you both are up, I should be too. Do you have any clean clothes? I'll go wash up first." "Yes, it's in the usual place," Su Chuan responded. Bai Jing nodded, went back to change, and took a wooden basin to the nearby square pond. "Father, will mother find out?" Su Mingwei looked at Su Chuan with some concern. Su Chuan smiled. "Although I handled it simply, it's not foolproof. But it doesn't matter if she finds out. Your mother is understanding, and besides, you have me, your father." Su Mingwei replied, then shouted, "Father, be careful. Watch my fire dragon tail." He took a left stance, inhaling as he raised his right knee, exhaling as his lower legs swept like a fiery whip. This technique was powerful. Tail sweep, 1,000 pounds, burns away impurities, feet grounded, refining true fire. The two practiced for a quarter of an hour, sweating profusely, yet their spirits remained high. One possessed innate strength, excelling in sinew and power. The other, vigorous and fierce, excelled in enduring vitality. Puff! Su Mingwei suddenly exhibited a strange phenomenon. The next moment, he joyfully exclaimed, "Father, I've opened another acupoint." Youth is indeed a blessing. Su Chuan paused his movements. "Practice a few more times, then you can rest." Su Mingwei, being young and full of vigor, would soon surpass others in a couple of years. However, Su Chuan was not just about being vigorous. He also embodied the principle of hard work bearing fruit. He accumulated steadily, while others slowed down as they progressed, needing assistance from qi and blood herbs to open their acupoints. Yet even without the aid of qi and blood herbs, Su Chuan's speed wouldn't be slow. In fact, it would be even faster. Days passed, and the number of refugees increased. Some flocked to Xinjiang County, while others remained in Dongxi village seeking scraps to eat. The Chuan family rented 30 acres of farmland in addition to the previous 20 acres to plant the fruits and vegetables designated by Su Chuan. The 30 acres of jade fruit trees in the mountains were all removed and replaced with other fruit trees. This required a significant amount of labor, so they hired a dozen refugees as temporary workers. "Mother, there are refugees at the door," Su Mingjuan's voice rang out. Behind him, Su Mingxian peeked out nervously, watching the ragged man outside. The man was holding a frail, emaciated boy of about 3 or 4 years old with vacant eyes. Bai Jing stepped out, glanced at them, and said to Su Mingyuan, "A Yuan, go fetch some water and some dry food for them." "Yes, mother." "Thank you, kind lady." The man knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head, making loud thuds as he did so, pulling the little boy along with him. "No need for that, quickly get up. The child is here, you'll frighten him this way," Bai Jing replied. Yes. The man hastily complied, stopping his bows. Soon Su Mingyuan emerged with food and dry rations. The man took them and began eating heartily, reminding the little boy to eat as well. Su Mingxian suddenly thought of something, ran back inside, and brought out some fine pastries. These were the snacks Su Chuan had made for him when he had time, sweet and soft. "Here, this is for you, my father made it for me, it's really delicious," Su Mingxian said, handing the pastry to the little boy. The boy stared blankly, looking at the dirty man, and only began to eat when he nodded. After taking a bite, the dullness in his eyes suddenly brightened. Su Chuan taught him to learn to share, and Su Mingxian hadn't felt much of it before, but this time after doing it he felt particularly happy. Bai Jing affectionately patted Su Mingxian on the head. Under Su Chuan's guidance, each child was exceptionally outstanding, making many common folk in Dongxi village envious. Seeing the man eat a large pancake, Bai Jing asked, "Did you also come as refugees?" "Yes, we came from Xishan County. There was an unseen-a-century flood there. Many were swept away, houses destroyed, and farmland submerged. We are homeless and can only leave our homes and head south." "How pitiful. What are your plans for the future?" "None." The man sighed. "On the way here, my eldest daughter starved to death. Her mother saved the rations for us, and she starved as well." He remembered something and quickly knelt down again, bowing his head as he pleaded, "Please, kind lady, have mercy, and take in my son and me. We are willing to be servants, just asking for a meal. Even if you can't take us in, at least have pity on this child. He won't eat much food." Su Mingxian tugged at Bai Jing's sleeve, saying sympathetically, "Mother, they are so pitiful." Su Mingyuan quietly observed, not speaking. Whether to take them in was pointless to discuss. If father didn't speak, mother couldn't make the decision either. Moreover, this time the number of refugees was said to be in the tens of thousands. How could they possibly help? Bai Jing felt somewhat troubled. After hesitating for a while, she said, "You can wait at the door for now. Oh, as a woman, I cannot decide. and must wait for my husband to return to make the decision. Yes, we are willing to wait. It's okay, even if nothing comes of it. At noon, Su Chuan and Su Mingwei returned home and saw the refugee father and son at the door, surprised as they asked, "Who are you?" Bai Jing approached and briefly explained the situation to Su Chuan. Su Chuan contemplated for a moment. "This matter, let's discuss it tomorrow. However, you two can stay on the vacant land next to my house for now. Oh, in the afternoon, I'll have my son bring you a simple tent. And I will provide you with some food as well. Even if I cannot keep you, I will send some dry rations and water with you for your journey." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The Su family had indeed expanded to its current scale and needed to slowly develop, naturally requiring servants and guards. But he didn't want just anyone. The next day, after waking up, Su Chuan began to utilize his destiny talent, Daily Divination. Today's divination auspicious. You have taken in the Li father and son who were once from a prestigious family in Xishan County. Both possess martial arts talent. The father has average aptitude, but the son shows promise for innate abilities. A prestigious family. That frail little boy actually has innate potential. No wonder it is auspicious. As long as they are taken in, they will greatly benefit the Su family's future. However, if they were from a prestigious family, how did they end up in such dire straits? Most refugees are ordinary folk unless it was due to vendettas. Su Chuan lay in bed pondering for a while. Xishan County is thousands of miles away. Those who survive the journey must have had some fortune on their side. Since it is auspicious, there should not be any trouble behind it. Its influence spans several counties. It seems that only some prominent families in the county city could manage such a situation. In the Su family courtyard, after a night's rest and sufficient food, the refugee father and son had regained much of their vigor. They stood humbly in the yard, the father's large hand clasping the child's small one, their heads bowed. They waited for Su Chuan's decision. "First tell me your names and where you come from," Su Chuan said calmly. The refugee man raised his head and said, "I am Li Qianfeng, 28. This is my son Li Tea, 4 years old. We fled from Xishan County." Su Chuan remarked, "Qianfeng Tea, such dignified names. Your Li family was not ordinary, was it? I see your face is sullen, yet your eyes are spirited. One can tell you have trained in combat." Li Qianfeng's body trembled with surprise. He had not expected such discernment from a small rural household. Li Qianfeng hesitated. "My Su family does not take in those who mouth nothing but lies," Su Chuan said. Sorrow filled Li Qianfeng's heart. He had once been spoken of in Xishan County as the graceful second master of the Li family. Now his clan lay in ruins, and he did not know how many kin had survived. The past was like smoke reduced to dust. Li Qianfeng looked at his little son with eyes full of pity. All he wished now was a place to shelter them, so his son might be spared further wandering. So Li Qianfeng began slowly to relate his family's history. Hearing this, Su Chuan paced back and forth, feigning contemplation. After a moment, he addressed the Li father and son. "I can take you in, but only as household servants. Moreover, given that your Li family has enemies, if you stay you must change your name. I will provide food, clothing, and shelter, and I can have your son learn to train in martial arts. If you agree, I will keep you both." Upon hearing these terms, Li Qianfeng pondered. The Su household was far smaller than his own, had been not even a tenth of its former strength, yet Su Chuan gave him a sense of unfathomable depth. His ambition seemed vast, as if he meant to forge the Su family into a proud and powerful clan. Kind-hearted people were scarce. He had begged at several houses before, and those who offered even a single drink were blessings. Most common folk simply lacked the means to take others in, and so refugees could only head for Xinjiang County. Though how many more days of exposure and hardship that would entail, no one could say. Even he could hardly endure it, let alone his son. He had already been pushed to his limit. After a brief respite, he likely could not withstand further upheaval. Li Qianfeng could see that the Su family from top to bottom were people of virtue. After much deliberation, he took Li Tea's hand, knelt, and said, "My son and I are willing to be servants of the Su household with full willingness and no regret." Su Chuan smiled faintly. "Very well, I will give you new names. Please, housemaster, bestow them. You shall be called Li Er, and your son Li Ji." "Thank you, housemaster." Su Chuan then proceeded to introduce his own family. "Madam, please prepare an empty room for them to live in. Let them recuperate for a few days. Once they have regained their strength, I will arrange for people to build them a house nearby." "Thank you, housemaster." "Thank you, madam," Li Er said respectfully. Bai Jing smiled faintly. "Should have fetched paper and ink to write the servitude contract. Have the father and son sign it." "Yes, father." 2 copies were made. After the signing, Su Chuan said, "In a few days accompany me to the county office to re-register your household and settle in Dongxi village. Otherwise, being undocumented won't withstand inspection." "Yes, housemaster." Li Er nodded to Su Chuan's instruction. Su Mingxuan, delighted to have a playmate his own age, eagerly pulled the boy toward his toys. Several days later, Su Chuan and the Li father and son went to the Xinjiang County office. Yang Zhao was the county clerk responsible for household registration. "Greetings, Clerk Yang. Su Chuan said with a respectful cupped hand. Clerk Yang looked at the young man in the green robe and found him familiar. I seem to have seen you. Clerk Yang has a good memory. A few years ago when you came to Dongxi village to handle the Yu family's land matters, I guided the way, Su Chuan said with a smile. So it was you. I recall your name is Su Chuan. What business do you have with me today? Yang Zhao remembered that he had once promised to owe him a small favor. Clerk Yang, you misunderstand. I am not here to trouble you. I have brought these two to register their household and settle in Dongxi village. Yang Zhao then looked at the Li father and son. They no longer appeared ragged or filthy. Though still thin, their features were proper and carried an air of dignity. Settle. They fled here to escape floods in the west, and with nowhere else to turn wish to be servants of my household. Even servants ought to have an identity, I thought. Yang Zhao nodded. Such situations were common. Unable to return home for the time being, and without livelihood, people either begged along the roads or became others' servants dependent on them. Yang Zhao did not press further. He looked at Li Er and asked, Are you and your son willing to settle in Dongxi village? Yes, clerk, they replied. Very well, state your names and ages. For each outsider registering, a fee of 5 taels of silver was required, which Su Chuan naturally paid. Once registered, their descendants would not need to pay fees to be entered later. Thank you, sir. We have no further matters, and will take our leave, they said. With the business concluded, Su Chuan still had to hurry home. Wait, I have a question. So many refugees have fled here. How is the situation in Dongxi village? Is it chaotic? Dongxi village is relatively stable for now. Wealthier households will take on a few temporary laborers or servants. The disaster had sent many refugees pouring into the entire Hu prefecture. Every county and the prefectural city were troubled over how to handle this influx. Though Yang Zhao was not the county magistrate, if his ideas were adopted, it would be a notable achievement. Such credit would greatly aid his future promotion. Seeing Su Chuan's attire, he guessed the Su family had prospered in recent years. After all, when he had last seen him, he wore coarse homespun like a commoner. Now his dress approached that of some affluent households. Thus Yang Zhao had a sudden notion to see if this man might offer useful insight. How do you think these refugees should be resettled? Su Chuan blinked, unprepared for the question. Magistrates will have their own plans. How dare I presume to opine, he replied with feigned alarm. Speak freely, and I will listen. If your suggestion is sound, I will owe you another favor. Yang Zhao said, his eagerness to collect favors plain to see. Then I will offer my humble opinion. Su Chuan began. Leaving the refugees to themselves is impossible. If they become beggars, it will affect the security of all Xinjiang County. It would be best to find a place to concentrate them, then register and manage each person to prevent chaos. Those wishing to settle could be exempted from some fees and have their household registration processed. Provide several days' rations, have the county office offer labor opportunities, repairing waterways, roads, and so forth, to absorb some of them and mobilize Xinjiang's wealthier households to take in others internally. The specifics depend on how many refugees there are in Xinjiang County and how many the county office and wealthy families can absorb. Yang Zhao had not paid much attention at first, but as he listened his gaze grew intent. I know the county can provide work, but how will the wealthy households absorb them? Su Chuan smiled lightly. This disaster in the west was vast. Among the refugees, many possess martial skill, and some may even be true fighters. No wealthy household would not want such high-quality household hands. The county could select those willing to serve, convene wealthy households for an open recruitment, and even collect modest fees from the households to subsidize the refugees' rations, easing the county's fiscal burden. Anything more? Yang Zhao nodded and continued to ask. Furthermore, if villages under Xinjiang County have spare fields, they could be leased free of charge to refugees willing to settle for the first couple of years, with rent gradually raised later until costs are recovered. Yang Zhao's face betrayed nothing, but he was inwardly astonished. He had not expected a commoner to possess such keen ideas. It greatly opened his mind. No wonder the family's fortunes had risen in only a few years. This man was a true talent. Su Chuan continued, these are merely my humble opinions. There are many details. How to distinguish law-abiding people from rogues, how to choose those granted free land, and so on. I understand. Yang Zhao pondered a moment, then smiled at Su Chuan. I will owe you another favor for this. Take this token of the Yang family. When other officials see it, they will give you a measure of courtesy. Thank you, Clerk Yang. Su Chuan accepted without refusal and bowed again. We shall take our leave now. Go then, Yang Zhao replied. That afternoon, Su Chuan and Li Er and his son returned home. Yang Zhao meanwhile set about drafting a detailed plan to resettle the refugees based on Su Chuan's suggestions. Time flowed slowly. Before long, summer arrived. The weather was scorching, with the sun hanging high in the sky like a great fireball scorching the earth. During this time, Su Chuan successively took in 3 servants, all young men in their 20s. They were all refugees. One of them, named Zhou Ming, had a talent for management. He was quick-witted and could help handle many trivial matters and mediate disputes. The other three had practiced martial arts and were all warriors, but their family backgrounds were ordinary, and they were busy with various chores, so they had yet to open the 36 acupoints. However, they all adhered to their principles and did not abuse their strength. That was why Chuan valued them. They became the guardians of Zu's family home in the fields and mountains. If Chuan provided ample supplies of medicinal meals and keen-hancing herbs, the three of them all had the hope of becoming third-rate warriors or even second. Several thatched cottages were added around the Su family, which were quite simple. They were their accommodations. The cottages only served as their living quarters. As for food, they all ate in the Su family's courtyard, dining together with Chuan. Brother Chuan, the watermelons in the melon field are ripe. When should we harvest them? Chun Ergu ran to the Su family excitedly, his expression filled with eagerness. After all, this was his first serious business venture. I checked this morning. We can harvest them tomorrow and sell them in the nearby towns the day after. Chuan smiled and said, let Zhao Dalong's son Fuguei and Qian Yukai go together. They have some martial skills, so dealing with a dozen adult men won't. That saves me from having to find my brother. After all, I don't want to see that unpleasant face of his that no one likes. Uncle Ergu, Su Mingyuan came out of the room and greeted with a smile. Chun Ergu stepped forward and patted his shoulder cheerfully, saying, Yuan, are you excited to go with Uncle Ergu to sell watermelons in the nearby towns? Uncle Ergu, aren't you the one who's excited? It's just selling watermelons, not a big deal. Su Mingyuan said lightly. Hey, how can you speak to your Uncle Ergu like that? I see you want to get beaten. Chun Ergu pretended to raise his hand, but Su Mingyuan showed no fear. He could tell it was a joke at a glance. No matter what, Chun Ergu wouldn't reprimand him in front of Chuan. The day after, Su Mingyuan set off with Chun Ergu. Bai Jing's face was full of worry, her eyes showing some reluctance. After all, Su Mingyuan was only 7 years old and had to travel far for several days. A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles. Chuan sighed inwardly, holding Bai Jing's hand, and comforted her. With Ergu Dalong and the others around, there will be no problem. Zhao Dalong cupped his fists and said to Chuan, head of the family, please rest assured, we will ensure the second young master returns safely whole and sound. Su Mingyuan also said, mother, I'm just going out for a few days, we'll be back soon. Let's set off then. Dozens of carts of watermelons were worth several hundred taels. The Su family accounted for 35%, while the Chun family accounted for 65%. Dongshi village knew that the Su family grew good melons, so before Chun Ergu and the others even left the village, several families had already bought 2 or 3 to taste. In the blink of an eye, over 100 were sold. Father, I want to eat watermelon. Su Mingxuan, feeling the heat, ran over. Chuan smiled and readily agreed. All right, let me cool the watermelon first. He fetched a large wooden tub, filled it with water tossed in a white crystal, and then placed a watermelon weighing 4 or 5 pounds into the tub. The watermelon floated up and down in the tub. Su Mingxian reached in and then looked at Chuan in surprise. Father, the water is so cold. Isn't it? In half an hour we can eat the chilled watermelon. Yay! Su Mingxian then ran to the side to play with Li Ji. Li Ji now no longer appeared emaciated. He had returned to the normal appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old child. He was plump and his eyebrows had a hint of cuteness. Chuan thought for a moment and placed 2 slightly smaller watermelons in. Half an hour later, he called Su Mingwei over and pointed at the watermelons in the tub, saying, should take 1 to Chunba's family and 1 to your Uncle Ergus. Okay, father. Su Mingwei carried the 2 watermelons out, quickly arriving at Chun Ergus' house, and after delivering them, he went to Chunba's house. Grandpa Chun, this is the chilled watermelon that my father brought. It's hot in summer, so eat it to cool down. Chilled. Grandpa Chun touched the watermelon in surprise and said, indeed, your father is becoming more and more capable. Su Mingwei smiled shyly. Thank you for me to your father. When Su Mingwei returned, Chuan, Bai Jing, and Li Er were also eating watermelon. He walked over and casually picked up a piece of cut watermelon from the table. Then he sat down next to Chuan and took a bite. Suddenly light red juice splashed. So sweet. 5 days later, the watermelon selling team returned. The journey was very smooth, and all the watermelons were sold, totaling over 3. At Chun Ergu's house, Su Yan saw the over 100 taels of silver that Chun Ergu brought back, her eyes turning into crescent moons as she smiled. She counted the silver and copper coins several times. This was the money from selling watermelons, and there were other seasonal sales that could add up to about 1 or 200 taels. As for the 30 acres of mountain fruit trees, the earliest they could be harvested would be in a year or 2. Altogether, they could be worth around 3 to 400 taels. Wife, let me tell you, our watermelon sales went extremely smoothly. In other places, as soon as they hear it's from Brother Chuan's family, they don't even try to. Chun Ergu leisurely took a sip of tea, wearing a proud smile on his face. That's great. Then we can raise the price next time. No, I tried, but Yuan rejected it. He said these watermelons are already priced higher than usual and can yield considerable profit, so there's no need to ruin the reputation for a little extra money. Moreover, he offered gifts for those who buy 5 or more at once. What kind of gifts? It seems to be some kind of stone that when placed in water can lower the temperature, making chilled watermelons. So that's how the chilled watermelons from last time came about. Su Yin was quite surprised as she felt that this stone had many business opportunities, especially in summer, and should sell very well. Where did this stone come from? Did you ask? I did, but Yuan didn't know it was given to him by brother Chuan, and there isn't much of it. Chun Ergus' eyes twinkled, and he stretched his legs out on the bench. Wife, now do you see your husband's capabilities? Why not come and knead my shoulders and massage my legs? I've been exhausted these days. Chun Ergu wanted to assert his husbandly authority. Su Yin glanced at him, letting him figure it out himself. Chun Ergu felt tired. This woman. It's hard to deal with her attitude after making money. By the way, let's have dinner at Brother Chuan's house tonight to celebrate this harvest. That evening, Su Yin naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and asked about the origins of the white stone. Su Chuan only said he found it by chance in the mountains and unexpectedly discovered its use. This wasn't really a lie. After some investigation and research, he discovered a nitrate mine nearby. However, he still lacked the ability to mine it and could only set it aside for now. The main point was that the area was an unclaimed forest, strictly speaking belonging to the Xinjiang County government. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was the year-end festival. Su Chuan had also reached the age of 30. On the next day, at a quarter past the hour of the snake, Bai Jing felt an inexplicable pain in her belly and was about to give birth again. DeLong Fu Gui, go fetch the midwife. Su Chuan had already arranged for the midwife, asking her to keep her schedule open for these few days. The two of them found the midwife slow in her movements and hurriedly carried her towards the Su family, startling her and causing her face to pale. Then came the effort, struggles, and cries. After 2 to 3 hours, the birth was successful. This time a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, were born. The girl came first, named Su Ming Shu with a nickname of Shu. The boy was named Su Ming Xian with a nickname of Yanu. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the full moon banquet for the two children. Friends and relatives from the Bai family, including Chun Bo, had come to celebrate. They left only after they were full and satisfied. Su Chuan entered the main hall to take the blood from the fingertips of the two children for the family genealogy. Su Ming Shu, second generation of the Su family root, incomplete, in all 5 elements, no aptitude for cultivation talent, none bloodline, none note soul strength, is twice that of an average person with innate spiritual sensitivity. With a soul strength twice that of an average person and innate spiritual sensitivity, it seems little Xue Ji is indeed exceptionally gifted. Perhaps she is suited for whispers of all spirits, and in the future, she could tame ferocious beasts. Su Chuan then turned his gaze to the information regarding Su Ming Xian. Su Ming Xian, second generation of the Su family root, complete in all 5 elements, can cultivate mixed root aptitude talent, swallowing mountains and rivers. Bloodline non-note cultivators must possess all 5 elements with aptitudes classified as false roots, mixed roots, true roots, earthly roots, and heavenly roots, primarily differentiated by the purity of their roots. Swallowing mountains and rivers, absorbing qi into the body, the speed of restoring magical power will be several times that of others reaching extreme levels, truly possessing the might of swallowing mountains and rivers. Cultivation talent. Su Chuan's face revealed an expression of wild joy. The Su family finally produced someone with cultivation talent. This meant that the second generation would have the opportunity to touch the world of cultivators from the start. At the same time, a flood of information suddenly surged into Su Chuan's mind, consolidating into a volume of texts on becoming immortal from immortal. It was called Innate 5-Element Transformation Art. This was the technique bestowed by the family tree for the first descendant with cultivation talent in the Su family. Only those at the innate martial realm could cultivate it. It could fill the gaps in the 5 elements, purify the roots, and ultimately reach the level of true roots. From mortal to immortal, what an extraordinary technique. Su Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. With this technique, it meant that the descendants of the Su family would have people with cultivation talent in every generation. No. Su Chuan suppressed the excitement within him, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He then tilted his head back, took a deep breath, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, slowly exhaling, and his tense shoulders relaxed. I must not attract too much attention. The second generation must have someone achieve innate status before granting it. From the third generation onwards, the number of family members will surge, and we must choose the best to bestow them with destiny and techniques. In an instant, Su Chuan made a rough plan for the future of the Su family. Although they were all his descendants, as the generations passed, there would be too many members, making it impossible to be fair to everyone. It was necessary to distinguish between the main and branch families, the legitimate line, and the collateral branches. Ming Xian, indeed, the name was not chosen in vain. A natural seed for cultivation. Su Chuan raised him high with both hands, his eyes shining with light as he smiled broadly. The next moment Su Mingxian began to cry loudly, a warm stream gushing forth between his legs in a parabolic arc, hitting the target perfectly. Pooh pooh pooh, this little brat. He's the first among the 5 siblings to do this to me. What courage he has. Su Chuan smiled bitterly, placing his pair of children beside Bai Jing while he went to change his clothes. With the innate 5-element transformation art, the previous arrangements for the second child, Su Mingyuan, would also have to change. Even if he had to pile resources, he needed to push him to the innate realm. Everyone has their selfishness. He didn't care about the future great-grandchildren, but for the child he had watched grow up, he always hoped he could live longer. To accompany him longer. The next day after Su Chuan and Su Mingwei finished their morning exercises, he suddenly said, "Shit is starting today, take some time to teach a Yuan martial arts." A Yuan? Su Mingwei suddenly froze. Did you not want him to do business? Just say it was my instruction. Now we have plenty of internal strength manuals such as Little Dragon Elephant Art, Jiao Long Fist, and Man Bear Strength, plus the manuals that Zhao Delong and the others copied down. Let him choose one. You should also focus on your cultivation and reach innate status as soon as possible. At that time I will provide you with a great opportunity. Yes, father. Su Mingwei would not go against Su Chuan's wishes, but hesitated for a moment before saying, what if a Yuan doesn't want to? Then don't blame me for sending him to the martial arts school. If he practices seriously at home, he can still be freer. Once he goes to the martial arts school, it will be out of my... Su Mingwei sighed lightly in his heart. A Yuan, don't blame your elder brother for not helping you. It's truly hard to go against father's orders. He could already imagine Su Mingyuan's lamenting face when he found out. After breakfast, Su Chuan went out to inspect the farmland and forest, checking on the growth of fruits, vegetables, and fruit trees. If there were any issues, he would provide guidance to the old farmers on what to do. By now he rarely did it himself. In his spare time, he would find a piece of open land to practice the Little Dragon Elephant art. He had already opened 32 meridians, just 4 short of becoming a third-rate martial artist. In the future, with the addition of medicinal meals, the speed would surely be faster. In the Su family's courtyard, no, big brother, let me practice martial arts. Is that father's meaning? What do you mean let me do business? Su Mingyuan stood there frozen, like a statue, unable to move. Wasn't I told to do business? Father didn't tell you to stop doing business. He probably wants you to balance both martial arts and commerce. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, as ugly as it could be. And you also have to balance studying and practicing calligraphy. This is too hard for me. Su Mingxian walked over, noticing Su Mingyuan's expression, and pointed at him, laughing. Second brother, did you eat something bad? Your face looks really terrible. Go away, little charcoal head, go play with your Li Ji. If I was going to go anyway, and now I no longer need you to play with me. Su Mingxian pouted and walked towards the main gate. That kid has no idea how miserable his future days will be. Su Mingyuan sighed and looked at Su Mingwei. Big brother, my own brother, can't you help me plead with father? I tried, but it was useless. Su Mingwei calmly patted Su Mingyuan's shoulder. From father's tone, it seems the future descendants of the Su family will all have to practice martial arts. Sigh, I even envy Dinyo and Fong Fong a bit. At least Uncle Ergo won't be so strict with them. Su Mingyuan lamented, expressing his grievances. Father is doing this for our own good, said Su Mingwei earnestly. I know I'm just venting. If I really had to choose, I wouldn't want to change father. Su Mingyuan took a deep breath, his eyes seemingly resolved. I must practice seriously, even if it's just to prove that a tiger father doesn't raise a dog's son. Seeing Su Mingyuan's demeanor, Su Mingwei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It's just practicing martial arts, not going to war. Why act like you're facing death? Then you choose one, Su Mingwei said, holding several internal strength manuals spread out in a fan shape. Any recommendations? The Little Dragon Elephant art requires higher aptitude, so why not practice Jiao Long Fist? Uncle Lier has practiced it, although it's not much. At least he can teach you the basics, Hansen. Alright, then let's go with Jiao Long Fist. Su Mingwei replied with a smile, finally fulfilling father's instruction. Let's go find Uncle Lier. Since Su Mingyuan also started practicing martial arts, a new figure appeared in the Su family courtyard during morning exercises. Gradually, Zhao Delong's son Fu Gui and Xin Yukai also joined in. With the master of the house working so hard, how could they not try their best to keep up? Currently, the scale of the Su family's industry is not very large. Therefore, they often have a lot of free time. This includes Zhou Ming, who occasionally runs errands for Su Chuan, and Bai Jing contacting others or calculating accounts, offering suggestions. He could see that the Su family had great potential for development. Good days were ahead. As the golden crow rises in the east, the morning light begins to break. In the Su family courtyard, the two brothers Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan are sparring with each other, while Su Chuan Lier and Zhao Dalong watch from the side. Su Mingyuan stands with his feet apart in the 8 trigram stance, his arms wrapped around him like a coiling dragon. This is the starting form of the dragon's wrath fist. Dragon sleeps in the vast abyss. Be careful, elder brother. Just go all out, Su Mingwei replies, calm and unhurried. Time passes as seasons change. 5 springs and autumns have passed since Su Mingyuan began his martial training. Su Mingwei is now 15 years old, already about the same height as Su Chuan, and in 2 years he will surely surpass him. Although Su Mingyuan is shorter, he has been practicing diligently, grinding down his impetuous nature through summer training and winter practice. His eyes now shine with a restrained spirit, having become a true martial artist. He has not given up on studying and practicing writing, but has invested less time than in martial arts. As for business, he only goes out with Chun Ergua after the annual harvest of fruits and vegetables. Now they transport fruits and vegetables to Qinjiang County for sale, gradually establishing the reputation of Su family's produce from Dongxi village. The farmland of both families has increased significantly over the past 5 years. The Su family directly purchases land, currently owning 120 acres of rice fields, 60 acres of farmland, and 80 acres of forest. Among the 80 acres of forest lies a pond known as Bihan Pond, which remains cold but never freezes. After entering the water for 100 meters, it gradually warms, which is quite peculiar. Even martial artists who jump into this pond will freeze to death after staying. As for diving deeper, it is extremely difficult. Because of its peculiarity, Su Chuan has been trying to conquer it. Su Chuan has been into Bihan Pond, but quickly, as his martial arts cultivation continuously advanced, bolstered by his innate talent, his blood energy surged more and more. Though merely a second-tier martial artist, his vitality is more intense than many first-tier martial artists. Su Mingwei is also a second-tier martial artist, having opened 286 acupoints, surpassing Su Chuan by over 20. He is not far from reaching the first-tier martial artist realm. Only a genius who can reach the first-tier martial artist level before the age of 16 would likely be nurtured by a prominent family in the county town. Su Mingwei possesses the innate talent, heavenly strength, and being young has not yet fully formed, making it easier for him to open acupoints. Moreover, he works diligently day and night without neglect. For 5 years he has been nourishing himself with medicinal meals daily, which has contributed to his progress. After acquiring the innate 5 elements transformation art, Su Mingyuan decided that every martial practitioner should take medicinal meals daily for cultivation. Those with innate talents can manage without the aid of medicinal meals. However, ordinary people must rely on medicinal meals or corresponding herbs to supplement their blood energy, or they risk a decline in their vitality. Whether it's medicinal meals or blood energy, herbs, they cost quite a bit of silver. Fortunately, the Su family is now financially capable. A few years ago, they received a windfall of 12,000 taels from the bear boss. The Qingyu pair also brings in a stable income of over 3,000 taels annually. The profits from fruits and vegetables have increased from 7 or 800 taels a year to over 2,000 taels after expansion. The income from the forest fruit trees is similar. The Su family has now become the richest household in Dongxi village, second only to the Su family. Even when accounting for various expenses, the Su family is definitely the top in terms of surplus. However, apart from Su Chuan, Beijing, and Zhou Ming, no one knows about this. Even Su Mingwei and his brothers only have a vague idea. The Su family is very low-key in Dongxi village. The clan's direct line treats others with humility and never acts arrogantly. Even Zhou Ming, Zhao Dalong, and Sun Fuqi are the same. 5 years have passed. They have all married and are quite active in having children. Each family has had 1 or 2 kids. With wives and children, they finally feel rooted in a sense of belonging in Dongxi village. In the future, they no longer struggle solely for themselves, but also for their descendants. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingwei practice against each other. Their palms clawed and crossed, slashing down their waists, twisting explosively, as if a dragon is probing its claws, an angry dragon splitting the waters with an incredibly fierce momentum. Li Er smiled and nodded from the side. Second young master, your dragon's wrath fist is no less impressive than mine. It won't be long before you surpass me. Zhao Dalong glanced at the self-satisfied Li Er and mocked. How can you even compare yourself to the second young master? How old are you and how old is he? By the time the second young master reaches your age, he might already be a first-tier martial artist. Li Er's expression turned sour. His martial arts talent is merely average, making it hard to refute. However, he is from a prestigious family, and his perspective is not something Zhao Dalong and the others can compare to. Su Mingyuan is someone he personally taught. Even with daily medicinal meals, his progress in cultivation is definitely not slow. The medicinal meals he used to take were far more precious than those provided by the Su family, yet he only reached Su Mingyuan's level at 17 or 18. However, this also relates to his own negligence. After getting married, he became even less focused. This led to him still being only a third-tier martial artist. Li Er thought that relying on his family, he could at least live a very smooth life. Who would have thought that unexpected changes would arise? Su Mingyuan and Li Er can see through things, but Su Mingwei remains unfathomable to him. The mere 15-year-old boy seems profound and unfathomable to him, already exhibiting the demeanor of a martial arts master. Could it be that the first young master has quietly become a second-tier martial artist? Second-tier martial artists of such age are quite rare among families in the county. In my Lee family, there were at most 1 or 2 second-tier martial artists under the age of 15 in each generation. With such outstanding talents in the first young master and the second young master, could it be that the Su family has inherited a martial arts bloodline? Lier pondered quietly. He had heard that some prominent families in the county town possess bloodlines, making it easier for them to produce martial arts experts. As Su Mingyuan's attack comes, Su Mingwei remains unfazed, crossing his arms to protect his chest, directly blocking Su Mingyuan's strike. Immediately afterward, he launched an outward spiral palm strike. With explosive force, Su Mingyuan was sent flying. After a somersault, he knelt on one knee, sliding 2 or 3 meters before coming to a stop. Reverse scale surfing. Su Mingyuan bent low, sliding on the ground as his right fist spiraled upward in a thrust. This move targets the lower 3 paths. Su Mingwei smiled, lifting a corner of his long gown, raising his legs, repeatedly stepping back. After a few steps, he discerned the opponent's move, stabilizing on one leg, as if his feet were rooted to the ground, remaining immovable. He swung his right leg like an elephant's trunk, directly colliding with Su Mingyuan's right fist. Su Mingyuan tumbled several times, looking quite disheveled, while Su Mingwei, despite the counterforce, remained steady as a mountain, slowly placing his leg down. Good. Zhao Dalong's son Fuqi and Qin Yukai all cheered loudly. Seeing Su Mingyuan's grimace, Su Chuan chuckled. Ah, Yuan, with your mediocre skills, you shouldn't embarrass yourself in front of a rock. Zhao Dalong, when you face the rock, hold nothing back. Yes, head of the family. Zhao Dalong stepped forward to cup his fists at Su Chuan, then turned back to Su Mingwei, saying, "First young master, please give me guidance." Zhao Dalong had once been an apprentice at a martial arts hall, frequently engaging in sparring. His combat experience far exceeds that of Su Mingyuan, no longer strictly adhering to the techniques and manuals, but instead being flexible and adaptable. Every strike targets vital points, fierce and decisive. However, even so, he was unable to inflict a single scratch on Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei only ever uses the strength of a third-tier martial artist in front of others, but his perception and combat skills are richer than those of Zhao Dalong and the others. In the past 2 years, he has often ventured into the mountains every few days to fight beasts. He frequently returns with the carcasses of fierce animals. Just the wolf and fox pelts alone are worth quite a bit. He even once brought back a complete white fox. The white fox, swift as the wind, is difficult for even first-tier martial artists to catch in the forest. A complete white fox pelt is worth over 1,000 taels in Qingjiang County. Su Chuan let Su Mingwei decide for himself, and without hesitation he made it into a fur coat and gifted it to Bai Jing. Bai Jing was very touched and couldn't bear to wear it. Moments later, Zhao Dalong could no longer hold his ground. Su Chuan said again, "Son Fuqi, Xian Youcai, the two of you joined Zhao Dalong to attack the head of the family." The two, itching for a fight, quickly rushed into the fray after the family head's order. With 3 of them attacking, each having opened over 20 acupoints, Su Mingwei finally started. He slightly increased the power of his internal energy. In the face of the onslaught, Su Mingwei primarily focused on defense and evasion. His body moved in a shaped path, lifting his knees and swinging his arms to block. As he landed, he tapped the ground with his toes, unleashing a concentrated burst of speed as he darted between several opponents. It was as if a fire dragon soared over the swamp, embodying both flexibility and explosive power. This technique was from the little dragon elephant skill known as the dragon's dance through the marsh. With this back-and-forth maneuver, after a dozen breaths, a flaw appeared in the 3-man siege. Su Mingwei's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. With a sweeping kick, he sent 2 of them flying, then took the opportunity to twist his body and leap into the air. His right leg struck down like a battle axe onto the last person's shoulder. Boom. That incomprehensible power was like a 1,000-pound boulder, forcing him to kneel on one knee with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "This ends here," Su Chuan suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei withdrew his foot, exhaling deeply, his expression calm, not a drop of sweat visible on his face. Zhao Dalong and the others stood up, cupping their fists and bowing to him, their faces filled with admiration as they spoke in unison. "Thank you, young master, for your— You are too kind. I merely had a slight advantage by chance," Su Chuan replied with a satisfied nod. At that moment, a plump little girl resembling a porcelain doll came over and cheerfully exclaimed, "Daddy, big brother, second brother, breakfast is ready." Li Zhao Dalong and the others also chimed in. "Then master, we will take our leave." Su Chuan nodded. If he had been alone in the past, sharing a meal wouldn't have mattered much. But now they had all started families of their own with children. Eating and drinking at the main household now felt inappropriate. The Su family treated them well, with a monthly stipend of 5 taels, which was absolutely unique in the entire Dongxi village. "My little Shueji," Su Chuan walked over and picked her up, affectionately tapping her nose, causing her to giggle and say, "Daddy, that tickles." The little girl was Su Mingshu. As the only girl, she was showered with love and attention in the Su family. On the 8 Immortals table, there was a large bowl of meat porridge in the center surrounded by scallion pancakes, egg pancakes, pickles, and marinated radishes. It was quite a sumptuous meal. There were 7 members in the Su family, but only 6 were seated at the table. The absent one was Su Ming Chuan, who had been sent to the Tianlong Martial Arts Center in Qinjiang County 3 years ago. He was accompanied by Li Ji, and the two returned home only once every 7 days. Tomorrow Chanda will come back. I wonder if he has lost weight. Bai Jing served Su Chuan a bowl of white porridge, her eyes filled with longing for her son. He is well regarded at the Tianlong Martial Arts Center, so he won't suffer any grievances. Su Chuan replied nonchalantly, prompting Bai Jing to voice her complaints, expressing her dissatisfaction. There are quite a few martial artists at home. Why must Chanda go to the martial arts center? The martial arts center is a mixed bag. How can you guarantee he won't be bullied? Su Chuan did not elaborate much. Sending them to the martial arts center was naturally purposeful. On one hand, it was for better training, on the other to expand their connections. Due to their talents, both were accepted as disciples by a peak postnatal instructor at the martial arts center. With this connection, the martial arts instructor also became friendly with the Su family. After finishing breakfast, Su Chuan set down his bowl and looked at Su Mingyuan. A couple of days ago, Uncle Ergo suggested that our two families partner to open a fruit and vegetable shop in the county town. What do you think? Open a shop in the county town. Was it your aunt who instigated this? Su Mingyuan replied with some skepticism, saying, I heard from Dainyu that their family seems to have intentions of moving to the county town. Given the scale of fruit and vegetable production from both our family's farmlands and mountains, providing for 2 or 3 fruit and vegetable shops is absolutely no problem. If we really do open one, I suggest we open our own. With the quality of our fruits and vegetables plus the Qingyu pear as our signature, even if we don't dominate the market, we can surely have a booming business. By the way, I remember that in about half a month the Qingyu pear will also ripen. Using it as the seasonal fruit will definitely help establish our reputation. However, if that's the case, what about the Su family? Su Mingyuan glanced at Su Chuan's expression, knowing that he preferred to maintain restraint regarding the Su family. For many years the Qingyu pear had still been sold to the Su family. But every time he saw the arrogant expressions of those from the Su family when they came to collect the Qingyu pear, Su Mingyuan felt a surge of anger, wishing he could rush up and slap them across the face. Su family. Su Chuan murmured, a faint smile appearing. Since you already have a plan, starting this year we will no longer sell. That's wonderful, Daddy. I will have Zhou Ming assist you in setting up the shop in Qinjiang County Town. You can get as much silver as you need from your mother. Li Er Zhao Dalong and the others will also be under your command. Su Mingyuan nodded with a smile, rubbing his fists together, filled with enthusiasm. This would be the first step for the Su family to officially move towards the county town. At this moment, Bai Jing suddenly spoke. If we don't cooperate with the Ergo family, will they have any objections? Su Mingyuan replied, Mother, you don't know, it used to be fine when Uncle Ergo was in charge, but later when it changed to Aunt, she privately sold several times, raised prices, and engaged in small tricks. Several times it almost tarnished our Su family's reputation. If it weren't for the friendship between Uncle Ergo and Daddy, I would have long stopped our cooperation with them. Is there really such a thing? Bai Jing looked astonished. Su Chuan remained calm about the matter, simply expressing his thoughts with 8 words, too shrewd, insatiable greed. Since you are handling the shop matter, then you can also speak to Ergo about it, make it clear. Understood. I won't damage the friendship between Daddy and Uncle Ergo. Su Mingyuan thought for a moment, and said, I'll go visit him now to avoid unnecessary delays. He quickly finished the remaining porridge and hurried out. Daddy, I also want to go into the mountains. Su Mingwei stood up and said. Su Chuan responded. At this moment Su Mingshu suddenly stood up, tugging at Su Mingwei's sleeve, looking up, and saying, Big brother, I want a small animal. Su Mingwei hesitated. The fierce beasts in the mountains were wild and hard to tame, not something that could be casually brought back. If there are young ones, bringing a few back wouldn't be a problem, Su Chuan said. Understood. Su Mingwei squatted down to ruffle Su Mingshu's hair. Big brother will bring. Thank you, big brother. Su Mingshu had also awakened a fateful talent, Whispers of All Beasts. This was the last unclaimed fateful talent on the bloodline. It allowed her to communicate with all beasts, making them naturally friendly. As for the avoiding harm and seeking benefit talent, it had long been given to Su Mingxian. Xueji and Yin knew both of you are 6 now, it's time to start practicing martial arts, understood? Su Chuan said. Bai Jing shuddered slightly, but said nothing more, continuing to clear the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Yes, Daddy. Su Mingshu's eyes were curious, while Su Mingxian was somewhat excited, her little fists clenched. Who will teach us then, Daddy? Su Mingxian asked with bright eyes. Su Chuan chuckled. I will personally teach you. Su Mingyuan arrived at the entrance of the Chen family. The gatekeeper, upon seeing him, immediately cupped his hands and said, Second young master Su, are you here to see the eldest young master or the master? These servants were aware of the close relationship between the Su and Chen families, as they interacted frequently. I am looking for Uncle Ergo. Second young master Su, please follow me, the servant replied. With the cooperation between the Chuan and Su families, they became one of the largest landlords in Dongxi village after 5 years of development. Compared to his second-rate warrior elder brother, his life was evidently more prosperous. His elder brother Chen Daming married the daughter of a wealthy merchant, but he lacked the ability to earn money and was not skilled in business. 2 years ago, he had borrowed a considerable amount of silver from his father and father-in-law using connections to become a minor official in the Xinjiang County office. Although he could occasionally make a little profit, it was just average. Sometimes, he would also borrow money from Chen Ergu. In front of his elder brother, Chen Ergu had finally stopped being so submissive and stood up straight. Of course, if Chuan Daming could become a top-tier warrior, it would be a different story. However, at his current age of no confusion, his potential had long been exhausted. Being a second-rate warrior was already his limit. It was also for this reason that he sought to enter the Xinjiang County office. A secure job at least provided stability. Now the courtyard of the Chuan family had been renovated, and a new large courtyard was built. It occupied an area 1.5 times larger than the Su families. They also hired accountants, house servants, and maids exuding the demeanor of genuine landlords. Su Mingyuan entered the Chuan family, surveying his surroundings, and thought, Uncle Ergu really knows how to enjoy life. After not visiting for a month or two, there's a newly planted osmanthus tree and a rockery. In the front yard, Chen Daniu was practicing martial arts at home. Upon seeing Su Mingyuan, he immediately stopped his movements and walked over with a smile, asking, "What brings you here?" After Su Mingyuan began his martial arts training, Chen Daniu also brought it up with his father. Chen Ergu, seeing that everyone in the Su family practiced martial arts, sent him to a martial arts school. The Black Tiger Martial Arts School had acquaintances of Chen Daming, and as Chen Daniu was Chuan Daming's nephew, he would at least receive some consideration. However, whether he succeeded in martial arts depended on his own efforts. Fortunately, Chen Daniu was different from Chen Ergu. He was persistent. He would rise at dawn to practice and only rest at midnight. With his family sparing no effort in training him, Chen Daniu's strength was close to that of Su Mingyuan, and within 2 or 3 years becoming a third-rate warrior would not be a problem. There was hope for him to become a second-rate warrior before the age of 30. "Come on, Yuan," Chen Daniu said. "It's rare for me to see you back. Let's spar a bit." "Not now. I am here to see Uncle Ergu on business." Su Mingyuan smiled, not mentioning his cousin who had already passed away, but he quite appreciated the temperament of the Chen father and son. He was clear about boundaries. After all, Su Chuan set a good example for them. "If you're looking for my father, that's fine, but with your divided attention, you will soon be surpassed by me." "Haha, what does competing with me count for? Practicing martial arts was forced upon me by my father. If you want to compare, go compare with my elder brother. In terms of martial arts talent, I am far inferior to him. I'm not foolish, I will only compete with you." Seeing Chuan Dania's clever expression, Su Mingyuan felt a bit speechless and waved his hand. "It won't interfere with your martial arts practice. We can chat later." Then he followed the servant to the inner courtyard. "Ah, Yuan, what brings you here?" Upon seeing him, Chen Ergu's face lit up with surprise, and he waved his hand at the servant to leave. The servant bowed and left the inner courtyard, returning to stand at the entrance. "Is there something you need? Come, let's go to the study and talk." Upon entering the study, a row of bookshelves filled with books came into view. Seeing Su Mingyuan looking over, Chen Ergu smiled and explained, "Just for show, you know Uncle Ergu doesn't have much knowledge, so I can only put up a front. I've increasingly felt that Brother Chuan's decision to have you read and practice writing since childhood was incredibly correct. Even after starting martial arts, you haven't given up studying, unlike my Dainyu, who is now completely devoted to martial arts. The things learned in school over the past few years are probably almost forgotten. Ah, Yuan, have a seat." Chen Ergu invited Su Mingyuan to sit down, and then asked, "Would you like some tea?" "No, I've just finished breakfast." Su Mingyuan smiled and said, "Uncle Ergu, that's not the case. Dainyu is quite good. His future achievements in martial arts will surely surpass his uncle's." "That's true," Chen Ergu said with a smug expression. "I have spent a considerable amount of silver on him. If there are no results, it would be a waste." "Enough idle chatter. What did you want to talk to me about?" Chen Ergu poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. "Uncle Ergu mentioned to my father before about opening a shop in the county town, right?" "That's right. Did your father agree?" Su Mingyuan nodded. "As for opening a shop, my father is also supportive. Ultimately, there are limitations to developing in Dongxi village. Our Su family's future focus will also be in Xinjiang County town." "Is that so?" Chen Ergu's face revealed joy. "Then let's discuss how to open this shop together." "No need for that, Uncle Ergu." "What do you mean?" Chen Ergu was slightly taken aback, looking at Su Mingyuan in surprise. At 13 years old, the childishness on his face was gradually disappearing, revealing a bit of elegance and confidence. Xinjiang County is different from the countryside. It is filled with dignitaries and wealthy people. If the two families join together and something goes wrong, years of effort from both families would be wasted. So I suggest that we operate separately." "You mean to say that each family should open its own shop and operate independently?" Su Mingyuan nodded. Chen Ergu began to ponder. After these years of experience, he was no longer a novice and had his own calculations in business. That's not impossible. Qinjiang County town is the wealthiest and largest among the nearby counties. The market for fruits and vegetables is substantial. As long as we don't open too close to each other, it won't affect our businesses, and we can maximize our profits. Seeing Chuan Ergu's interest, Su Mingyuan said, then let's decide on this. My father has already entrusted me with full responsibility for the Su family's fruit and vegetable shop in Qinjiang County. I still have to busy myself with it. Qinjiang County town is full of hidden talents. Well, I also need to plan it out well. Su Mingyuan took his leave, and as he exited the inner courtyard, he happened to catch sight of Su Yin coming out of the room. She frowned slightly and walked to the study saying, "Was that a Yuan just now? What did he come for? Is it about the cooperation for the fruit and vegetable shop in Qinjiang County?" "That's right," Chen Ergu replied. "However, after much consideration, I've decided to operate separately. Each family will open its own shop. We can't rely on the Su family's name for everything in the future, can we?" "That's true, but nowadays." Su Yin was about to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Ergu raising his hand. "All right, let's discuss the shop matters together." She sighed slightly in her heart. It seems the Su family no longer wishes to cooperate. Well, then there's no need to hold back. We can go all out. "Madam, do you think our shop should be opened in the East Market or the West Market?" Chen Ergu asked. "The East Market has many high-ranking officials and nobles, while the West Market has more common folks." "Of course the East Market is bustling, and we can earn more there." Su Mingyuan said, "Father, where do you think our shop should be opened in the East Market or the West Market?" "Let's stick with the East Market. We were selling there before and already have a foundation." After pondering, Su Mingyuan replied to Su Chuan. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Yuan selling from stalls is different from opening a shop altogether. Broken Tooth Mountain. Layers of green peaks rise majestically shrouded in mist. Towering over 1,000 feet, it is named for its summit, which splits into two parts resembling the broken fangs of a giant beast. From a distance, it appears like a primordial ferocious beast lying in the sea of clouds. The mountains and fields for 10 miles around rely on Broken Tooth Mountain for their existence, and even though villagers continuously clear the forest, they still occupy only a small fraction of it. Deep within Broken Tooth Mountain, various fierce beasts roam in packs. Even top-tier martial artists cannot guarantee their safe passage across the entire mountain. It is said that intelligent demonic beasts live here. At this moment, a deep blue figure leaps through the dense forest like a monkey moving with incredible agility. Every time it changes position, it startles a flock of birds. This person is Su Mingwei, carrying two bows on his back. One is a black iron longbow, and the other is a pine-colored longbow. The black iron longbow is a specially crafted powerful bow. Just to draw it requires a force of over 1,000 pounds, and to fully draw it into a crescent shape, over 3,000 pounds are needed. Only top-tier martial artists can achieve a full draw with sheer strength. Only peak martial artists with their meridians fully connected can handle it with ease and precision. The arrows shot from this bow fly like lightning, carrying tremendous force. Even an initial stage martial artist can inflict serious injuries if given the chance. As for Su Mingwei, his innate strength now grants him an arm's force of 4,200 pounds combined with the talent of eagle eye, allowing him to lock on to his target. If he seizes the opportunity, it is not just a simple injury. It is definitely a one-hit kill. The other pine-colored longbow is much more ordinary, sufficient for hunting common fierce tigers and wolves. Su Mingwei only uses the black iron longbow to deal with certain extraordinary beasts. He has already ventured over 10 miles beyond the outskirts cleared by the common folk. Villagers and hunters would never venture this deep. "Last time I almost reached this spot," Su Mingwei said as he moved into a few more positions, finally discovering a mark he had carved with a dagger on the trunk of a large tree. It was the character Su. Carved deeply, the strokes flowed like a dragon, exuding a sense of grandeur. Su Chuan required the Su family disciples to practice calligraphy until the age of 15. 10 years of hard practice. Practicing calligraphy is also a way to refine the heart. Su Mingwei only recently realized this, growing increasingly in admiration for Su Chuan. Thus he still practices frequently to express his ambitions. "The small animals that Shueji wants can wait until I return to look for them." Su Mingwei glanced around and continued to delve deeper. Compared to running on the ground, jumping in the trees is much safer. Suddenly a sharp sound of air being sliced through reached his side, and he saw a fist-sized object hurtling towards his head. Su Mingwei twisted his waist, slightly shifting his body to evade the sudden attack. However, since he was attacked while mid-leap, he could only land on the ground. Looking up, he saw a towering red-faced, white-haired monkey about the height of a person grinning at him from a massive tree trunk, dancing its hands and feet. What a strong monkey! Su Mingwei's pupils narrowed. It was his first time encountering such a species of monkey. That arm strength must be at least 1,000 pounds, right? If an ordinary hunter encountered it, they would probably be injured severely in a single encounter. The white-haired monkey seemed a bit agitated and hurled a dark round object at him again. Su Mingwei once again evaded effortlessly. He even felt curious stepping aside to pick up the object and examining it. A fruit. What a peculiar fruit, it's surprisingly hard. Su Mingwei gripped it tightly, as if squeezing a stone, leaving him quite astonished. What a peculiar fruit, it's surprisingly hard. Su Mingwei gripped it tightly, as if squeezing a stone, leaving him quite astonished. Although the white-haired monkey was also agile, Su Mingwei's throwing speed far surpassed its reaction. It dodged, but not completely. It still got grazed on its waist, and a splash of blood flew out. Roar! The white-haired monkey yelled in pain, covering its wound with its hand. After glancing at Su Mingwei, a hint of fear appeared in its eyes, and with a couple of growls it quickly retreated with a trace of resentment. At least you know your place. Su Mingwei smiled slightly. Had it attacked again, he would definitely have killed it. He found another black fruit, stowed it in his pack, and continued onward. Delving deeper into Broken Tooth Mountain, Su Mingwei was not simply hunting beasts. That would take too much time. He could find several in just a moment. He mainly sought extraordinary beasts for training, such as fierce tigers and giant bears. Among them, certain varieties possess strength that surpasses even some top-tier martial artists. Su Mingwei aimed to engage them in close combat for real-world training. Suddenly the view ahead opened up. A small light blue lake glimmered under the light coming into his sight. Weapons, agility, and Su Mingwei aimed to engage them in close combat for real-world training. Suddenly the view ahead opened up. A small light blue lake glimmered under the light coming into his sight. Surrounding the lake was a patch of grassy land. What a pleasant scenery here, Su Mingwei murmured, scanning the area, and spotted a fierce tiger at the opposite end of the lake, its height exceeding that of a person, with brown fur and black stripes. Its limbs were robust, tail thick and long, adorned with black rings, the tip also black. Its overall shape conveyed a sense of power and dynamism. Su Mingwei's pupils constricted slightly, as he could clearly see the character king on its forehead when it turned its head. At that moment, it was dragging an antlered deer into the woods. What a fierce tiger! It is even more robust and powerful than the ones I encountered before. Su Mingwei immediately followed after it, trailing along until he reached the foot of a low hill. The hillside was nearly vertical, as if cleaved by a sword. The walls were adorned with clematis blooming large and vibrant flowers. At the foot of the mountain was a cave, evidently the dwelling of this fierce tiger. Su Mingwei quickly approached. The tiger's ears twitched, as if sensing something. It loosened its grip and turned to look. Its large bright amber eyes shone with a sharp light, fixated on Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei set his longbow and quiver aside, laughing as he leaped up, fist clenched, striking down. The tiger's eyes flashed, and it leaped up as well, swinging its front paw to strike fiercely. Boom! The clash of fist and paw resulted in a standoff, both the human and the tiger recoiling. What an incredible force! Su Mingwei grinned, baring his teeth. An ordinary tiger weighs over 2,000 pounds with a maximum of around 3,000, but the one before him could strike with over 4,000 pounds of force. Even an average bear could be sent spinning away with a single blow. Come again! Su Mingwei's fighting spirit surged, his blood boiling. Roar, roar, roar! The tiger felt its authority was provoked, roaring in anger, its eyes reflecting a predatory gaze. Su Mingwei stomped on the ground, shattering it, as he shot forth like an arrow. The tiger did not face him directly, but leaped to the side. As Su Mingwei's movement momentarily slowed, a thick, long black striped tail whipped towards him like a whip. The sound rushed to his ears in an instant. Su Mingwei raised his arms to shield himself, but was still sent flying several meters. Just then the tiger bared its fangs, opening its bloody mouth, lunging to bite him. Su Mingwei smirked, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, his right leg shooting out like a spear, striking the tiger and sending it flying over 10 meters. The tiger landed, rolling 2 to 3 times before rising, its eyes solemnly fixated on Su Mingwei. At that moment a roar echoed from the cave, and a slightly smaller, lighter-colored tiger stepped out. A female tiger. So this place harbors a pair of tiger mates. Just right, the pressure of a single ferocious tiger is not enough. Su Mingwei laughed maniacally. He knew that he had just fought with pure strength against the beast. If he had used his internal energy and martial skills, he could have toyed with it. The male tiger turned its head and roared at the female tiger. The female tiger responded. Then the male and female tigers encircled Su Mingwei from 2 directions. Their movements were very skilled, indicating that it was not their first time hunting other beasts in this manner. The male tiger lunged forward first, while the female tiger slowly approached. Su Mingwei, while battling the male tiger, kept a third of his attention focused on the female. It would occasionally pounce and whip its tail, but it never succeeded. Su Mingwei began to use the techniques from the little dragon elephant skill, combined with internal energy, each strike carrying nearly 6,000 pounds of force. The 2 ferocious tigers were very strong, enduring several punches without faltering. Good, this is how it should feel. Su Mingwei no longer held back, unleashing his agility and martial skills. Bang! 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 The The wind from his punches was fierce, howling through the air. The sound of his fists breaking through the air reverberated throughout the area. After a short while, this pair of tiger mates was killed by Su Mingwei's punches. He showed no mercy. This was the most primal form of combat, where it was a matter of life and death for both sides. If he were unable to prevail, it could very well be his own demise today. This fur is quite good. Such a large piece should be worth 400 to 500 taels. Usually, it would only fetch over 300 taels. Su Mingwei took out a dagger and began to skillfully skin the tigers. If he were to bring back the complete carcasses, they would naturally be worth even more, but they would be cumbersome to carry and could easily expose his strength. After finishing, Su Mingwei neatly stored the pelts, making his bundle swell up. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced back at the cave. Out of curiosity, he stepped inside to explore. The cave was not large, with the ground only 5 to 6 meters high from the ceiling, and in some low areas, it was even just over 2 meters. Drip drip, Su Mingwei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small pond. Water was continuously dripping from above. His eagle eye allowed him to see as clearly in the dark as during the day, which was quite remarkable. He looked around and saw a stone platform with a pile of grass, thinking it must be a resting place for the tigers. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sound came from the haystack. Su Mingwei walked over to take a look and saw a small creature the size of a kitten, still with its eyes closed, pawing at the withered grass and twigs. Is this a cub tiger? Its fur is actually white. Could it be a different species? Su Mingwei was somewhat surprised, but then sighed softly. If he had known that the female tiger had just given birth, he might have spared its life. Without the female tiger, the cub would find it very difficult to survive. That's right, didn't Xiao Xueji want a small animal? Perfect, I'll take it back, but I wonder if it will be wild and hard to tame in the future. Well, whatever happens in the future will be dealt with then. At worst, if it goes crazy, I can just kill it again. Before the festival, he would be able to break through to the first-class martial artist realm, making it even easier. Su Mingwei picked up the little white tiger, initially planning to put it in his bundle, but thinking of its parents' pelts inside, he felt it was inappropriate, and simply tucked it into his embrace. This outing has yielded rewards, so it's time to head back. Su Mingwei slung his longbow and quiver over his shoulder and returned along the path he came. Upon reaching the Su family, it was just in time for lunch. Su Chuan had taught Su Mingzhu and Su Mingxian martial arts in the morning, then went out for a while before returning to supervise their calligraphy practice. You came back so early today. Father, Su Mingwei smiled, saying, I encountered 2 ferocious tigers this time, truly remarkable, and they were significantly larger than usual. I obtained 2 tiger skins. Do you think we should keep them for our own use or sell them in Qinjiang County? I estimate one could sell for over 500 taels. Then you should clean them up and take them to sell. Keep the money for Ah Yuan. He needs to prepare more silver over there, better safe than sorry. No problem. Elder brother. Su Mingzhu ran over, tugging at his clothes, looking up with anticipation and asking, where's the small animal I wanted? Su Mingwei smiled and took out a big bundle from his bulging embrace. What a cute little white cat, I really like it. Su Chuan squinted his eyes and pondered, saying, is this a white tiger? Su Mingxian, who was originally not very interested, also came over upon hearing white tiger and scrutinized it closely. Because he had never seen a white tiger before. What a small one, Su Mingxian remarked. It was just born not long ago with its eyes still closed. If I had known that the female tiger had just given birth, I would have spared its life. Without its parents it won't survive, which is why I brought it back. Su Mingwei explained. Su Chuan nodded and said, then let Xueji take care of it. Su Mingzhu took the little white tiger and gently stroked it, saying softly, little white tiger, you will be my pet from now on. Su Mingwei smiled. Fourth sister, it will grow up to be taller and fiercer than you, so be careful not to have your head bitten off by it. Su Mingxian grinned and joked, humph, stinky little brother, little white won't do that, will you, little white? Su Chuan carefully examined and also reached out to pet it, saying, since it's been given a name Xueji, you must take good care of it from now on. I observe it was born almost 2 weeks ago. Even without the female tiger's milk, it should be fine. I will write down some care instructions, and you can follow them to take care of. Thank you, father, you are the best. Su Mingzhu sweetly called out. Su Chuan ruffled her hair, and then wrote down a page of instructions, handing it to Su Mingzhu, who immediately bounced away joyfully. Su Mingxian looked at Su Chuan and said, father, tigers are ferocious beasts. Won't it be dangerous to raise one? What are you worried about your fourth sister? I'm not worried about her. Su Mingxian turned her head away with a proud expression. Don't worry, Xueji will have no problem raising it, Su Chuan assured with a smile. Go practice your writing. Finish those before you can eat lunch. Yes, father. Su Mingwei was somewhat surprised, not understanding why his father was so confident. Yet he chose to trust him. By the way, father, I also have these 2 strange fruits. They are hard as rocks, and I don't know what they are. You have seen many things, please take a look. Su Chuan nodded, took them, but couldn't deduce their nature, so he simply set them aside. Su Mingwei returned to his room, hung up the bow and arrows, and then went to clean the bloodstains from the tiger skins to remove the foul odor. Time passed quickly to the next day at noon. Seeing the tiger skins dried, Su Mingwei rode his horse to the county magistrate's office. In less than half an hour he arrived at the city gate of Qingjiang County. The 20-meter-high city wall was constructed from solid basalt extending several kilometers to either side, resembling a dragon's spine stretching across the plain. The gray wall bore the marks of time, with green moss covering its base. In the center were two large elm wood doors reinforced with iron leaves with bronze beast heads embedded in the door panels holding fist-sized copper rings. Each door was 3 to 4 meters wide, over 10 meters high, and more than 30 centimeters thick, all coated in bright red paint. Here people came and went with carts and horses passing through, and soldiers stationed at the gate patrolled to check the identities of those entering and leaving. After dismounting, Su Mingwei led his horse forward. Those without registered household status in Qingjiang County were required to pay an entry fee to enter the city and obtain a temporary identity badge. Merchants also had to register and pay business taxes. Naturally, Su Mingwei did not need to do that. After briefly showing his identification, he led his horse into the city. In Qingjiang County, the West Market. Su Mingwei held the reins and walked slowly, a hint of a knowing smile playing at the corner of his lips. The sound of hooves on the bluestone path was as fragmented as the ticking of a clock. The surroundings were bustling with the shouts of wine sellers, the clanging of scales in front of rouge shops, and the crisp sound of silver coins dropping in tea houses. What my father said is indeed correct. In this world, everyone is bustling for profit. When there are many people, there will naturally be a variety of trades that arise from their demands. The West Market has many vendors and small shops, but the combined profits here might surpass those of the major shops in the East Market. Su Mingwei arrived at the Yunlai Inn where Su Mingyuan was temporarily staying. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Su Mingyuan, Zhou Ming, Zhao Dalong, and others walking out. "Ah, Yuan," Su Mingwei suddenly called out. Su Mingyuan, who was advising Zhou Ming, paused slightly, turned his head, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. "Eldest brother." Several of them quickly walked over. "Eldest brother, what brings you here?" "Young master." Zhou Ming and the others bowed in greeting. Su Mingwei nodded and smiled, saying, "I went into the mountains yesterday and had some gains. I came to sell some hides. My father said the money from the sold hides is for you. I thought since you're familiar with Qingjiang County, I would come find you first. You came to the right place. In the past few years in the county, I have indeed accumulated some connections." Su Mingyuan laughed heartily. "If you went directly to a pawn shop or elsewhere, you wouldn't get too high a price. Mr. Zhou, you all proceed as previously discussed. I will accompany my elder brother to handle some matters." "All right, second young master." Zhou Ming led Zhao Dalong and the others away. Su Mingyuan said, "Eldest brother, let's walk and talk. What good hides did you hunt this time? Is it from a blue wolf, a flowered leopard, or perhaps a silver fox? You can see for yourself." Su Mingwei opened the bundle for Su Mingyuan to have a look. "This color of fierce tiger. The fur's quality is good. Is there any damage? Such a drum should contain more than one hide, right? 2 hides, 1 male, and 1 female, a pair of mates. The male tiger is nearly 5 feet tall and weighs over 1,000 pounds, while the female is slightly smaller, but still more robust than an ordinary tiger." Su Mingwei elaborated, "They also had a cub which I brought back to keep as a companion for Xueji." Keeping a tiger cub as a companion. Su Mingyuan was slightly surprised. After all, most people wouldn't have the courage to do such a thing. After all, once it grows up, ordinary warriors would not be able to handle it. If one were not careful, even top-tier warriors could suffer severe injuries. "My father allowed it. He said Xueji could raise it without any issue." "All right then, my father must be right." Su Mingyuan pondered briefly and decided not to dwell on this issue. His mind was agile, and in just a moment he thought of a way to increase the price of these two. The two brothers arrived at the East Market and entered an ancient-style tea house. This tea house was called Shuyu Xian and had 3 floors. The first floor was a hall with 8 Immortals tables everywhere. In the center there was a storytelling stage where storytellers would perform daily, sharing tales of heroes, famous generals, and intriguing anecdotes. Most of the tables were piled high with snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts. The waitstaff would occasionally shout "coming" in a sharp voice as if pinching their throats. The second floor had individual private rooms. The deposit for a single private room could allow one person to listen for half a month in the hall below. As for the third floor, it required advance reservations. A tea house. Su Mingyuan looked surprised. "Here to sell." Eldest brother Shuyu Xian is the most famous tea house in the East Market. Its owner is named Chang Haowen, and he is in his 20s. I've heard he has a significant background, and the tea house is just one of his businesses. I happened to meet him by chance. At that moment a waiter approached quickly and shouted, "You two can sit anywhere. What would you like to order?" "I am looking for young Master Chang." The young servant paused for a moment, and then ran to the counter to speak to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced over, and then walked over smiling and cupping his hands, saying, "So it's young Master Su. My young master was just mentioning you a few days ago." Su Mingyuan cupped his hands in return. "Master, may I ask if young Master Chang is here today?" He is in the elegant room on the second floor, I will take you there. Upon arriving at the second floor, knock knock, young Master Su Mingyuan has arrived. Su Mingyuan. A rich magnetic voice came from inside. Please you two. Master he opened the door inviting the two and then returned to the counter to continue his work. The room inside was spacious with several light yellow pearwood chairs arranged around a coffee table. A young man adorned with a jade-inlaid silver crown and dressed in luxurious crimson and gold robes lounged comfortably. He had a face as beautiful as jade with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes and a hint of a casual smile at the corners of his lips. Beside him a young girl in her prime was gently fanning him with a jade fan. Brother Su has arrived to make yourself at home. Oh, you brought someone today. Chong Haowen turned slightly surprised to see the two, and upon noticing their similar features he smiled lightly and asked, "Is he your brother, or perhaps a cousin?" Su Mingyuan casually took a seat and beckoned Su Mingwei to join him, then introduced, "This is my elder brother, my real brother, named Su Mingwei. Wei as in height. Nanshan is majestic, the fierce fox is secure." Chong Haowen commented praising, "It has the grandeur of mountains and the ambition of soaring clouds, it's a good name." "You flatter me, young Master Chong." Su Mingwei clasped his hands in a salute, standing tall like a pine tree reaching for the sun, his demeanor calm, with no trace of flattery or arrogance in his gaze. Chong Haowen nodded slightly, and then looked at Su Mingyuan saying, "You didn't come to find me just for tea and idle chat today, did you?" "Of course not. I came to strengthen our relationship and handle one or two matters." Chong Haowen chuckled. "Speak up then. Young Master Chong, please take a look at these two hides and give your evaluation." Su Mingyuan took out the two tiger hides from his bundle and spread them out with Su Mingwei. Chong Haowen's expression remained unchanged as he examined them closely. "Not bad. These can be considered rare tigers. I estimate that even top-tier warriors would find it dangerous to confront them directly, and these two hides are quite intact. Either they were killed with a single strike to the eye or throat, or they were pounded to death with repeated blows. Regardless of how it happened, the one who killed this tiger must be quite remarkable. Your discernment is as sharp as ever, young Master Chong," Su Mingyuan praised with a smile. "However, there is something even more precious." "Oh, what is it?" "These two hides, one male and one female, belong to a pair of tiger mates. They fought to protect their cub and perished in the process." "Indeed, that's impressive," Chong Haowen replied, nonchalantly glancing at Su Mingyuan before smiling. "Brother Su, are you implying that you intend to sell these to me? What do you think they are worth?" "Two ordinary rare tiger hides can fetch 1,000 taels. With this story, they could be worth 1,200 taels. Do you doubt my words, young Master Chong?" Seeing his expression, Su Mingyuan smiled lightly. "It's common for merchants to exaggerate the value of their goods. But what if I can prove it's true? Would you be willing to buy it for 1,200 taels?" Chong Haowen smiled slightly, not minding. "If you can prove it, then spending over 1,000 taels to buy it would be no problem." "But how would you do that?" "It's simple. Young Master Chong, you might think my story is just that, a story, and that the mention of a cub is unfounded. But unfortunately, the cub of this pair of tigers is currently being raised at my home. You just need to send someone to my house to take a look. If there is a cub, then this story is naturally true." Upon hearing this, Chong Haowen was momentarily taken aback. "You intend to raise a rare tiger cub? Even if raised from a young age, when its claws and teeth become sharp, it will eventually reveal its wild nature. If not careful, it could easily crush its owner's throat. Even if it's not a demon tiger, taming one requires animal taming skills, which is a technique close to that of cultivators." Su Mingyuan smiled gently. "We'll talk about that in the future. If it truly poses a threat, my family naturally won't keep such a menace." Seeing that Su Mingyuan spoke with conviction, Chong Haowen believed him to some extent. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Brother Su, you are a merchant. You previously told me that while merchants seek profit, they must also base their dealings on honesty. I naturally believe in your character, so there is no need for verification. If your family can truly tame it in the future, just invite me to observe." "Haha, then I thank you, young Master Chong. However, regarding the visit, that might take some time. Right now it's still just a little white fluff." Chong Haowen raised a slight brow and said coolly, "Shall may go to shopkeeper, he and fetch 1,200 taels in silver notes." "Yes, young master." The maid left the room and returned shortly after. The silver and goods were exchanged. Su Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief, admiring anew his younger brother. With merely a few well-placed words, he had secured 200 extra taels. That was no small sum for the Su household. "Young Master Chong." Su Mingyuan cupped his fist and said, "In a few days our family will open a fruit and vegetable stall on Changle Street in the West Market. If you are free, please attend the opening. We will have Qingyu pears for sale. Young Master Chong might buy some to taste. If I have not left Xinjiang, I shall certainly drop by." Su Mingyuan nodded. "My elder brother and I have many matters to attend to. We will take our leave for now." The two men departed. Xiao Mei the maid glanced at the tiger pelt and suddenly spoke. "Young master, our household lacks nothing of that sort. Why give them such undue courtesy? As for Qingyu pears, we have a whole orchard. They may be prized in their Qingjiang County seat, but in our prefectural city Qingyu pairs are hardly a rarity. Chang Haowen chuckled softly. Different places, different ranks, one cannot judge all by the same standard. That the Su family rose from common folk to their present scale in barely a decade bespeaks uncommon methods. Are they not merely nouveau riche? Xiao Mei scoffed, fanning herself with a jade fan. Whether they are truly nouveau riche depends on their successors. If 3 generations inherit the craft and remain astute, a lineage can be forged in a single lifetime. Chang Haowen turned to her with a faint smile and asked, "What do you make of the 2 men today?" Xiao Mei cocked her head and after a moment's thought replied with a smile, "Both are pleasing to the eye, but none match your grace." Chang Haowen smiled indulgently and teased, "You shallow little thing, what is one to say of you?" Hee, she giggled. Xiao Mei stuck out her tongue and laughed. If one must say, Su Mingyuan is quick of tongue and clever, his elder brother is duller. Sits there like a log, dreadfully uninteresting. Su Mingyuan is the second son, his elder brother as the legitimate heir bears different expectations. Look at my elder brother, reserved by nature. He offers only perfunctory greetings when we meet and rarely opens his heart to— Indeed, Xiao Mei considered and nodded in surprise. Every time Xiao Mei sees the eldest young master, she is inwardly afraid. With such a legitimate heir, the Su family can certainly preserve the line, at least this generation of brothers will continue to prosper. Moreover, I must admit I envy them somewhat. Though they lack glittering wealth, they are treated with sincerity. Unlike some great houses, legitimate scions who, though born in brocade, have threads of calculation stitched into their swaddling. One cannot help but guard against it. Really, I don't see it. You foolish girl. If you could see such things, you would be the mistress, not a maid. I like being the young master's maid who I would serve you for a lifetime. Xiao Mei laughed softly, sliding a hand down the back of her neck to rest on her chest. Chang Haowen seized her soft hand and tugged gently. Startled and unprepared, Xiao Mei uttered a coquettish cry, half resisting, half yielding, and slipped down between his thighs. This young master Chang carries himself with uncommon bearing. He is likely not of Qingjiang, perhaps from the prefectural city, Su Mingwei murmured as they walked along the street. I have maintained contact for the same reason as you, elder brother, to hope this network will one day benefit the Su household, he said. Su Mingyuan replied, in that regard I, as the elder brother, am not as adept as you. Haha, elder brother, you were reared at father's side and instructed constantly. How could you be inferior? Observe how father manages his relations with those around him. It reveals his finesse. I too fall short of father's shrewdness by some margin, he admitted. It is only that your energies have been poured into the path of martial cultivation. Su Mingyuan's eyes kindled with purpose. For the Su family to advance further, a formidable martial practitioner must hold the line. Look at that other Su family, having produced a top-tier warrior, they have lorded over Dongxi village for more than 20 years. With all father's wisdom and talent, he could only bow low and play small. But such days are drawing to an end. Su Mingwei smiled in understanding and answered, indeed. Su Mingyuan suggested they continue wandering, but Su Mingwei shook his head and declined, saying there was no hurry. He then left the city gates, vaulted onto his horse, and rode back to Dongxi village. Su Mingyuan and his men had coaxed many independent fruit and vegetable sellers in the West Market, yet all agreed only to sell produce to them. None consented to pay rent or lease stalls. He knew this must be done step by step and did not press it. The shop they purchased occupied a respectable plot with more than half reserved for stall arrangements. For now no one agreed to take the stalls, so they were temporarily closed off. The remaining space would suffice to display the Su family's assortment of fruits and vegetables. Soon the opening date was set. Su Mingyuan sent invitations to acquaintances in his network. Everything else was manageable, except the Qingyu pears. He feared that if the Su clan learned the Su family would no longer sell them Qingyu pears, they might seek to humiliate them, use force, or even storm the opening with trouble. To deal with the matter, he returned home to consult Su Chuan. Su Chuan said not to worry and told him to return to the county town to prepare for the opening. Trusting him, Su Mingyuan obediently returned to the county town. He purchased a 2-courtyard residence in the northern district near the West Market to serve as the Su family's abode there. In the blink of an eye, the Qingyu pears' harvest day arrived. Only one day remained before the Su family's shop would open. Unaware of the Su household's maneuver in the county, Su Mao unsurprisingly led 7 or 8 retainers to the Su compound. Su Mao was the eldest son of the Su family's third master. As the third master grew older, the task of procuring Qingyu pears had been entrusted to him years earlier. They stood now at the Su gate. Su Mao surveyed the scene with a sneer. The middle-aged steward at his side leaned forward and murmured, "Eldest young master, the Su family is no longer what it was in Dongxi village. Their reputation now rivals ours. Do not forget third master's instructions." Before he left, the steward added, "Understood, I will be civil to that Su Chuan." Su Mao replied impatiently, though inwardly he added, "If the man had any sense." The steward glanced about and sighed quietly. They were both nearing middle age, yet he and Su Chuan were as different as earth and sky. His speech and manner were those of an overconfident youth heedless of consequence. "Is the head of the Su household present?" the steward asked, adopting a polite smile and raising his voice. No sooner had the words fallen than two children appeared, a boy and a girl. The girl cradled a white cat whose crimson gold eyes fixed on the visitors in the courtyard. They were the siblings Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu. "Who are you?" Su Mingxian asked with cautious expression. At the sound, Bai Jing hurried from the inner room. Seeing the guest, she smiled and said, "So it is young Master Su and the steward of the Su family. My husband and the others have gone to pick Qingyu pears. They should be back shortly." "Very well, then we shall wait in the courtyard," Su Mao declared. "All right." Bai Jing nodded and brought out 2 chairs for Su Mao and the steward. Su Mao fixed his gaze on the placid white cat in Su Mingshu's arms. Seeing its crimson gold pupils, he voiced surprise. "What kind of strange white cat is this?" If brought to the county, Assistant County Magistrate Yang would be delighted. "Girl, let me see the white cat in your arms." Su Mingshu turned her head away and paid him no heed, continuing to tease the pet in her lap. "'Tis such ill-breeding. No wonder she is the child of a stray," Su Mao sneered. Bai Jing's face darkened, and she snapped, "Young Master Su, mind your tongue." Su Mao's eyes glanced sideways, surveying Bai Jing from head to toe. Seeing her skin smooth and plump like freshly peeled lychee and her waist swaying like willow branches in the wind, he felt a surge of desire rising in his lower abdomen, and the light, frivolous words of the market danced on the tip of his tongue. However, the middle-aged steward with his sharp eyes immediately sensed his thoughts and cupped his fists, saying, "Madam Su, please forgive me. My young master is just a bit too straightforward. He was merely curious about that white cat." Su Mao cast a glance at his steward and noticed the disapproving look in his eyes, which made him curl his lips and relent. "Coming from a noble family, you really have no insight at all." Su Mingxian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "What are you saying, little brat?" Seeing a child daring to mock him, Su Mao immediately shouted angrily and stood up abruptly. How can an adult argue with a 6-year-old brat? After Su Mingxian and Su Mingzhu were born, the Su family's fortunes had long since improved from their initial poverty. Su Chuan and his wife, along with the older brothers, were all greatly favored, and their temperaments had gained a bit of mischievousness, always speaking their minds. The middle-aged steward laughed and asked, "Young master, why do you say we lack insight?" "My sister is holding a cub of a fierce tiger. If you call it a white cat, isn't that blindness?" The middle-aged steward was taken aback. Su Mao burst into laughter, saying, "A tiger cub? Have I never seen a tiger before? There's no such thing as white fur. To mistake a white cat for a tiger, it truly shows that you are raised by Su Chuan." Su Mingzhu was also angry and pointed at Su Mao, saying, "Little Bai, bite him." Little Bai seemed to understand Su Ming's words. He looked at Su Mao with his golden eyes sparkling with ferocity and opened his mouth to reveal his still-developing tiger teeth. "Shuiji, who do you want to bite? I told you not to let Little Bai bite anyone." A gentle voice came from outside the door. Then came Su Chuan, Su Mingwei's son Fugui, and Qian Yukai into the courtyard. Outside, 7 or 8 sturdy men in simple clothing stood by a few carts. The carts were filled with baskets of green jade pears. "Father, you are back," Su Mingxian and Su Mingzhu shouted as they ran towards Su Chuan. Bai Jing breathed a sigh of relief, also revealing a smile. "My husband is back. Su Gongzi and the others have been waiting for a while." Su Chuan nodded, looking at Su Mao with a smile, saying, "Brother Su, long time no see. Father, that person just insulted you." Su Mingzhu revealed her small tiger teeth, reporting to Su Chuan, "You little girl." Su Mao glared at Su Mingzhu with a furious expression. "Master Su, my young master was only joking. Please do not take it to heart." The middle-aged steward smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Seeing as it is for the sake of third master, I naturally will not hold it against him. However, my Su family has many matters to attend to today, so I will not be able to host you." The middle-aged steward frowned slightly. Su Mao, as if not understanding, continued to speak pompously, saying, "You wouldn't dare. Outside are this year's green jade pears. If you hand over the pears, I will not hold your daughter's offense against you. My Su family is not petty. Oh, we won't shortchange you. Brother Su, are you not speaking foolishly?" Su Chuan laughed, stroking Su Ming's head. "Why should we give you our pears? My Su family has a fruit shop in the county, and these green jade pears need to be delivered there for tomorrow's opening." The middle-aged steward understood the situation. He realized that today, he could only return empty-handed. The Su family had handed over green jade pears to the Su family for years merely because they were strong and had been enduring in silence. "Su Chuan, do you dare to refuse me? Do you want to offend my Su family? What you're saying is that if I don't sell you my goods, it would be an offense. Then do you want to sell the 20 acres of medicinal herbs cultivated by your Su family to me at 30% below market price? If that's possible, it wouldn't be impossible to make this deal." "What a joke." Su Mao laughed in anger. The middle-aged steward, not wanting the two families' relationship to worsen, quickly cupped his hands to Su Chuan, saying, Since Master Su has already made plans for those green jade pairs, we will not disturb you further. As he spoke, he forcibly pulled Su Mao away. Su Mao still looked unwilling. Steward Wang, why are you pulling me away? Su Chuan doesn't know what's good for him. I was just about to teach him a lesson. With the people we brought. The middle-aged steward retorted. Even if you could teach him a lesson, if he doesn't sell, can we really just take it? Are you not afraid of him reporting us to the county office for forcibly taking his green jade pairs? At that time, not only would my Su family suffer greatly, but we would also lose our good reputation in the surrounding area. This matter should be reported back to Third Master. Let Third Master, Second Master, and the head of the family decide. Oomph. After the middle-aged steward's words, Su Mao could only return home reluctantly. Su family courtyard. Did Su Chuan really say that? Su Third Master sat at the head of the hall, stroked his beard after hearing the middle-aged steward's words, and said, "Forget it, things have come to this point, there is no need to hope any longer. I truly underestimated Su Chuan. I thought he was just a timid and honest farmer. However, as long as my Su family manages other businesses, well, we can still— By the way, Steward One, you mentioned that the Su family's fruit shop in the county is opening tomorrow. Yes. Go find out and deliver a gift for the opening tomorrow. Even if we are in Dongshi village, we still need to maintain appearances." Yes, Third Master. The middle-aged steward responded, and then withdrew. As for you, stay at home for this period, do not go out and cause trouble. Sire branch still needs to rely on Chiener. Yes, Father. Su Mao was still very angry inside. Previously, Su Chuan would bow down to him like a withered grass. How could he dare act like this after just a few years? This resentment stuck in his throat, burning hotter than swallowing charcoal. I may not be able to deal with you, but I have a good son. Chiener is practicing martial arts with his second uncle at the Black Wind Martial Arts School. He is the most promising one in my Su family to become a top martial artist. Su Chuan, isn't your fruit shop opening tomorrow? I want to see how you will manage if something goes wrong. Su Mao completely ignored his father's words and turned to ride his horse to Qingjiang County City. The middle-aged steward knew that after Su Mao left Zus residence, he immediately reported it to Su Third Master. Su Third Master waved his hand, saying, "Let him go to the county city to relax. As long as he doesn't provoke the Su family, it's fine. I just hope that the two families can keep their distance. Su family. Shitiyu and son Fugue Qian Yotsai, take the green jade pairs to Ayun. Go now." Okay, Father. Su Mingwei nodded. Su Mingxian looked at Su Chuan and curiously asked, "Father, why didn't you teach that Su guy a lesson just now?" Yes, Xueji also hates him, and so does Little Bai. Awu, Little Bai the tiger, was patted on the head and echoed along. People like him are just pests from the Su family, leaving him to hollow out and ruin the Su family. Isn't that more effective? Su Chuan smiled with a hint of confidence. Moreover, keeping him has its uses. Tomorrow, I will take you to the county city to enjoy the show, and if possible, we can also vent this anger. Su Chuan ruffled their heads, then said, "It's not noon yet, go practice your punches again." "Father, didn't we practice in the morning?" Su Mingzhu pouted unhappily. Su Chuan maintained a stern face, remaining silent. The two could only obediently start practicing punches in the courtyard. Little Bai the tiger escaped from Su Ming's clutches. Lying on the corridor, it yawned leisurely, basking in the sun. In half a month's time, it had grown accustomed to its current life and listened obediently to Su Mingzhu. The next day, Su Chuan took Bai Jing, Su Mingwei, and his other siblings to the western market of Qingjiang County by carriage, first settling in a courtyard there. "Father, is this the house that second brother bought? It's even larger than our own." Su Chuan looked around, as it was his first time here, observing for a while. "It's barely enough for our family, but if Shirtu and Yuan get married and have children, it won't suffice." Indeed. Bai Jing smiled in agreement. Shirtu is almost 16. In a few years, he should be choosing a family to marry. She turned to Su Chuan, "Husband, do you have anyone in— Why should I have anyone in mind? What's most important is who Shirtu likes himself." Su Chuan took Bai Jing's hand, caressing it a few times. "Wife, go take a look for a room you like. We can come here often in the future." "No need for that." Bai Jing shook her head. "Wherever you are, that's where I will be." Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu were full of curiosity, wandering around the courtyard, while the little white tiger frolicked beside them. Yuan, take your mother and the others to the fruit shop. I have something to attend to. You don't have to wait for me. He'll go directly there." "Understood, Father." After Su Chuan left, he headed to the county office. "Who are you and what do you want at the county office?" The constable at the door stopped Su Chuan and questioned him formally. "I am Su Chuan from Dongshi village, here to visit County Magistrate Yang." "Do you know County Magistrate Yang?" "You'll find out if you report to him, brother constable." The middle-aged constable pondered for a moment, then said, "Come in with me. If you're lying, you will face the consequences." Su Chuan smiled faintly and agreed. He followed the constable into the county office and arrived outside the magistrate's study. The constable knocked on the door and said, "Magistrate, there is a gentleman named Su Chuan looking for you." "Su Chuan? Where is he from?" "Dongshi village." "Let him in." "Mr. Su, the magistrate invites you in." The constable, knowing Su Chuan was an acquaintance of Magistrate Yang, immediately put on a smiling face and then tactfully left. Su brother, it's been a long time, please sit down and let's chat. Yang Zhao smiled slightly and gestured for him to take a seat. He had risen from being an assistant to become the county magistrate in just a few years thanks to Su Chuan's past strategies for benefiting the people. He had expected that it wouldn't take long for the other party to seek his help or use the Yang family's influence to elevate the Su family further. Who would have thought it would take over 5 years? The Su family had gained immense wealth, but remained humble and steady in their development, which made him admire them even more. He also understood that the Su family was aiming for a multi-generational legacy. Magistrate, you are busy with official matters. I wouldn't dare to disturb you lightly. We are of similar age. When there are no outsiders, just call me Yang brother. Yang Zhao said, are you here for something? Looking for my assistance. Su Chuan shook his head. Yang brother, you misunderstand. I have long heard of your selflessness. I am here today simply to invite you to see the fruit shop I just opened. It would be even better if you could write a few words for me as well. Haha, such minor matters are naturally no problem. Yang Zhao laughed heartily, and then looked at Su Chuan saying, so you are finally preparing to develop the Su family in the county. It seems you are confident in establishing a foothold in the county. You flatter me, brother Yang. The county has more influential families than one can count, and there are many hidden talents. My Su family is merely opening a fruit shop in the Western market to make a living. How can we talk about establishing a foothold? Yang Zhao did not say much more. When will it open? In a little over an hour. Then there's no rush. Let me finish the official documents I have at hand before we go together. Su Chuan nodded, sitting calmly at the side. After nearly an hour, Yang Zhao stood and cupped his hands, saying, sorry to keep you waiting, Su brother. Let me change into casual clothes, and we can go. I hope it won't delay the auspicious time. You're too polite, Yang brother. Your coming is already a great honor for my Su family. Shortly after, the two left the county office and headed towards the Western market. At this moment, in front of the Su family's fruit shop, the sound of firecrackers crackled incessantly. Many people were attracted by the festive atmosphere and stopped to watch. Several well-known wealthy merchants from the county came to present their gifts. Chang Haowen arrived, but did not make an appearance. Instead, he sat at a window position on the second floor of the restaurant across the street, sipping wine while watching the lively scene at Su family's fruit shop. His maid named Xiao Mei stood beside him. Opening in such a place as the Western market, the Su family really doesn't know how to choose a location. That can't be said. Although the Western market is not as prosperous as the Eastern market, this street is mostly about food. If one is tired of eating, wouldn't fruits be just the thing to cleanse the palate? Buying a few pounds to take home one can share with the family. Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. The Su family really knows how to plan. Chang Haowen shook his head with a smile, looking down and finding it somewhat uninteresting. Has Yang Zhao arrived? Does he have a connection with the Su family? Could it be that the Su family is being supported by the Yang family behind the scenes? As prominent families in the same county, Chang Haowen naturally knew Yang Zhao. They were of the same generation, but there was a significant age difference. He had only seen Yang Zhao once when he accompanied his father and brother to the Yang family when he was young. The person next to Yang Zhao also looks somewhat familiar. He resembles Su Mingyuan. He should be an elder of the Su family. His lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly found the situation interesting. Just seeing Yang Zhao here made the trip worthwhile. Shitua Yuan Tan Tu Shui Ji Yan Nu, come and greet your Uncle Yang. Greetings, Uncle Yang. The 5 children of the Su family respectfully bowed to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao assessed them. Aside from the younger Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian, the other 3 had a restrained aura brimming with vitality, appearing extraordinary. I truly envy Su brother for having such exceptional children. What exceptional? They are just a bunch of village kids, unworthy of your praise, brother Yang. Su Mingshu, unafraid of strangers, curiously asked, Uncle Yang, how come I have never seen you during the festivals before? Yang Zhao pinched her tender face, smiling. Though I haven't met your father many times, we appreciate each other and have had a spiritual connection for a long time. Spiritual connection? How do you have one? Can I have a spiritual connection too? Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao burst into hearty laughter. The others couldn't help but chuckle at the child's words. This little girl is truly lovable. Ooh, I almost want to take her as my goddaughter. I wonder if Su brother would agree. Su Mingshu immediately smiled and bowed, saying, Shui Ji greets you, godfather. Shui Ji is the only girl in my family. How everyone dotes on her, which makes her a bit unruly. Don't blame her, brother Yang. Su Chuan chuckled. Her temperament is quite different from my daughter Huar, but she is very delightful. Come, here's a welcoming gift for you, my goddaughter. Yang Zhao took a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Su Mingshu. It's so beautiful, thank you, godfather. Su brother, you invited me to write a piece, so let's do it now, Yang Zhao said. Shitua Yuan, go get the ink and brush. Yes, father. Just as Yang Zhao began to write, a disdainful voice interrupted. Now even any random cat or dog can write. Su Chuan is your shop's signboard, so casually made. Should I introduce you to a few respected calligraphers? Yang Zhao's brow furrowed deeply, his expression suddenly turning frosty. However, he did not explode with anger on the spot, as he was here merely to congratulate a friend and did not wish to flaunt his official status. With the voice, 4 or 5 people pushed through the crowd and approached the shop. Second Uncle Chinner, this is Su Chuan. He has mocked our Su family and harbored ill will against us. We cannot let him off easily today. Mao, you need not say more. I have my own judgment. Su Mao, the second Uncle Su Jun, had lived a long life and naturally had considerable experience. He was not one to be easily fooled. Are you the head of the Su family? I am Su Jun. So you are second Master Su. Su Chuan smiled and cupped his hands. I often heard of your reputation during my time at the Su family, but this is my first time meeting you in person. Seeing the other party so polite, Su Jun was somewhat surprised. However, he also knew that many people were smiling tigers fond of stabbing behind backs. Thus he remained vigilant in his heart. This time, as a fellow villager of Dongxi village, my Su family cannot refrain from making a gesture for the opening of the Su family. Here are 10 chi blood pills. This is my congratulatory gift. This congratulatory gift is rather extravagant, isn't it? Su Chuan said with a faint smile. Su Jun replied, this gift is not so easily given. I have heard that your Su family has many younger members practicing martial arts. How about a friendly competition with my Su family's sons? It can also serve to liven up your family's opening. How does that sound? Su Chuan pondered for a moment, and Su Mingxian said, Father, 10 chi blood pills, we might as well take them if offered. Let me take the lead in the competition. Seeing his eagerness, Su Chuan smiled, and then looked at Su Jun. Su heir, let's have a few rounds of competition, but let's keep it friendly. In martial arts, sparring injuries are inevitable. If you are afraid, you may refuse. Enough with the nonsense. I'll go first. Who will you send out? Su Jun chuckled. The Su family still has some spirited youth. Seeing that you're only about 10 years old, Su Feng, you go and spar with him. Yes, heir ye. The person who stepped out was half a head taller than Su Mingxian and appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. Everyone was eager to watch the spectacle and made way to give them enough space to compete. Although Su Mingxian's fate talent did not significantly enhance his martial arts, his comprehension was quite good, allowing him to quickly practice techniques and skills. He was recently recognized by the peak strength of the Tianlong Martial Arts School and taken as a disciple. Though only 9 years old, with the full support of the Su family, he had already opened over 20 acupuncture points. In contrast, Li Ji's martial arts talent was much higher than Su Mingxian's. He was just a step away from becoming a third-rate martial artist. Su Feng had only opened 16 or 17 acupuncture points, and his internal strength was not as strong as Su Mingxian's. In just a few exchanges he was defeated. Su Mingxian showed mercy, only injuring Su Feng's arm. This display of restraint drew praise from those around. What a fine young man. The Su family certainly knows how to raise their children. They will surely rise to prominence in the future. Su Mingxian looked at Su Jun and the others and said, Who's next? What an arrogant little brat. Su Wei, you go. Yes, heir ye. Su Wei was around 15 or 16 years old and struck fiercely. Without a word, he lunged at Su Mingxian's heart. Su Mingxian responded calmly. Although his internal strength was lacking, martial arts competitions were not merely about how much internal strength one possessed. The application of martial arts techniques could also be the key to victory. After a series of dozens of exchanges, Su Mingxian realized that if he continued, he would surely lose. He deliberately left an opening to lure Su, then using a method that would injure them both, he broke one of Su Wei's arms. However, he himself also sustained internal injuries. Bai Jing looked worried and Su Chuan said, Mingxuan, you've won 2 matches already, that's enough fun for now. Come back. Let your older brother take the next round. Yes, father. Su Jun's expression turned grim as he glared at Su Wei. Su Wei felt embarrassed and didn't dare to look up. Su Jun sighed slightly in his heart. Today he had brought the most outstanding disciples of the Su family. However, after 2 rounds they couldn't even defeat a 9-year-old boy. If this continued for another 10 years, the Su family would no longer be able to resist the rise of the Su family. Su Mao was also furious, cursing, Second uncle, let Chinner go up. He can definitely bring glory to our Su family. It seems we have no choice but to do so. Father heir, you rest assured Chinner will not disgrace the Su family name. Su Qian stepped into the center of the arena shouting at Su Chuan and the others. I am Su Qian, who among you from the Su family will battle? Su Qian, I have heard about you. A genius from the Black Wind Martial Arts School, you are already a second-rate martial artist before turning 20, and you have the potential to become one of the peak geniuses of the Black Wind Martial Arts School. I think the Su family is in trouble this time. Their eldest son is already 5 or 6 years older than him. Moreover, I heard that only 3 of the Su family sons have entered the martial arts school. Yang Zhao listened to these words and looked at Su Chuan. Su brother, do you need me to step in? Su Chuan replied, young brother, I invited you here today just to observe. This small matter does not require your intervention. Yang Zhao seemed contemplative. Across the street, in an inn on the 2nd floor. Young master, I see the Su family is going to lose. That Su family member looks formidable. I overheard he is a second-rate martial artist. A second-rate martial artist in their 20s is indeed impressive and has the potential to reach the peak before 30, but reaching the innate realm is still uncertain. We'll see how the Su family responds. Chang Haowen remained unconcerned, continuing to drink and enjoy the show. Su Chuan smiled faintly. You may go. Don't let the Su family's reputation down. Yes, father. Su Mingwei had been practicing martial arts since he was 6 tirelessly and without boasting. Today Su Chuan's words implied that there was no need to remain hidden any longer. Feeling invigorated, he strode into the arena with a dragon-like gait, his eyes sharp, directly locking onto Su Qian. The aura he inadvertently exuded made even Yang Zhao take notice, who couldn't help but exclaim, I thought your 3 sons were already outstanding, but observing De Lang's demeanor, I now understand what it means to be a dragon among men. Bai Jing was very pleased upon hearing this. Young brother, you flatter him. Shirtu has never properly trained in martial arts. He just practices casually with his father in his free time. Sister-in-law is truly modest, Yang Zhao replied with a smile. Su Mingwei looked at Su Qian, raised his right hand with an open palm in a gesture of respect, and said loudly, Su brother, please. Su Qian didn't say much, either, suddenly moving like a specter, darting left and right, leaving after images that were hard to track. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Su Mingwei. Seeing that Su Mingwei remained unmoved, he let out a cold laugh, raised his hand to form a fist, and struck fiercely at Su Mingwei's face. Su Mingwei's left hand shifted, and with a bang, Su Qian's punch was easily blocked by Su Mingwei's palm. Then his hand flipped like a dragon's claw, tightly gripping Su Qian's wrist. With a retreat and a pull, Su Qian was unable to resist, and was thrown into a ouch. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath, realizing what had happened, causing everyone to chuckle. Su Mingwei also didn't expect it to turn out this way, lifting him with one arm, intending to throw him out. Su Qian took the opportunity to kick at his chest, but Su Mingwei blocked it with his other hand, and was then forcefully tossed away. Su brother, you are no match for me. It's better to switch to someone else. Chang Haowen's pupils slightly contracted. I didn't expect Su Mingwei to have such strength. I didn't notice it during our last meeting. At 15 he rivals a first-rate martial artist. If he reaches the peak before 20, or even breaks through to the innate realm, he could become a master. To become a master living to 102, he would be able to establish a clan in the county city. That dullard is surprisingly powerful. Xiao Mei exclaimed, gazing out the window at Su Mingwei, her charm captivating. What? Are you intrigued? No, I'm just curious how someone from a rural family could emerge as such an impressive figure, even rare in the county city. Do not underestimate these humble families. Many clans have risen step by step from such backgrounds. Understood, young master. Su Mingwei easily subdued the genius of the Black Wind Martial Arts School, leaving people amazed. However, he turned to Su Zhen and cupped his hands, saying, I have long heard of Su Yes renown. Today I wish to seek your guidance, if you would allow it. Seeking guidance from someone? Su Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of astonishment rising within him, accompanied by a desire to teach a lesson. Second uncle, that brat from the Su family dared to harm my son. I teach him a proper lesson. Su Mao fanned the flames from the side. Yang Zhao was equally astonished, saying, Su Xiong, your son has become quite arrogant. I have heard of Su Zhen. Although his talent is average, he has been a first-rate warrior for over a decade, his experience profound, far beyond that of someone newly entering the first-rate realm. Su Chuan did not take it seriously and waved his hand. Let that brat suffer a bit. Yang Zhao said no more. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Alright, I won't deceive you. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will consider you the victor. Su Zhen did not wish to leave in disgrace. If he could severely injure Su Mingwei in a direct confrontation, then his face would be of no concern. Su you feel free to make your move. Su Mingwei laughed heartily, and a dragon's roar seemed to echo in his breath. With a single punch, the wind from his fist, Su Zhen retaliated with a punch. Bang, thud, thud, thud. Su Mingwei remained motionless, but Su Zhen was forced to retreat several steps before coming to a stop. Su Mao and the other younger members of the Su family were left dumbfounded, their astonishment evident. The others also showed expressions of shock, murmurs rising like a tidal wave. How old is this child, yet he can actually force back an experienced first-rate warrior with a single punch? Indeed, even if Su Zhen is not at his peak, there is no way a junior could contend with him. Could it be that he has already become a first-rate warrior? Not yet 20, this one possesses the potential of a master. In various counties it takes decades, or even a century, to produce a master warrior. Su Zhen was equally shocked inside. The power of that punch unleashed both physical strength and inner energy. He did not hold back in the slightest, yet he was still knocked back by a single punch. This clearly showed that the opponent's strength was above his own. Second uncle, why are you holding back? There's no need to be polite with someone like him. Su Zhen shot a cold sideways glance. This is all you're doing. He took out a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and tossed it to Su Mingwei. I have witnessed the capabilities of your Su family today. I will not disturb you any longer. You all come back to the martial arts hall with me. Su Jun said no more, and led everyone back to the Black Wind Martial Arts Hall, except for Su Mao. Su Chuan smiled slightly, and looked at Su Mao. Su Xiong, are you perhaps going to offer a gift? Su Chuan, do not get too pleased with yourself. My Su family has the county magistrate backing us. Offending my Su family means you will not have good days ahead. Su Chuan was taken aback, and turned to look at Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao was already displeased with Su Mao for insulting him previously, and now seeing him dare to use his name to flaunt, he could no longer tolerate it. Su Mao, you claim to have the county magistrate backing you. Just take a look at who I am. Su Mao had never seen Yang Zhao, and only his elder uncle had met him twice. But he was always arrogant and disdainfully glanced at Yang Zhao saying, aren't you just the calligrapher that Su Chuan invited? I advise you to recognize the situation and leave early. You do not get involved with the Su family. Otherwise you'll have a hard time. Good. Yang Zhao laughed in anger. Just then several officers approached. They were patrolling from the Western Market. Seeing a crowd gathered, they came to see what was happening. Initially they just wanted to join in the excitement and see if there was anything to gain from the newly opened shop. But upon seeing Yang Zhao, they immediately stepped forward, bowing and cupping their hands, saying, we meet the county magistrate. As soon as this was said, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. The county magistrate actually appeared in a small fruit shop, and even personally wrote for it. What kind of background does the Su family have? We meet the county They might not recognize the county magistrate, but they absolutely would not mistake the officers coming and going at the county office. Everyone in the vicinity also bowed immediately. Bai Jing and others were equally surprised, not expecting that the official Su Chuan invited was actually the county magistrate of Qingjiang. You are the county magistrate. Su Mao, you insult an official using my title to bully others and commit crimes. If you take him down and bring him back to the county office, lock him in prison. Yes, county magistrate. Su Mao appeared as if he had not heard, his spirit lost, collapsing to the ground. Daming go. Su Chuan recognized one of the officers and called out. Su Chuan, Chun Daming replied. Yang Zhao glanced at Chun Daming. Do you know him? Su Xiong. From the same village, his father took special care of me since childhood. However, as we each established our families, we saw less of each other. It has been several years since we... I see. Yang Zhao glanced at Chun Daming and said, first take Su Mao back. Chun Daming was anxious, a cold sweat beating on his forehead, fearing that Su Chuan might say something bad about him in front of Yang Zhao. At this moment he finally felt at ease. I didn't expect Su Chuan to be familiar with the county magistrate, and all these years not a whisper of it leaked out. His schemes are too deep. However, not long after they left, they ran into Manager Wang, who was sent to deliver gifts, as instructed by Su Sanyi. Manager Wang, quickly find my father, my uncle, and the others are here to save me. Su Mao looked as if he had seen a savior. Manager Wang was also in a panic, stuffing a few silver coins into his pocket, hastily inquiring. Only then did he realize that Su Mao had offended Yang Zhao, and he was equally flustered. We are also under orders to capture him, and must return to the county office. We're leaving first. Chun Daming said, as he led Su Mao back towards the county office. Su Mao still shouted loudly. Manager Wang, this is all Su Chuan's fault. Let my father take revenge for me. Faced with this situation, Manager Wang naturally could not think of delivering gifts anymore. He immediately returned to the Su family to report the matter. Godfather, you are so powerful. That Su Mao is very bad. He even tried to forcibly take my little white and my family's Qingyu pear when he came to my house yesterday. You must teach him a good lesson. Xueji invites you to eat pears. The little report expert Su Mingzhu started making her report again. Good. Godfather will certainly help you. Yang Zhao did not linger. After completing the writing, he returned to the county office. He felt used, but there was no evidence. After all, he came in casual clothes just to witness the opening and write a few words before leaving. Who would have thought so much would happen? The Su family's fruit shop finally opened successfully after many twists and turns. Even without the Qingyu pear's, word of mouth would soon let many families in the county know of the Su family's close relationship with the county magistrate, and countless people would flock to them. After the grand opening, the Su family returned to their residence in the Western Market, leaving only Zhou Ming and a few newly hired servants to manage the business. Although Su Chuan anticipated that someone from the Su family might cause trouble, he did not expect Su Mao to cooperate, so well, thinking of what he thought, allowing him to successfully achieve 3 goals with 1 action. He had no grievances with the Su family, but Su Mao had made things difficult for him over the years, causing him disgust. Thus he dug a pit for him to jump into. If he did not come, nothing would have happened. But now he had offended Yang Zhao. Even if he did not die, he would suffer greatly, and the Su family would be severely weakened. In the Western Market, in the Su family Bai Jing looked at Su Chuan and curiously asked, Husband, I didn't expect you to know the county magistrate, and even invited him over. Otherwise the situation at that time would have been difficult to handle. I have met him a few times and built a bit of rapport, Su Chuan said, taking a light sip and speaking lightly. Su Mingyuan had a curious expression. Father, why didn't I hear you mention this before? With such connections, our Su family could have reached out to Qingjiang long ago. Exchanges between people still depend on the equality of status. My Su family has only reached this point, allowing us to interact with someone like the county magistrate. However, you must not act in his name outside, or otherwise today's Su Mao will be the future outcome of my Su family. Yes, father. Su Mingwei and the others all responded in unison. With the county magistrate's personal writing and the Qingyu pears being exceptional rare fruits along with other fruits and vegetables being carefully selected by the Su family, the quality is assured. Therefore, the Su family's fruit shop saw a constant stream of customers every day, and there were quite a few repeat customers. The Su family's sons also gained considerable fame in the county. Not yet 20, and possessing the potential of a master, was even more widely spoken. In a single day, the Su family became the new nobility of Dongshi village. Su family mansion. Third brother, the head of the Su family, gently tapped the table, his eyes slightly reddened with bloodshot veins. Su Mao is your own flesh and blood. Our Su family has exhausted all resources to save him. His brows furrowed as if frozen by frost and snow, and the tight line of his lips revealed the weariness of a sleepless night. Suddenly looking up, his gaze was as deep as a cold pool as he said lightly, after he is released from prison in a few days, if he causes trouble again, our Su family will be powerless. So you understand the gravity of the situation, right? Su Sanya's throat rolled lightly, his fingers turning pale as he clenched them in his sleeves. After a long pause, he nodded heavily, the dark sleeves falling like an ink waterfall with his movements. Rest assured, elder brother. As for the Su family, the head of the Su family sighed, his silver beard trembling slightly, his gaze filled with a sense of loss, and after a long time, he patted his knee, lamenting. In the future, when our Su family encounters anyone from the Su family, we must treat them with courtesy and not provoke them. Su Jun and Su Sanyi did not refute. The Su family's rise is like a raging fire sweeping across the land. It is beyond the reach of our Su family. A genius of master-level talent, who is also on good terms with the county magistrate. Even the families in the county will treat him with respect. Thinking of Su Chuan, the head of the Su family stroked his silver beard and sighed deeply with both disdain and admiration. In the past, he merely lived in our mansion, bowing and scraping like an ant at the foot of the stairs. But now he has such fortune. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. Unfortunately, our Su family lacks such great talent. The Su family has begun to decline after only 3 generations, and the 4th generation does not have any prosperous talents, and has produced many troublemakers that have burdened us. By the 5th generation, personal interests may lead to division, completely ruining the family business. Few families in the world can stand out. With the achievements of the 3rd generation working together with a shared resolve, we can extend our legacy for 100 years and lay the foundation for a great family. Days later, Su Mao was released from the county's prison and was picked up by the Su family's carriage. Where is everyone? Didn't they see me return? Not even a cup of tea. You useless bunch, I will deduct your wages. Su Mao shouted in the hall. At that moment, Su Sanyi and 2 guards walked in. Father, the maids and servants at home are too irresponsible. I suggest selling them off quickly and replacing them with a new batch. Seeing Su Sanyi's gloomy face, Su Mao seemed unconcerned, even expressing some reproach. It's not like I just got back. Why aren't you giving me a good face? Aren't you ashamed? Ashamed? Giving birth to a son like you is my greatest shame. Su Sanyi shouted angrily. You two hold this unfilial son down. Today I will break his legs to prevent him from going out to cause trouble and jeopardize our Su family's foundation. The guards acted accordingly. How dare you? Let go of me. Father, are you serious? I am your only son. Su Sanyi raised a wooden stick, closing his eyes as he faced upward, his expression revealing a struggle. But Su Mao's next words solidified his resolve. You old man, you're almost dead. If you break my legs, who will take care of you? Beast! Su Sanyi's eyes widened, and without a shred of hesitation, he swung the wooden stick down with force. Bang! 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 Oh! The tragic howls echoed throughout the courtyard. The maids and servants did not dare to approach, but upon hearing this sound they felt a sudden release of their pent-up frustration, finding some satisfaction. Elder brother, I heard that Su Mao from the Su family had his legs broken by his father. 'Tis how ruthless. However, it's truly satisfying, ha. Su Mingxuan, who had just returned from the martial arts school, was overjoyed to hear this news, and hurried to Su Mingwei. Su Sanyi is indeed decisive. But if it were our father, I estimate he would be even harsher. Upon encountering an unfilial descendant, he would probably execute them directly to end the matter. No way, father loves us so much. That's why father teaches us diligently, balancing kindness and strictness to prevent such things from happening. Su Mingwei patted his shoulder. Fortunately, father has taught us brothers very well, so you don't have to worry about it. Elder brother, you are just scaring me. Days passed. Su Chuan called Su Mingyuan over to discuss the future business development of the Su family. Yuan, why don't you share your thoughts for the future? Su Chuan had entrusted almost all of the business aspects of the Su family to Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment. Currently our Su family is already famous in Xinjiang County, truly a new noble of Xinjiang. Elder brother has the potential of a master gaining fame in Xinjiang. Also our father is on good terms with County Magistrate Yang. I have heard that even the county magistrate must treat this county magistrate Yang with some respect. Therefore I believe we should stabilize the fruit shop, first open a branch in 3 months, and within a year expand to the eastern market to earn the silver of those wealthy merchants. A chain store. With our Su family signboard we can indeed see quick benefits, but it still seems a bit wasteful. Su Chuan smiled faintly. What do you think is the most valuable aspect of our Su family right now? The signboard. Reputation. It is our relationship with County Magistrate Yang. Su Chuan said, but relationships also have a time limit. Currently many wealthy merchants care deeply about this relationship, believing that getting close to us can bring them profits while their dealings with County Magistrate Yang will. However, whether it's reputation or the potential of the stone, it all depends on the future. The longer the time, the more important the reputation becomes. The longer the time, the more the stone can continuously break through, even reaching innate levels, gaining the support and connections of many people in Xinjiang. But none of that is for now. The most valuable thing right now is our relationship with the county magistrate. Hence this year is the most critical period for our Su families. We need to let the wealthy merchants of Xinjiang see our Su family's potential and transform the relationship from mere goodwill into a binding interest. Then it will be a snowball effect, continuously growing larger. Su Mingyuan nodded, feeling that Su Chuan's words were very reasonable. But father, how specifically should we do it? The essence of the common people's livelihood can be summed up in 4 words: clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Open a winery, restaurant, clothing store, general store, and a perfume shop. With the profits from the fruit shop, we will complete our commercial layout in Xinjiang County within a year. Su Chuan began sharing the formulas he had researched over the years for various wines, clothing designs, and recipes with Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan held the booklet, his eyes widening in amazement, as if they might pop out of his sockets. He was stunned. It was simply breathtaking. These are all the accumulations of over a decade from your father, and now I hand them over to you. Use them wisely. Although Su Chuan was a transmigrator, he was not omnipotent. He only knew the process and methods of brewing wine, clothing design, had to rely on memory combined with current preferences for modifications, and even soap, perfume, and toothbrushes he had to try himself. These are all precious assets. When the right opportunity arises, they can quickly amass considerable wealth. In the past, Su Chuan's status was low, and he understood that recklessly exposing his knowledge could bring disaster, so he had always kept a low profile. But now is the best time. With the protection of County Magistrate Yang and the master's potential of the stone, in a short time many families will be wary of the Su family, allowing the Su family to develop without restraint and rapidly complete their commercial layout. In just 2 or 3 years, even if families in Xinjiang County want to target the Su family, they must weigh whether they want to face mutual destruction. Thank you, father. I will not disappoint you, Yuan. Su Mingyuan's pupils constricted suddenly. His eyes seemed to blaze with flames, the dark irises shining brightly. He saw the potential of the Su family, and many families in Xinjiang County were willing to befriend them. Su Chuan also visited Yang Zhao every few days. Having connections creates feelings. Sometimes they would discuss livelihood, governance, catering to each other's interests. Although Yang Zhao knew Su Chuan had his own motives, he had learned a lot from Su Chuan, so he was willing to meet frequently. Su Yan heard that the Su family's fruit shop business was thriving, so he sent Chen Ergu to gather business insights. Su Chuan only said that these matters were all handled by Su Mingyuan. As Chen Ergu grew older, he became more concerned with his pride and could not bring himself to ask his nephew for advice, so this matter had. The Chen family's fruit shop business was mediocre. Fortunately, no one came to seek trouble, allowing them to live quietly. Most importantly, Su Mingyuan was too busy to care about the Chen family. He was occupied with the Su family's commercial layout plan, hiring people for secret brewing and tailoring, and then opening a restaurant. A month later, a restaurant called Zuyunju opened in the Western market. Its dishes were innovative and of excellent quality, and business was booming every day. Next came the winery Qianzhenfang. The name implies that the wine here, because brewing takes time. Even though Su Mingyuan recruited many brewers, it officially opened 3 months later. It included yellow wine, rice wine, white liquor, and fruit wine, each with elegant names like Qingyezue and Huangliangmeng, suitable for all ages, both men and women. Moreover, there were both high-end and affordable categories, with a clientele encompassing wealthy merchants and common folks. Zuyunju featured Qianzhenfang's wines, and business surged once again. Soon both the eastern and western markets saw the presence of their restaurants. Then came the clothing store, shoe store, and various new and pleasing clothing styles and shoes began to trend in Xinjiang County, attracting many to imitate. Finally, a perfume shop was opened named Yangxiang. Perfume was a luxury only located in the eastern market with high prices. Various scents catered to the preferences of most women, becoming quite popular among the wives of wealthy merchants. Additionally, Su Mingwei continuously had people develop more varieties. He understood that only innovation could be the core competitiveness of the Su family. Of course, during this time some people blinded by profit sought trouble, but Su Mingyuan found ways to resolve each issue. And if it couldn't be resolved, he would seek County Magistrate Yang. County Magistrate Yang for Sichuan sake would open doors as long as it wasn't illegal. Spring passed, and autumn arrived. Suddenly 3 years slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The Su family's fruit and vegetable industry had already captured 3 to 4% of the business in the Western market, and the Eastern market also showed signs of a fruit and vegetable market. Market stalls were in high demand, and rents frequently increased. They had signed contracts with many restaurants and inns to provide fresh fruits daily. Zui Yunju Qianjin Fang Lineage and Yangxiang were also making substantial. Both the Eastern and Western markets had branches. Now the monthly income ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000 at times. Even among the wealthy merchants and families in Xinjiang County, their earning capacity ranked among the top. As the scale grew, the population naturally had to keep up. Over the past 2 years, the Su family had hired many people. In the county, there were around 70 to 80 employees and managers across their enterprises. Dongxi village had absorbed more than 100 long-term workers, servants, and maids. They also recruited over 100 guards, mostly young martial artists trained in. Some were responsible for guarding various enterprises in the county to prevent disruptions, while others protected the family home, patrolling the fields and forests. For convenience, the Su family also purchased a residence in the eastern market of Xinjiang County. Sometimes when visiting the Yang family, they couldn't leave the city gates at night, so they would rest at this residence. Qingyan Street. Here stone roads are paved and the paths. The Yang residence is located on this street. A nearly 2-meter-tall youth and a girl sitting on the back of a golden-eyed white tiger swaggered to the entrance of the Yang. Seeing this, the guards at the entrance quickly cupped their hands and smiled. So it's Miss Ming Shu and young Master Su, please come in quickly. Upon locking eyes with the tiger, they felt a chill down their spines. I told you not to bring it, you scared them. Su Mingwei laughed uncontrollably, poking Su Ming Shu's forehead. Little Bai said it was too boring at home, so I brought it out for some fresh air. Isn't that right, Little Bai? The white tiger seemed to understand and roared in agreement, scaring the guards of the Yang residence to retreat several steps. I'm really curious, how did you manage to train such a fierce beast, Xueji? Hee, that's a talent you can't learn, elder brother. Little Bai and I are in sync. Hearing the tiger's roar, the eldest son of the Yang family walked over. It's really you, Ziox Weiji. Are you here to take revenge with your little Bai? I'm not as petty as you, Shirchong. I'm here to accompany my elder brother to bring some green jade pears for our godfather and godmother to taste, and to visit Sister Ronghua. Yang Dalong laughed heartily, understanding the situation. He teased, Su brother, I've been waiting impatiently for you to come and propose to our family. Su Mingwei shook his head speechlessly. Young brother, it's not that I don't want to, but my father wants me to become an innate martial artist before considering marriage. Innate? Su uncle is really ruthless. He is too harsh on you. You're not yet 19, and my father became innate when he was nearing 30. How could you possibly guess my father's thoughts? Su Mingshu rebutted first, then smiled. However, I agree with my elder brother to marry Sister Ronghua sooner, so she can chat with me often. You girl, your brother marrying a wife is just to have a sister-in-law to chat with you. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. Yang Shichang began to examine the white tiger circling around it, and exclaimed, You girl are impressive, you can tame such a fierce beast. Su Mingshu proudly said, My father said that little Bai is not yet fully grown. Once it matures, even peak innate martial artists might not be able to defeat. When that time comes, if you provoke me, I'll let little Bai swat you on the bottom. The white tiger swayed its long, thick tail resembling a long whip. If it hit hard, even a first-rate martial artist would probably spit blood. Yang Shichang looked at Su Mingwei. Your sister is so fierce, in the future I'm afraid no one will dare to marry her. None of your business. Su Mingshu made a face at Yang Shichang, showing her teeth. Little Bai stayed in the front yard, not brought into the back. It lay quietly there resting, and no one dared to provoke it. Yang family's back courtyard. Sister Ronghua, I've come to find you. Su Mingshu swaggered into Yang Ronghua's boudoir. Yang Ronghua was working on some needlework. Upon hearing the voice, she immediately put down her needle and thread, and rose to greet her. She had a complexion like a fresh lotus dew, brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, and a touch of vermilion on her lips. A butterfly-shaped flower ornament was drawn on her forehead, with her hair styled in a bun decorated with a silver hairpin, and a pair of moon-like earrings swayed gently with her movements. Her upper body was clad in a cloud-patterned blue robe with silver-thread embroidery, winding along the edges, the sleeves narrowing to a peepa shape, and when she raised her hands it resembled rolling waves. Her lower body wore a pleated skirt in a shade of green, revealing a crimson waistband as she walked with 12 jade rings hanging from the hem, making a tinkling sound with her movements. Xueji, why do you have time to visit today? Didn't Su uncle force you to practice martial arts? Practicing martial arts also requires relaxation. Su Mingshu noticed Yang Ronghua stealing glances at the door and covered her mouth with a laugh. Sister Ronghua, what are you looking at? My elder brother went to talk to our god. I didn't ask him. Yang Ronghua felt a bit shy, and her flawless face flushed suddenly. Su Mingshu giggled. Sister Ronghua, why don't you ask godfather and godmother to talk to my father, so he won't be so strict with elder brother and can marry you? Xueji, you're teasing me. Just wait until I tickle you. The two sisters began to laugh and play, creating a delightful scene. Meanwhile, Aunt Yang, these are the green jade pears and seasonal fruits my father brought for you to taste. Su brother, you're so thoughtful, thank you on behalf of my husband, young madam said kindly. Su Mingwei then took out an invitation card from his pocket and handed it over. In half a month our Su family mansion will be officially completed. We are preparing to establish the clan and open the ancestral hall to honor our ancestors. I hope Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang will definitely come to witness the ceremony. Certainly I will inform my husband when he returns. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Su Mingwei said respectfully. Mother, little Xueji is with my sister, I'll take Mingwei over there. Yang Shichang also said with a smile. Young madam smiled gently and nodded. Go ahead, you young ones, chat among yourselves. Su brother, please tell me honestly, can you reach the peak of the acquired realm? Yang Shichang asked solemnly. At 18, reaching the peak of the acquired realm truly indicates the potential of a master. He was 1 year older than Su Mingwei, yet he had only achieved the status of a first-rate warrior. Although the number of acupoints that a first-rate warrior must open to reach the peak of the acquired realm is not many, the difficulty is considerable. The innate realm feels far away, let alone becoming a master. Su Mingwei sighed. The elite offspring of the prominent families in the county city are all like this. How can one obtain the Qi induction pill? It is extremely rare in the county city. Even in the county city, it is controlled by the major families and requires the means of a cultivator to refine it, costing 3,000 taels for a single pill. Moreover, the Qi induction pill cannot guarantee success in comprehending the energy of heaven and earth. It merely increases the odds, and generally one needs a dozen or so to have a chance of success. The most talented among the elite in the county city over the last decade has used 3 pills. Su Mingwei curiously asked, is there no one who has successfully comprehended it on their own? Naturally there are, but it is very difficult. Among the 100 innate warriors in the county city, only one has succeeded on their own. Yang Shichang glanced at Su Mingwei and smiled. However, cultivating martial arts is certainly best achieved by breaking through as early as possible to ensure a brighter future. After all, once one surpasses 60, their vitality begins to decline, making further breakthroughs nearly impossible. If our two families become in-laws with your talent, my father could certainly procure a few Qi induction pills from the family to assist your breakthrough. This matter still needs my father to make the final decision. Su Mingwei said, Su brother, you truly. My sister loves you so much she will not marry anyone else. Brother Shichang, who are you implying will not marry anyone? Su Ming's light laughter came as she approached with another person. The taller girl was graceful like a lotus flower, while the smaller one was playful and cute, her crescent-shaped eyes gleaming with mischief. It was Yang Ronghua and Su Mingzhu. Sister, I see Su brother is indifferent to you. You should choose another suitor. Brother, what are you saying? Mingwei won't abandon me. We have already sworn oaths to each other. Su Mingwei and Yang Ronghua exchanged glances and smiled gently. Over the past 3 years, the Su and Yang families had grown closer, visiting each other frequently, and the young heirs had become quite familiar. Yang Ronghua and Su Mingwei had also developed feelings for each other. Others watched and believed they were a perfect match. I certainly will not let down Ronghua, Su Mingwei declared, as if making an oath. I will break through to the innate realm as soon as possible to meet my father's expectations, then proceed with the formalities to marry Ronghua. Ha ha ha! Yang Shichang suddenly burst into laughter. Su brother, this is what you said yourself. Xiaoxue, let's go check on your little bai and not disturb their conversation. Su Mingzhu blinked, then let's go, just in time to show you the prowess of little bai. Yang Shichang sparred with little bai for a while. Indeed, he was no match for the exotic white tiger and was overwhelmed, causing Su Mingzhu to clap in delight. Of course, Su Mingzhu would not truly allow little bai to injure him. Otherwise, her adoptive parents would not let it slide, and once they returned home, both he and the tiger would face severe punishment, perhaps even preventing little bai from ever going out again. Before long, Su Mingwei and his sister returned to Dongxi village. The Su residence had now expanded to over 100 acres with grand architecture, truly embodying the aura of a prominent family. Su Mingwei discussed the Qi induction pill with Su Chuan. I will discuss this with Uncle Yang, and will also have a Yuan inquire. He added, as for marriage, you both are still young. There is no rush for a year or two. Su Chuan smiled at Su Mingwei, who nodded. Father's words are reasonable. He continued, prepare well for the family establishment. This is a significant day for our Su family to officially become a part of the Qinjiang aristocracy. The stone understands the weight of matters. That night on Xinyan Street at the Yang family home, Yang's wife served wine to Yang Zhao, her face filled with curiosity. "Husband, what has you so joyful today?" "We received a letter from the family. A position has opened up in the county city, and we can return." "My dear, let's drink." "Uncle personally sent the letter. How could it be false?" "My dear, let's drink a few more glasses tonight." "Yes, husband." After 3 cups of wine, Yang's wife took out an invitation. The Su family sent an invitation through Ming Yuan. "They are establishing the family and opening the ancestral hall in half a month, inviting us to attend the ceremony." Hearing this, Yang Zhao's expression froze. "What's wrong?" Yang's wife asked, puzzled. The Su family's rise is astonishingly swift. In just 3 years they are already establishing a family. Yang Zhao sighed. It is indeed rapid, but the Su family is no longer what it used to be. Although their foundation may not be deep, yet given their youth and the lack of a large population, their financial strength and connections cannot be underestimated. Yang's wife nodded in agreement. Once all 5 sons marry and establish their own families, the clan will surely prosper, and their foundation will solidify. Yang Zhao agreed, but his expression was different from before. Yang's wife noticed the change, and asked, "Why does your expression change whenever the Su family is mentioned? It was not like this before." Yang Zhao sighed lightly. "Today my uncle sent a letter urging me to compete for the position of county lieutenant, but the competition is fierce with many families, especially the Chang family, watching closely. To succeed, I need the assistance of the Wen family." The Wen family has held several terms as county lieutenants. Though they are not as powerful as the Chang family or my Yang family, they are well-rooted and have profound connections. Thus my uncle suggested forming a marriage alliance with the Wen family. I am the most capable contender from the Yang family for the county lieutenant position. This is good news. Yang's wife knew this matter concerned her husband's future. Her eyes showing joy. Chang'er is also of marrying age. It is perfect to match him with a suitable girl from the Wen family. "Wait, husband, are you planning to marry Huar to the Wen family?" Yang Zhao replied, "Seriously, Chang'er and Huar will go together, one marrying and the other marrying off both at the same time. This way the bond between families is strengthened, and the Wen family will be inclined to help me in the competition for the county lieutenant position. Our Yang family and the Wen family working together will ensure success in this contest." Yang's wife suddenly displayed the same expression Yang Zhao had earlier. Though it was merely verbal, the Yang and Su families had long established a tacit understanding, and when the time was right, Su Mingwei would be allowed to marry Yang Ronghua. Yang Zhao had always favored forming a marriage alliance with the Su family, especially since Su Mingwei was both virtuous and capable, making him a good match for Yang Ronghua. However, facing this decision, he found himself torn between his daughter's happiness and his own future. "But Huar, Chang'er has told me that they share a deep bond, having vowed to each other, reaching a point where they cannot marry anyone else." "Nonsense. What does a child know about the world? How can there be eternal vows?" Yang Zhao slammed the table, his voice stern, not knowing if he was angry at his daughter for deciding her fate or lamenting the need to sacrifice her happiness for the family's future. "Husband, is there really no other way?" Yang's wife, heartbroken for her daughter, thought of how devastated she would be upon hearing this bad news, and her eyes moistened with tears. "Do I not cherish water as well?" Yang Zhao sighed, feeling helpless. "But even if I wish to sacrifice my future, how can I face my uncle and father? This matter does not concern only me, it truly relates to the rise and fall of the entire Yang family. I was raised and educated by the Yang family. How can I betray my clan?" The next day, Yang Zhao rode swiftly towards Yuehu County City. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, he informed his uncle Yang Wenfeng about the matter. "Uncle, both families have exchanged betrothal letters and completed the engagement ceremony. We are merely waiting for an auspicious day to marry. How can I go back on my word? I cannot allow the Yang family to bear the name of being unkind and unjust." In the end, Yang Zhao heeded his wife's advice, allowing Yang Ronghua to marry the one she cherished. This is because in large families women are often regarded as mere tools for alliances. However, the marriage arranged by Yang Shichang was unavoidable. He thought to himself that once the matters here were settled, and he returned to Xinjiang County, he must quickly resolve his own lie. If successful, he would remain in Xinjiang County for no more than half a year. Yang Wenfeng pondered for a moment, his eyes shimmering. "If that is the case, we can only proceed. Originally, it was quite suitable for your Shichang to marry the daughter of the Wen family, while Ronghua would marry their son. Now we must choose another candidate. Your third uncle's granddaughter, Yang Rongchuan, is 18 and quite fitting for the choice. I imagine he would be pleased to form such a strong alliance with the Wen family." After saying this, Yang Wenfeng glanced at Yang Zhao and added, "In a moment, accompany me to the Wen family to inform them personally." "Thank you, uncle." That day, Yang Zhao returned to Xinjiang County. Upon arriving home, he sent Yang Shichang to the Su family, inviting Su Chuan to the county office. The county magistrate was busy, having taken a few days off, and had accumulated a significant amount of official business awaiting his attention. In Xinjiang County, at the county office, Yang Zhao greeted Brother Yang. "Why the urgent summons? Is there something important?" "It concerns my daughter's marriage to your son." Su Chuan was taken aback. Just recently, he had spoken with Yang Zhao, both agreeing that the two young ones were still too young and could afford to delay the marriage for a year. What has changed? Yang Zhao explained regarding matters in the county city. I am vying for the position of county lieutenant, but the Yang family wants me to ally with the Wen family. Changer is to marry the Wen family's legitimate daughter, and originally Ronghua was also to marry their legitimate son. However, Hua and your eldest son have made promises to each other. I fear that if we forcibly separate them, they will resent us for a lifetime. Thus I lied, claiming that Hua has already been betrothed to your family, and the engagement is finalized, just waiting for an auspicious day to be married. This was the only way I could persuade my uncle to agree to change the match. Yang Zhao added, but this lie must be maintained, otherwise it will bring unnecessary trouble to both our families. Rest assured, Brother Yang, I will have my wife handle this matter promptly, ensuring a unified statement, not leaking a word to avoid putting you at risk. Yang Zhao. Su Chuan clasped his fists and congratulated little brother. I must congratulate you in advance on your promotion. Yang Zhao replied, but when you return to the county city, the distance will make it difficult for us to share a drink together. I appreciate your kind words, Brother Su. Yang Zhao laughed. Your Su family is certainly not a small player either. In the future you will surely develop your family in the county. Brother Su, the major county cities are indeed the best places for the development of prestigious families. He continued, although Qingjiang County can be considered a prosperous county within Yuehu, it is still very rare to see a cultivator. However, in the county city, the offspring of the prominent families all have practitioners of martial arts and immortality, with resources supporting both paths being. My Yang family, while also a large family in Yuehu County, does not have the true depth of the top families, which are all focused on cultivation, and some even have large families with foundation establishment cultivators stationed. As for martial arts, even becoming a master would only be comparable to a late-stage qi refining practitioner. Su Chuan was intrigued to hear about the secrets of the prominent families in the county city. By the way, Brother Yang, could you tell me how the families in your county city are ranked? Yang Zhao smiled in surprise, and began to explain the Great Wei dynasty secretly divides the families into 9 ranks similar to official positions, with the 9th rank being the lowest, and the 1st rank being the highest. 9th rank families must have at least 1 innate warrior, or a qi refining 3rd stage cultivator. He continued, 8th rank families require a late stage innate warrior, or a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. 2nd rank families must have at least 3 foundation establishment existences. He added 1st rank families must have 5 foundation establishment members, including at least 1 late-stage grand cultivator. Su Chuan, pondering this, smiled bitterly. Then my Su family doesn't even qualify as a 9th rank family now. These classifications are for the families in the county city. Those in the county town are generally not included, as over 90% do not have innate warriors, so Brother Su need not belittle yourself. I Yang still have great faith in your Su family. Su Chuan nodded, and then asked, so what rank is your Yang family now? Curious. This isn't much of a secret in the county city, so it's fine to share. Yang Zhao smiled lightly. My Yang family is ranked 6th. 6th rank means there are at least 3 master warriors, and one of them is a late-stage master. The exact number of strong practitioners is the highest secret of each family. Yang Zhao certainly would not be foolish enough to reveal that. Su Chuan sighed, feeling a sense of weighty responsibility. Brother Su, the path of the prestigious family is not something that can be accomplished overnight. My Yang family has taken over 400 years to reach where we are today, and each generation has worked diligently to rise to a middle 3rd rank family. Yang Zhao shook his head with a smile. After returning, Su Chuan immediately had Bai Jing prepare the documents for the betrothal, and then asked her to accompany him and Su Mingwei to visit the Yang residence in 2 days. Su Mingwei was delighted but also surprised, so he asked. Su Chuan did not hide anything and explained the situation regarding the Yang family. Thank you, Father. He continued, you should also thank Uncle Yang, your future father-in-law. The Yang family could have sent Ronghua for the alliance, but they chose not to, which is also a risk on their part. Su Chuan chuckled, patting his shoulder. You must remember this favor. You will need to repay it in the future. Understood, Father. 2 days later at the Yang residence, Su Chuan said, Brother Yang, my Su family has prepared all the documents for the proposal. Please check them. Su Chuan clasped his fists towards Yang Zhao, who smiled. I trust your handling of matters, brother. Come, let's drink tea and discuss. The couples of Su and Yang chatted merrily about the marriage of Su Mingwei and Yang Ronghua. After a discussion, it was finally set for the 2nd day of the 2nd month next year. It is currently October, which means there are still 4 months left. This is enough time for both families to prepare for the marriage arrangements. Mingwei, this marriage has finally been settled. Congratulations. Yang Shichang clasped his fists in congratulations. Brother Shichang, congratulations to you as well. Father has told me about your family's matters. Su Mingwei quietly looked at Yang Shichang, seeing only a hint of bitterness and envy in his eyes. What is there to congratulate? It's just a family alliance. As he spoke, he patted Su Mingwei on the shoulder. Treat my sister well. If I find out she has been bullied, don't blame this future brother-in-law for coming back from the county city to— Of course, Su Mingwei solemnly made his promise. As for the marriage between the two families, Su Chuan decided to announce it on the day of the family establishment. Yang Zhao did not refute. The Su family is now the rising star among the prestigious families in Qinjiang County. For such an important occasion, countless families and merchants from Qinjiang will attend. Announcing it publicly would make it official. Even if Uncle and the Wen family investigated, there would be no loophole to exploit. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the Su family's establishment. Qinjiang County Dongxi Village. Countless carriages and horses flowed into this ordinary village. More than 20 families dressed in standard black and red attire were directing the traffic to prevent congestion. The head of the Wang family from Qingping County arrives with his wife and son. The head of the He family from Qingping County arrives with his son and daughter. The eldest son of the Chao family from Qingping County arrives. The head of the Yin family arrives with his wife and children. The eldest son of the Shen family arrives. Mr. Wu, the magistrate of Qingping County, arrives with his wife. Mr. Yang, the county deputy of Qingping County, arrives with his wife and children. Mr. Fang, the county lieutenant of Qingping County, arrives. The voices proclaiming the names of Qingping County's notable families belonged either to prominent clans or figures in the officialdom, while the rest were wealthy merchants or respected individuals in the county. The families of Chun Ergu and Chun Daming were also invited. Seeing the wealthy merchants and prominent families, Chun Daming felt a wave of emotion and murmured, "Ergu, our father truly has keen insight. If it weren't for him, watching over Su Chuan since childhood, our Chun family would find it difficult to be here today. Big brother, that's you. My relationship with Chuan Gu is well known. It's normal not to invite you, but surely they wouldn't overlook me." Chun Ergu said proudly. Su Yin observed the surroundings with envy burning in her heart. "We are all from the Su clan, originating from the same lineage. How is it that Su Chuan's branch is so prominent while ours is gradually declining? Husband, do you think the Su family will blame us for asking them about the cultivation insights for the Qingyu pair years ago?" She was Chun Daming's wife Lu. "It shouldn't be a big deal, otherwise they wouldn't have invited us. Besides, we gain no benefits. The Qingyu pair has been cultivated for several years without bearing fruit, almost dragging down our family business." After speaking, the two fell silent. A few people walked ahead, when suddenly a guard blocked their way, saying, "Gentlemen, this road is closed by our Su family today. Only those with invitations may pass." Chun Ergu cheerfully stepped forward, took out the invitation from his pocket, and then turned to Chun Daming, saying, "Big brother, show your invitation as well." The Su family's guard glanced at it, nodded, then returned it to them, making a gesture to indicate they could proceed, saying, "The invitation is in order. You may go straight ahead. The gathering place is where our Su family is located." "I know this road well." As they approached the Su family mansion, the crowd thickened until they reached the entrance of the mansion, where there was a spacious area neatly arranged with bluestone slabs covering the ground. Second nephew. Chun Ergu suddenly spotted Su Mingyuan chatting casually with some wealthy merchants, and waved his hand to call out. With this shout, many people turned to look. It seems he is calling for young Master Su. Could he also be from the Su family? Someone speculated, wondering if they should go greet him. Su Mingyuan, now approaching the level of a second-tier martial artist, was sharp of hearing and sight, and naturally heard this familiar call. Turning around, he smiled and walked over. "Uncle Ergu, Uncle Daming, Dainyu, Fangfang, you all have come. Where's Chuan Gu?" Su Mingyuan sighed with a wry smile, saying, "Uncle Ergu, there are too many people here today, and it's a significant day for my Su family. The atmosphere is solemn. You should behave properly and refrain from being too casual in your speech." "I understand, young Master Su. May I ask where the head of the Su family is?" Father is inside discussing matters with several clan heads, as well as Magistrate Wu, Deputy Yang, and County Lieutenant Fang. The clan establishment ceremony starts at noon. If you have acquaintances, you may chat with them first, or you can go see Grandpa Chen in the mansion. This ceremony is being presided over by him. "My father." Both Chun Daming and Chun Ergu exclaimed in surprise, looking at each other in disbelief. "Then let's go see my father first," both of them said, so as indeed there were not many familiar faces present. At noon, outside the Su family gate, the incense altar for worshipping heaven and earth had already been set up neatly with offerings of cattle, pigs, and sheep, long-burning candles, and some pastries. Behind were 7 mats arranged in 2 rows, 2 in the front and 5 side by side in the back. The Su family, along with the magistrate, deputy lieutenant, and some clan heads, walked out from the main gate. Chen Bo stood beside the incense altar. With graying hair and a weathered face, he was already in his 60s. He was considered long-lived among the people of Dongxi village. As the closest elder of the Su family, Su Chuan invited him to preside over the ceremony. "Descendants of the Su family, please step forward. Light the incense." 7 servants stepped forward to light the long incense in the hands of Su Chuan, and the others then withdrew. Chuan glanced around, his expression solemn and respectful, and began reading from the silk cloth in his hands. Here the Su family worshipping heaven and earth in the year of EC, the auspicious time is at hand. The heavens and earth are harmonious, the two principles manifest. Clouds rain and the myriad things take form. With great brilliance nurture our people, and may the gods bring blessings benefiting us endlessly. We humbly follow the old customs, respectfully wishing for the favor of our ancestors. After finishing, he threw the silk cloth into a bronze cauldron to be burned. Kneel. First bow. Second bow. Third bow. Kneel again. After 3 kneels and 9 bows, Chuan led everyone to insert the incense. Then they proceeded to the Su family ancestral hall. Before opening the ancestral hall, a prayer must also be recited to comfort the ancestors and honor their deeds. Here the Su family establishes a clan and builds a hall to honor the virtues of our ancestors and to maintain order and respect. Today we choose an auspicious site in Xinjiang, backed by green mountains and facing flowing waters with a continuous dragon vein and magnificent atmosphere. The hall consists of 3 sections: an entrance gate in front, a worship hall in the middle, and ancestral tablets in the back, with side rooms to store genealogies. The completion of this hall is not merely a place for the spirits to dwell, but is fundamentally the foundation for fostering kinship, promoting harmony among clans, and educating descendants. Future generations who enter this door must remember that founding a business is arduous, maintaining it is not easy, and they should be frugal and uphold the family name. After reciting the prayer and burning the silk cloth, Chuan shouted loudly, "Open the ancestral hall, welcome the ancestral tablets." One by one the servants with serious expressions carried the tablets into the Su family ancestral hall and placed them properly. Chuan's lineage began with his grandfather. He was the 3rd generation, while Su Mingwei and the others were the 4th generation. However, to others, Chuan was seen as the true founder of the Su family. In the earlier generations, the Su family was just an ordinary clan struggling to survive, and Chuan's father was merely a hired laborer for the Su family. I have heard that the Su family has 5 sons, each with exceptional talents, yet the head of the Su family is not well known. I have also heard that the Su family's rise only happened in the past decade. The head of the Su family was young and merely a laborer in Dongxi village. The Su family has produced talented individuals in 2 generations, explaining their current prosperity. Everyone looked at the Su family members kneeling before the ancestral tablets with envious expressions. The 5 sons of the Su family were all outstanding. Not only did they gain fame in Xinjiang County, but their reputation also spread to several surrounding counties. The eldest son, Su Mingwei, without needing further words, was recognized as a first-tier martial artist 3 years ago, barely past his youth, yet already at the pinnacle of innate talent, universally acknowledged as a master. The second son, Su Mingyuan, made friends in all directions and amassed wealth from all sides. The prosperity of the Su family today is largely attributed to him. He is truly a business genius, multiplying the family's wealth many times over in just a few short years. The third son, Su Mingxuan, studied at the Tianlong Martial Arts School, reaching the level of a 3rd-tier martial artist, and enjoyed a reputation as a talented martial artist in Xinjiang County. The 4th daughter, Su Mingxu, was exceptionally gifted, rumored to communicate with beasts and control a rare white tiger, also enjoying a prominent reputation and sought after by many wealthy families. The 5th son, Su Mingxian, though low-key and unassuming in the eyes of outsiders, was considered by many to be the most gifted member of the Su family. Thank you, distinguished household heads and friends, for honoring us with your presence at the Su clan's ancestral hall inauguration. After the rites to the forebears concluded, Chuan smiled and told the assembly the Su household has prepared modest wine and a simple feast. Please drink heartily. Haha, head, so you flatter us. At once someone chimed in to oblige. Who in these parts does not know that the wine from Zust Qianjin Workshop is famed across Xinjiang? The Qianjin Workshop produces yellow wine, rice, wine, baijiu, fruit wines, and fruit drinks, suitable for young and old alike. Its reputation is well established and widely praised. Haha, everyone drink your fill. Let no one leave sober. Household heads, please this way. Guards began to usher the guests toward the banquet hall. Father, I'll go see Shao, by Su Mingxu said. They'll go too, added Su Mingxian. Chuan waved them off, smiling. Go, then keep an eye on them. If they cause a scene today, don't blame me for starving it for 10 days or 2 weeks. I will have servants bring you some food. Thank you, Father. As for the 3 of you, go and receive the guests. The household heads, wealthy merchants, and the villagers of Dongxi must all be properly tended to. Yes, Father. Chuan took his place at the main table, seated beside Yang Zhao and several of the most influential family heads. At a neighboring table sat Bai Jing and the other ladies of the household. Gentlemen and household heads, allow me to offer a toast of thanks for your attendance today. You have graced the Su clan with honor. County Magistrate Wu raised his cup as well and smiled. Head Su, you are too modest. For Qing County to gain another prominent family is no small matter, As local officials, we must be present to witness it lest we betray the very duty. County Magistrate Wu speaks truly, we of the great families should also bear witness. To our guests, the assembly drained their cups in unison. Head Su, in scarcely a dozen years your family has amassed such solid foundations. Your prospects are boundless. Perhaps one day the Su family will lift others up in turn. Lord Wang, you do us too much honor. How could the Su household compare to the Wang family? We could not catch up even if we tried. Ha ha ha, Head Su, you are modest indeed. Lord Wang beamed at the flattery, his face flushed with pleasure. Today I have one more piece of good news to share with you all. Su Chuan glanced at Yang Zhao and said calmly, on the second day of the second month, next year, my eldest son Su Mingwei will wed the daughter of County Deputy Yang. County Magistrate Wu, County Captain Fang, and the other household heads exchanged surprised looks between Su Chuan and Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao smiled faintly and waved a hand. Head Su, this is hardly a matter for ceremony. The 3 betrothal letters and 6 formalities have long been completed. Surely you are not worried I would refuse to give my daughter to your son. Yang Zhao's words settled the matter. County Magistrate Wu pointed at him, shaking his head with a laugh. Brother Yang, that is hardly fair. How could you choose a son-in-law for your daughter without informing me? You have let Head Zu's son have the advantage. My fault. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Yang Zhao drank 3 cups in quick succession and then said, I could not help it. My daughter is fond of him. I have but one daughter. How could I refuse her? Indeed, Su Mingwei carries the bearing of a true master, whose youth could compare. The head of the He family turned to Su Chuan with a smile and asked, Head Su, does Mingwei stand on the cusp of the postnatal pinnacle? Many leaned in curious. Su Chuan smiled somewhat wearily. I have not had the leisure to supervise him closely. I have not tested his martial cultivation in some time. I do not know his exact realm. Perhaps he still lacks a little. Even if he lacks a little, there are surely only a few acupoints left to open. Once the meridians are fully connected and internal force pours through, he will ascend to the postnatal pinnacle. Haha, then let us accept Lord Zhou's auspicious words. May he reach that pinnacle before the year's end. Not only did Su Chuan's table chatter warmly, Bai Jing's table was the same. The women were discussing which families had marriageable sons and daughters. Because the Su family's 5 sons were so well known, the other ladies were chiefly concerned with their prospects for marriage. Bai Jing was no fool. She simply announced that Su Mingwei had already pledged himself to County Deputy Yang's daughter and would be brought into the household in a few months. The others, being younger, would wait a few years. After a feast of food and wine, the county officials, family heads, and merchants took their leave. Bai Jing, accompanied by Zhou Ming, set about inventorying the wedding gifts. Madam, the gifts have been counted, roughly valued at over 80,000 taels. Bai Jing nodded calmly, as she knew the family's financial depth and was not startled by such sums. Director, Zhou put them all into the treasury. Very well, madam. The old retainers, Zhou Ming, Li Er, and Zhao Dalong, who had accompanied the family from humble beginnings, now held positions of real standing within the Su household. Some served as stewards, others as captains of the guard. As the Su fortunes rose, so did the fortunes of those who had remained loyal. Except for Li Er, the others were no worse off now than before their flight from peril. Over the past 3 years, several households had even seen new children born. In the Su family hall, Chen Ergu and Chun Daming's kin sat chatting idly with Su. I always knew Brother Chuan was formidable. In such a short span, you have elevated the Su household into the ranks of the notable families, something the Su line had not achieved in decades, Chen Ergu praised. He took a sip of tea and his eyes brightened. This tea is excellent. Is it? Then take some with you when you go. No need. I would feel like a freeloader otherwise. Shunbo shot him a glance and said brusquely, you know how it stands. Enough. Tea-drunk talk, Hado. Everyone should be on their way. If you linger until late, the city gates will be shut, and you'll not return. Chun Daming, uneasy, rose to take his leave. Though his wife sought to cultivate acquaintances, the Su family were shrewd, their true intentions were plain. Relations had never been warm. Now that they wished to attach themselves, there was nothing sticky about it. They had hoped Chen Ergu would intercede, but he was no fool. Their patriarch had already signaled they should leave. They had no face to remain. Brother Chuan, we will take our leave for now, or we will call again in a few days. Su Chuan escorted Chen Ergu and the others to the gate, watched their carriage depart, then turned to Chun Bo, what need is there? Our household has plenty of guest rooms. True enough, your family has risen far from its old station, but people should know their place. Su Chuan cupped his hands politely. Thank you for presiding over the main rites today, Chun Bo. To witness your family's rise is my honor. Were your parents alive and watching from beneath the earth, they would be proud of you. Su Chuan looked toward the distant green hills gilded at the edges by the setting sun, and said quietly, among the 9 ranks of the Dawei gentry, our Su family does not yet truly count as one of the great houses. Everything is only just beginning. Shin Ba's dim eyes flared with sudden light as he looked at Su Chuan. You harbor ambitions and splendid designs within. Truly you are exceptional. It is a pity Chun Bo will not live to see that day. He coughed a few times, the sound thin and weary. Since last winter when Chen Bo's wife passed away, his health had steadily declined. Su Chuan steadied him with an arm and said, "Allow me to escort you home." "That would be kind." Chen Bo looked up at him, and the two walked toward the elder's house. "Sen Shu, I have a favor to ask of you." "Speak, Chen Bo." "Take the Chen family as a vassal house." Su Chuan fell silent for a few paces before replying, "When the Su family grows stronger, we will surely need vassal families to manage certain affairs and estates. I ask you for the sake of my old face, grant my two sons a chance." After a moment's thought, Su Chuan replied, evenly, "Very well. Chen Bo, you must persuade them yourself. If they are willing, I will accept them and treat them on equal footing with the Zhao Qiansun, Li, and Zhou households. The Su family will never mistreat the loyal, but we will not show mercy to those who cheat and deceive. I expect you to make this plain." Chen Bo inclined his head slightly in assent. Days later, in Dongxi village at the Chun family's old residence. "What? Father, you want me and Ergo to become vassals of the Su family?" Chun Daming's face showed a look of shock, while Chun Ergo appeared to ponder deeply. "This matter concerns everyone, so you all need to think it through. Dana, you Fangfang, you too, as well. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. I am old, and there is not much I can do for you. This time I put my old face on the line to persuade Sen Shu to agree. As long as you are willing, you can be like Zhao Qiansun, Li Zhou, and the others." Chun Bo, hunched over, still holding on to his old smoking pipe, earnestly advised, "Do not look down on those families just because they are not as prosperous as you now. If one person achieves success, it will benefit all, and the future of the Su family will determine the level at which you can rise. Sen Shu told me that the Wei dynasty's noble families are divided into 9 ranks, and the Su family has not yet entered the ranks of noble families. He said the Su family is just beginning to rise. Their vision is as vast as the sea, their demeanor as solid as a mountain, and they plan for a legacy that will endure for generations." Chun Daming showed a look of indignation and retorted, "Though their descendants are all talented, how long can Su Chuan last? Even with foresight, after death, everything will still turn to dust. How can one ensure the Su family's prosperity for generations without a wasteful descendant? The Su family happens to be at the right time, but my Chun family will also produce illustrious figures through generations. You certainly have a long-term vision." Chen Bo glanced at him, and then at his children. Lu said, "Father, my husband is right. My Lu family also started from nothing, and within a short span of a decade, we became prominent merchants in Xinjiang County. However, in my generation, we have already begun to decline. The world is ever-changing, and the future is unpredictable. I understand your stance, but Ergo, what about your family? What is your decision?" Chen Bo looked over. "I." Chen Ergo and Su Yin both fell silent. "Wang, I agree." Chen Daniu was the first to step forward. "I do not mean to belittle my own family, but Uncle Chuan is indeed the wisest person I have ever met." Chen Daniu seemed to recall something, his expression bittersweet as he said, "In the past I always thought I was no worse than a Yuan or Brother Shirtu. But after these past few years of worldly trials, I have come to understand that people's talents do indeed vary, and that is innate. However, for a family to develop, it is more important to have long-sighted individuals, make full use of resources, and let everyone utilize their talents. In a family, each person has their own role. The Su family is like this. Uncle Chuan is the stabilizing force guiding the Su family's progress, while also nurturing everyone to bring out their strengths. Shirtu is the eldest son, the one to inherit the family, and needs to be steady and authoritative. Yuan is quick-witted and versatile, a business prodigy managing all of the Su family's various enterprises. Even Uncle Chuan seldom intervenes. Tantu was sent to the martial arts academy from a young age, focused solely on martial arts. Even Aunt Bai Jing is only responsible for the inner household, never interfering with other matters. When talking about Aunt Bai Jing, he glanced at his mother, intentionally or unintentionally, making comparisons in his heart. Chen Bo smiled, nodded, and said, "No wonder you are my good grandson. With this kind of vision, even if you do not become a vassal of the Su family, you will be able to elevate the Chun family to the status of wealthy merchants in your lifetime. Ergo, what about you?" Chun Ergo pondered for a moment, and then said, "Forget it, I was never suited to be a decision-maker. Since there is an opportunity to return to my old profession, I will continue to follow Brother Chuan. In that case, Daming, you all should go home and live your lives well." Chun Daming ultimately did not wish to follow the path arranged by Chen Bo. Perhaps it was destined to be this way from the beginning. Chen Bo informed Chen Ergo and Chen Daniu about Su Chuan's advice, and the Chen family's assets would merge into the Su family, managed uniformly by the Su family. However, Su Yin firmly disagreed. Chen Ergo's persuasion was fruitless, and in the end he gritted his teeth and decided to divorce Su Yin. Knowing of her greedy nature, he left 70% of the family assets to her, while he, Chun Daniu, and Chen Fangfang all voluntarily joined the Su family, becoming their vassals. Chen Bo communicated the decisions of Chun Daming's family and Chun Ergo's family to Su Chuan. Su Chuan was quite surprised and regarded Chen Ergo with newfound respect. "Ergo, what man fears being without a wife? In a few years I will definitely find you a better one. Su Mingyuan was also present at the time. He patted Qin Dania's shoulder, and seeing his worried expression comforted him. Dania, do not be too distressed over your family's matters. From now on follow me. Su Mingyuan glanced at Su Chuan who nodded with a smile. Do not treat Dania poorly. Thank you second young master, thank you patriarch. Qin Daniu clasped his hands in gratitude. Look at you in our private dealings, when it is just us you can still call me Yuan. Qin Daniu and Chun Fangfang smiled, their pent-up feelings dissipating as if the rain had cleared and the sky brightened. Qin Bo had resolved a concern. 2 months later he passed away, unable to see the next year's festival. The Su family organized a grand funeral for him. In the blink of an eye on the second day of the second month the dragon raised its head. The stream in the mountains gurgled, and the shepherd's purse bloomed white flowers along the banks. Su Mingwei's grand wedding was another significant event for the Su family. Many noble families from the county town arrived, and there were also relatives from the district city coming from the Yang family. The Yang family had a history of over 400 years and was quite large, so not everyone could come. It was just the close relatives from the Yang Zhao branch. However, if Yang Shichang were to marry into the Wen family on that side of the district, it would be very different, certainly much more lively than this. At this moment at the entrance of the Su family, Su Mingwei was dressed in a bright red ceremonial robe woven with gold cloud patterns, with a dark golden jade belt at his waist, and the hem of his robe was subtly embroidered with a pattern of 5 bats holding longevity, subtly appearing with each step. He wore a black gauze hat and a wrapped headpiece with a golden palace flower pinned on each side, making his sword-like brows and starry eyes even more striking. His nose was high like a peak, and his lips were slightly pursed due to nervousness. His feet were adorned with green satin boots, and a large red silk flower was diagonally tied across his chest, making him shine brightly like fire-quenched cinnabar. At that moment Su Mingwei mounted a black steed ready to set off with the wedding procession. Su Mingzhu ran out alongside the white tiger. Elder brother, wait a moment. Shueji, what is it? Su Mingwei turned around and asked with a smile. I heard father say that there are relatives from the Yang family coming from the district city, likely very arrogant. You should ride Xiao Bai to give them a show of strength. Su Mingwei looked at Su Mingzhu and said, there is no need for that. Su Chuan knew that this marriage had displeased many in the Yang family, so after some thought he said, listen to Shueji. Although my Su family is not as strong as the Yang family, we cannot be looked down upon. All right, father. Xiao Bai, lie down. Let my elder brother ride you today, and when he returns I will bring you delicious food as a reward. Su Mingzhu leaned close to the white tiger's ear and whispered. Her words seemed to have a special power. The white tiger appeared to understand, and nodded, even letting out 2 AO sounds as if bargaining. Greedy little Bai, you get your way this time. The other guards and servants had become accustomed to seeing Su Mingzhu communicate with the white tiger. Elder brother, you can go up. I will follow along to prevent Xiao Bai from getting upset. A Yuan Tania knew you all go too, and remember not to cause too much trouble. Rest assured father, I guarantee, we will bring sister-in-law back on time. Su Mingyuan laughed heartily. The 5 children of the Su family moved out together. Just like that, as the sound of the suona echoed the sound of drums and gongs fall. Father, mother, I am leaving. Bai Jing's eyes were filled with tears, but her face bore a happy smile. Su Chuan held her delicate hand, gently stroked it, and said to Su Mingwei, go ahead. Watching the children come into the world, and then seeing them marry and have children is perhaps the greatest happiness for parents. The wedding procession set off. Upon arriving at Xinjiang County, there were many onlookers following. They all came to see the white tiger. Today is the wedding of the Su family, right? Someone on the street suddenly said. How do you know? As soon as that exotic white tiger appears, everyone in Xinjiang County knows it belongs to the Su family. Oh, the Su family actually has such beast-taming skills. That is unclear. Qingyan Street. In front of the Yang family's gate. Cousin, just leave it to me later. I want the Su family to know that my Yang family's women are not so easy to marry. If you lack the ability, just go back where you came from. Yang Shishang's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not stop her. Traditionally, the bride's family often makes things difficult. They could only adapt accordingly at the time. They're coming, they're coming. A refined young boy of about 10 years in a black and gold silk outfit shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, the Xu family's wedding procession had entered Qingyun Street. The Yang family's mansion was faintly visible. Xu Mingsha's eyes curved like a crescent moon, a slight smile, revealing 2 dimples. Little Bai let out a roar to let the Yang family know we have arrived. The white tiger immediately let out a fierce roar, its sound waves overwhelming even the sounds of the suona. Fortunately, only Xu Mingyuan and a few others were riding. Their strength as warriors could still hold the horses in check, preventing them from going wild. Xueji, you could have at least given us a heads up. Xu Mingyuan forced a smile. Yeah, we almost embarrassed ourselves. Xu Mingshu also felt quite helpless. I forgot. Xu Mingshu stuck out her tongue. Let's keep moving forward, Xu Mingwei shouted loudly. Not far away except for Yang Shichang, everyone else was startled by the sudden tiger roar. The power behind this roar was not comparable to that of an ordinary fierce tiger. What's going on? Why is there a tiger roar? Since when can fierce tigers? The wedding procession came into their view. Among them was a half-human, half-tiger creature with golden eyes walking steadily. Their gazes were all drawn to it. The wedding procession came into their view. Among them was a half-human, half-tiger creature with golden eyes walking steadily. Their gazes were all drawn to it, filled with astonishment. The person who had previously called out to Yang Shichang smiled slightly, looking at him, and saying, "Does the Shu family have a beast tamer among them?" "Brother Shihui, I'm not sure about that," Yang Shichang casually replied. Upon reaching the entrance, Shu Mingwei dismounted from the white tiger, clasped his fists, and stepped forward saying, "Shu family, Shu Mingwei here, to welcome the bride." Shu Mingyuan and the others also dismounted and stood behind him. Yang Shihui and the others assessed Shu Mingwei. "He is a handsome man worthy of my distinguished cousin, but mere appearance is not enough." Indeed, a young man in a brocade robe around 17 or 18 years old said, "In this world without strength one cannot protect anyone. If you want to court my cousin, you'll have to get past me first. I am Qi Wenji, who among you will come?" Although Shu Mingyuan was closer in age, he was not skilled in martial arts. Shanta's strength was comparable to Shu Mingjiwan's, but he was hindered by his youth. If he had another 2 or 3 years, he would undoubtedly become a competent second-rate warrior, even approaching the level of a first-rate warrior. "Sister, before you go up," Shu Mingxian whispered. I feel he is not weak. Apart from Big Brother, no one can handle him, but we can't just let anyone go up for Big Brother to deal with. What are we here for?" "That's a reasonable point." Shu Mingshu took a few steps forward, looking at Qi Wenji without fear. "I will take this fight." "Ha ha ha, is the Shu family out of people? Sending a little girl to fight?" Qi Wenji laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Go play house somewhere else." Shu Mingshu's eyes flashed with anger, and she immediately said, "Little by, teach him a lesson." The white tiger, which had been quietly waiting at the back, heard the command, and leaped forward, standing before Shu Mingshu, its steel-like, black and white, tail whipping through the air, towards Qi Wenji's abdomen. Qi Wenji was taken aback and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. He was grazed by the strike and flew backward, landing painfully. "What is this? Roar!" The white tiger also glared fiercely, brazenly roaring at the crowd from the Yang family. Several people were intimidated by the roar and took a few steps back. Only Yang Shihui remained unmoved. Relying on a fierce tiger is no great skill. If we were to draw weapons, we could easily slay this beast. Shu Mingshu was unafraid. "Being able to command a fierce beast is my skill. If you are unconvinced, come and try to compare with my little bai." No, it's an auspicious day, as shedding blood is unlucky." Yang Shichang hurriedly intervened. "Cousin, it seems the Shu family is not without merit." Yang Shihui suddenly spoke, looking at Shu Mingwei. "I've heard from my uncle that your strength is impressive, possessing the potential of a master. Let's have a match. If you win, I won't stop you any longer. How about it?" "Please." Shu Mingwei did not waste words. The two immediately engaged in combat. Bang bang bang. After several exchanges, neither had gained the upper. Shu Mingshu curiously asked, "Brother Shichang, this person is quite formidable, being able to trade blows with my elder brother." Yang Shichang patted her head. "Don't underestimate anyone in the world. My cousin is 21 this year, also at the peak of the acquired stage. As long as he consolidates for a few more months, he will take a chi-inducing pill to challenge the innate warriors, a rare talent in our family's generation. But he is still not as good as my elder brother. My elder brother is only 19. Shu Mingshu snorted coldly. "Perhaps, but the Yang family's foundation is beyond what the Shu family can compare to. The future is hard to predict." Yang Shichang continued, "My brother-in-law is indeed a pride in Yuo County, but the truly formidable ones are those who become innate warriors before the age. My elder brother will not lose." Shu Mingshu said firmly. "Shu brother, you are indeed remarkable. Oh, it is not easy to produce someone like you in a mere county town, but if you can't defeat me, don't expect me to let you through the gates of the Yang mansion." Shu Mingwei's aura was as imposing as a mountain, his gaze fierce as he quietly stared at Yang Shihui. "Brother Yang is purposely making it difficult for me, then I won't hold back. Feel free to attack," Yang Shihui said confidently. In the county, he wouldn't dare claim invincibility, but in a mere town he was confident he could push through any opponent. After all, the Yang family's martial arts and techniques were not something any small family in the county could compare to. "Brother Yang, your martial arts are indeed exquisite, but I can overpower 10 with my strength." Shu Mingwei no longer held back. His internal energy surged, circulating within his body. A simple punch, yet it was as if a pillar reaching to the heavens was thrusting directly at Yang Shihui. Yang Shihui initially regarded it with disdain, but as the punch approached, he immediately realized the profoundness behind this seemingly ordinary blow. One could indeed overpower 10. Mystic Turtle Hand. Yang Shihui intended to use this technique to dissipate the force, but Shu Mingwei's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even after deflecting part of it, he still broke free from the grasping arm. Sizzle. His sleeve burst apart. After receiving a hit to his chest, he stumbled back a dozen steps, stopping with a muffled groan. A sweet taste surged in his throat, but he swallowed it down deeply. Cousin. A group of Yang family disciples exclaimed, their faces filled with concern. Yang Shihui waved his hand, laughing heartily at Xu Mingwei. What a powerful technique. You are worthy of my cousin. With Yang Shihui's approval, the other Yang family disciples naturally did not dare to stop him any longer. Thank you. Xu Mingwei clasped his fists with a slight smile, just about to lead his group inside, when Yang Shichong blocked his way. My cousin has passed, now there's still me to deal with. Brother Shichong, it's not that I underestimate you, but you shouldn't make things difficult for yourself. Xu Mingshu said with a smile. Little Xueji, I never said I wanted to duel. Yang Shichong smiled slyly. My good brother-in-law, if you want to enter, you must first compose a poem to welcome the bride. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. Xu Mingwei let out a sigh of relief. Then listen closely. In a fragrant carriage parked by the willow, the painted hall is lit with silver candles. In the mirror of the lotus flower, I draw the new brow, while in front of the tortoiseshell curtain, I wipe away the old dust. Good. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in applause. Thunderous claps resounded. Then, after taking a few steps back, Xu Mingwei continued, do not think the immortal maiden's adornments are slow. Know that the wind often visits the doors of the Shao family. The east wind is prepared with golden reins, just waiting for you to comb your cloud-like hair evenly. Yang residence. In Yang Ronghua's chamber. Miss Young Master Su has gotten into a fight with the young masters from the county city. I hope Brother Mingwei isn't. Naturally, young Master Su won, defeating the praised young Master Shihui in a single punch. Yang Ronghua was filled with joy, her face flushed. I knew Brother Mingwei was the strongest. After a while, another maid rushed in. Miss Young Master Su has composed a poem to hasten the bride's adornment. Silken curtains and fragrant carriages rest at the willow crossing. Silver candles illuminate the fragrant festival. In the mirror, new brows are drawn, while before the tortoiseshell curtain old dust is wiped away. It is time for us to head out. In the main hall, Yang Zhao and his wife sat at the head of the hall. A large crowd entered noisily, and Su Mingwei bowed to Yang Zhao and his wife, saying, I, the son-in-law, greet my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Yang Zhao stroked his short beard, nodding in satisfaction. The bride is here. A loud voice exclaimed, and everyone parted to make way. A woman dressed in a layered emerald wedding gown walked gracefully toward them. On her head, she wore a phoenix hairpin that swayed as she walked, with emerald flower pins on both sides. In her hand, she held a black lacquered gold-painted round fan that half covered her face, the fan's surface adorned with intricate flowers, and her exposed eyes resembled black obsidian immersed in a clear spring. Her waist was cinched with a jade belt, and the flowing silk ribbons added to the sound of her movements, ringing clearly. The surrounding crowd suddenly fell silent. As Su Mingwei turned, his gaze and heart were solely focused on the woman before him. Yang Ronghua knelt on the mat, bowing 3 times to Yang Zhao and his wife. Daughter bids farewell to her father and mother. Madame Yang lowered her head and wiped her tears, both crying and smiling. Go now, Yang Zhao nodded and said, as you marry into a new family, be obedient first. Do not forget our family teachings, maintain your virtue and composure. Daughter will remember father's teachings. Yang Ronghua choked back her tears as she bowed to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao then looked at Su Mingwei, smiling as he said, son-in-law, I entrust Huar to you, treat her well. I will certainly not forget my father-in-law's teachings, and will cherish and love her. Afterward, Yang Shichong carried Yang Ronghua out the door and into the bridal sedan chair. The Su family's wedding procession began, heading toward Dongxi village. Naturally, many from the Yang family followed to uphold the customs and prevent the groom's family from looking down on them. Around noon, the wedding procession returned to the Su family. Then came the ceremony of bowing. The officiant's voice rang out. First bow to heaven and earth, for the couple's love is unwavering. Second bow to the high hall, may the parents live long and prosper. The couple bows to each other, growing old together without parting. The grand feast commenced. Except for Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian, who were too young, the rest surrounded Su Mingwei, responsible for toasting and pouring drinks. After a round of toasts, Su Mingwei was half drunk, partly due to Su Mingyuan blocking drinks for him. With the support of Chen Daniu, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshuan, and others, Su Mingwei entered the bridal chamber. Upon entering, there were still many customary rites, for instance tying their hair, cutting each other's hair, and keeping it as a keepsake. Scattering longan and red dates to pray for an early birth of a precious child. The joining of cups, splitting a gourd to drink together, symbolizing sharing joys and sorrows. Eating raw dumplings, will it be successful? At night. Wife, we should rest now. Yang Ronghua's voice was barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing. Her cheeks were rosy and translucent, giving a feeling of being extraordinarily beautiful. Su Mingwei lowered the canopy and gently lay down with her. Then, the fragrance of the alchemical furnace warmed the gauze curtains, and the jade hairpin slipped from her hair as the clouds of her hair fell loose. The moonlight peeked through the curtains at their entwined necks. The cries of cranes pierced the sky mixed with their gasps. The spiritual spring surged in the Peach Creek waves, true essence exchanged freely between them. In the most joyful moment, a red lotus bloomed amidst the core. Yang residence. Sure Hui, you lost to Su Mingwei this morning. Yang Zhao's cousin Yang Hua remarked lightly. Father, young master Su truly is, as my cousin said, exceptionally talented with the potential of a master, and seems to possess innate divine strength far exceeding ordinary people. Yang Shihui replied respectfully. Cousin, you have chosen a good husband for Ronghua. Prepare well, in a little over a month father will be able to smooth over relations and send down the transfer documents. Thank you, cousin. No need to thank, we are all family, just remember to work for the benefit of the family. Yang Zhao nodded in agreement. However, he also knew in his heart that the reason the Yang family chose him was that among the officials of the Yang family, he was the most outstanding with the best political. With similar connections, naturally those with outstanding political achievements had a greater hope. The next day, members of the Yang family returned to the county city one after another. Another month passed. Su Chuan and Su Mingwei came to send off Yang Zhao and his family. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I will definitely take Ronghua to visit you in the county city when I have the chance in the future. No need to rush, help your father strengthen the Su family. The waters of Qingjiang County are too shallow to accommodate your Su family in the end. Isn't that right, brother Chuan? Yang Zhao looked at Su Chuan smiling. Su Chuan smiled faintly, saying nothing further. Let's stop here. If we continue to send you off, we might as well go to the county city. Hearing Yang Zhao's jest, everyone smiled. Sending you 1,000 miles must come to an end. County Magistrate Wu, County Lieutenant Fong, brother Chuan's family, please take care of each other. Haha, brother Yang, that is natural. The Yang family is deeply rooted in the county city. Unless absolutely necessary, County Magistrate Wu and the others certainly do not wish to offend the Yang family by going against the Su family. Moreover, the Su family's actions in business are meticulous, and internally they are a tight-knit group. They also found it difficult to find a reason. 2 months later. As dawn broke, purple chi flowed from the east. Su Mingwei sat cross-legged in the courtyard, practicing his breathing and silently reciting the essence of the little dragon elephant technique. Dragons soar and elephants tread, dividing yin and yang. Water and fire harmoniously refine the true energy. 3 gates and 9 orifices connect heaven and earth. With every breath, the mysteries of the universe are revealed. His 5 hearts reach toward the heavens, the Bai Hui point, like an open window comprehending the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly his spiritual platform became empty, his mind like a mirror reflecting his entire body, his pores opening like lotus petals, and the power of heaven and earth seeped into his flesh and bones as white light points. Half an hour later, Su Mingwei opened his eyes, joy evident in his gaze. Comprehending heaven and earth, drawing chi into my body, I have finally achieved it. After 12 years of hard cultivation, I have not disappointed my father. Just then a maid passed through the arched courtyard door and entered the yard, her face also filled with joy. Young master, the doctor came early this morning and said that the young mistress is with child. Su Mingwei's eyes widened, then he burst into laughter, even more delighted than when he achieved his breakthrough, and immediately got up to visit Yang Ronghua. This news quickly spread throughout the Su residence. Su Chuan, feeling elated, waved his hand generously, immediately rewarding all the servants, maids, and guards with half a month's wages. Huar is with child, a shitty, you must not be reckless anymore. Su Chuan glared at Su Mingwei, seemingly hinting at something. Su Mingwei scrapped. He had a history. On the second day after their wedding, Yang Ronghua was unable to get out of bed due to the previous night's exertions. The tea ceremony had to be postponed until the afternoon. He was teased by his brothers for a long time. Bai Jing sat beside Yang Ronghua, unable to stop smiling, holding her hand, and constantly inquiring about her well-being. Su Mingwei pulled Su Chuan aside and whispered, Father, I broke through to the innate stage this morning. Really? Su Chuan's face showed surprise. Let's go to the study and discuss it in detail. Bai Jing watched the departing figures of Su Chuan and his son, muttering, these two are so mysterious. She then turned to gently caress Yang Ronghua's belly, her face beaming with joy. Regardless of them, my grandson is the most important thing. Yang Ronghua blushed and smiled. Mother, it's too early for that. Not too early at all. Bai Jing counted on her fingers. 8 months of pregnancy, it will come in the blink of an eye. We need to have the servants prepare some swaddling clothes quickly. Yesterday I saw a piece of satin in the storeroom with a water-green base embroidered with entwining lotus. It would be perfect for my grandson's swaddling. Yang Ronghua chuckled helplessly, but a trace of affection appeared on her face as she gently stroked her belly and sighed. I only hope he will be as heroic as his father. Heroic. Bai Jing shook her head and laughed. Remember how mischievous Shirtu was as a child. Now he has been trained by his father to be as dull as a stone. It would be better if he was more cheerful. Yang Ronghua's eyes sparkled. Mother, would you share some stories about my husband's childhood? Sure, I'll tell you all about it. In the study, the scent of sandalwood lingered and the blue smoke curled gracefully between the window panes. Su Chuan gazed intently at Su Mingwei, asking, "Sure too, what does it feel like to break through to the innate stage?" Su Mingwei smiled and replied, "It's indescribably wonderful. In an instant the mind becomes clear, calm as still water. One can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around. When the energy enters the body, a warm flow circulates through the limbs and bones, feeling extraordinarily comfortable." Su Chuan nodded with a smile. "By the way, Father, our family has also collected 2 innate martial arts manuals. The Black Tiger Secret Manual can achieve innate perfection, while the Heavenly Dragon Secret Manual can reach the early stage of a Grandmaster. Which one should I choose?" "Neither," Su Chuan said calmly as he sipped his tea. "Martial arts are merely a transitional path. Cultivating immortality is the true way." "Cultivating immortality." Su Mingwei sighed. "I'm nearly 20. Even if I have spiritual roots, it may already be too late for me." "I have a clear sense of your potential for cultivation," Su Chuan said, his eyes sparkling with a faint smile. "Among you siblings, only Yun Nu possesses all 5 elements and can enter the path of immortality." "Can Yun Nu really cultivate immortality?" Su Mingwei asked. "Then why don't you find a way for Yun Nu to embark on the path of immortality? If she becomes an immortal cultivator, our entire family will benefit immensely." "Do you think cultivating immortality is that simple? With the current resources of the Su family, how can we afford to support an immortal cultivator?" Su Chuan replied, "It is better to take one step at a time and wait for the right opportunity." "The right opportunity?" Su Mingwei looked puzzled and began to ponder. "You don't need to worry about this matter for now. For the Su family, I plan for you brothers to follow the path of martial arts to enter the Tao." "Entering the Tao through martial arts?" Su Mingwei was astonished. "I have never heard of this before. This is the Su family's greatest secret. Come with me to the Ancestral Hall. It's time I reveal some secrets to you." The Ancestral Hall is a significant place for the Su family, always guarded. After Su Chuan entered, he opened a hidden door and arrived at a secret chamber. In the chamber there was a bookshelf with a few scattered martial arts books, all collected by the Su family. Su Chuan took out a manual from inside and handed it to Su Mingwei. "Take a look. The content is brief. Memorize it. Innate 5 elements creation." Su Mingwei began to flip through it. The first thing that caught his eye was the general principle. The 5 elements cycle and create. The innate breath connects with the primordial chaos. The essence and spirit unite to explore the mysteries, returning to the source to prove longevity. Using the liver as the wood residence to harbor spring, the heart as the fire palace to harbor summer's spirit, the spleen as the earth pivot to settle the 4 seasons, the lungs as the golden threshold to contain autumn, and the kidneys as the water abyss to accept winter essence. At the time of the 5 energies converging, one could see the 5 organs manifesting in 5 colors of aura: blue, red, yellow, white, and black, ultimately converging into the Dantian, blending into chaotic essence. "So profound. Incredible." Su Mingwei exclaimed, "Father, this is truly the method of immortals, isn't it?" He was deeply shocked, stirring up waves of emotion with. He continued to read, discovering methods of breathing and sensing, as well as key points for cultivating qi. The ultimate result of this technique was to transform acquired energy into the innate, converting all innate true energy into the immortal cultivator's magical power. It would complete the 5 elemental spiritual roots, then purify them, ultimately achieving true spiritual root qualifications. This technique requires innate cultivation to practice. Since the 3rd generation, only true geniuses can practice this technique. Those who are not informed should not discuss it, including siblings, parents, and children. This is an oath that must be passed down through generations. Su Mingwei's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "I will remember this." Su Chuan continued, "Once this technique is fully cultivated, one can directly transition to the path of immortality and become an immortal cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, even quickly breaking through to the 6th level. Su Chuan then changed the subject with a faint smile. "Of course, this path is only applicable to the Su family as it currently stands. When the family truly grows strong and becomes an immortal family, those with potential can enter the path of immortality from a young age, while those with insufficient potential can enter the Tao through martial arts." Su Mingwei nodded, indicating he understood. "After you remember this, you can leave the Ancestral Hall. In a few days I will announce that you will temporarily manage the Su family's affairs, serving as a transition for your future role as the family head. What about you, Father?" "I will go stay by the Bihan Pond and fully focus on breaking through to the innate stage." "I understand. I won't let family matters disturb." Su Chuan patted his shoulder and turned to leave the secret chamber. Returning to the study, he silently chanted, and the family tree emerged from within him, vividly appearing before his eyes. Su Mingwei, 2nd generation of the Su family, age 19, spiritual roots, incomplete 5 elements, no potential for cultivation, talent, innate divine strength, eagle eye bloodline, nun realm, early innate warrior. The Su family is currently prosperous like oil on fire. The third generation of offspring is about to be born, no doubt, giving rise to even more and stronger fated talents. Su Chuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. 2 hours later, Su Mingwei left the ancestral hall, returned to accompany Yang Ronghua for a while, and then began to cultivate the innate 5 elements creation technique. Su Mingzhu and Su Mingxian also went to visit Yang Ronghua. Sister-in-law, I just heard you are expecting when I returned. Am I going to be an aunt? Yang Ronghua smiled gently. Yes, so you need to be more steady. Bai Jing laughed, and then turned her gaze to Su Mingxian. Yin knew you were going to be an uncle. Are you happy? Su Mingxian nodded, then said something that made Bai Jing both laugh and cry. I'm finally not the youngest in the family anymore. A few days later, Su Mingyuan rushed back from afar, looking weary from travel. Upon hearing the news, he was equally excited and hurried to visit Su Mingwei, and elder brother, I have some good news to share as well. Su Mingwei and his wife along with Su Mingxuan all looked on curiously. Oh, let's hear it. The innate dragon elephant technique. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. In at least a year or two, elder brother, you will surely achieve innate status. The innate dragon elephant technique is the continuation of the little dragon elephant technique and can be cultivated to grandmaster perfection. It is the most suitable innate martial art for you. Su Mingwei did not disclose to anyone that he had broken through to the innate stage. This was his trump card. The fewer people who knew, the better. As for the innate dragon elephant technique, Su Mingwei sighed, inwardly lamenting that he could no longer use it. But having it in the family and practicing its techniques was also quite good. Did you acquire it? Su Mingyuan took a sip of tea and said casually, a wealthy merchant from our county informed me about this matter. He returned from a visit to the neighboring Luoyuan County yesterday and came to discuss it with me, mentioning a middle-aged warrior who intends to sell the innate dragon elephant technique. If that's the case, many must have obtained this innate martial art right. Su Mingwei said, even if it costs a bit more silver, acquiring it for the family can enhance our lineage's foundation. You are mistaken, brother. Su Mingyuan sighed deeply. No one has obtained this martial art yet. I have heard that up to now no one has offered a price that could entice him, and even someone who offered 50,000 taels was turned away. 50,000 taels. Su Mingxian was so shocked that he overturned his teacup, spilling water on his clothes without noticing. The Heavenly Dragon Secret Classic is only worth 7 or 8,000 taels. Unless this martial art is passed down through a single lineage with only one copy in existence. But if it were truly that precious, why sell it? Wouldn't it be better to take in disciples and pass it on? Su Mingyuan said, most martial arts are not unique. Copying one and selling it can yield profit. In Xinjiang County, those with connections can buy inner strength manuals for just a few hundred taels, while the villagers exaggerate, thinking they need 1 or 2,000 taels. As for innate martial arts, they are indeed pricier, but even a handwritten copy is worth only 4 or 5,000 taels. The Heavenly Dragon Secret Classic rarely circulates. Rarity increases its value, and since it can be cultivated to the early master stage, it naturally commands a higher price. However, the seller of the innate dragon elephant technique. Su Mingwei pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, perhaps he has his own plans. I think the same. What he seeks is likely not as simple as just silver. Therefore, in a few days I plan to make a trip to Luoyuan County. Are you not returning to the Martial Arts Academy? I am already a second-rate martial artist, and could have left long ago. The rest are just staying because they cannot find a good path, and our family does not lack for my share of food. What about Li Ji? Su Mingwei asked. He believes he can gain better training at the academy, and plans to work for our Su family after becoming a first-rate martial. That is very good. Su Mingwei nodded. Li Ji has good talent. If he dedicates himself to martial arts, he should be able to become a first-rate martial artist in 3 to 4 years. That would be a great help to our family. By the way, where is father? Su Mingyuan suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Su Chuan since returning, and asked. Su Mingshu laughed. Second brother, you just remembered father. I truly feel sorry for him. It's not that I care about my big nephew, I just forgot. So where? He is living in the bamboo house by Bihan Pond. What is he doing there? Su Mingyuan was somewhat surprised. Meditating. Su Mingxian spoke concisely and rarely said unnecessary words, but then added, father said that if there is nothing important we shouldn't disturb him. Su Mingyuan stroked his chin, his eyes shining with excitement. Speaking of which, what level has father reached with little dragon elephant skill? He only began practicing martial arts at nearly 26, and has been training for 12 to 13 years. He should be at least a second-rate martial artist now. What second-rate martial artist? He is already pushing towards an 8. Su Mingwei laughed and scolded. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you wish to compete with father? I wouldn't dare. If his face darkens I would be scared to death. Su Mingyuan grinned, causing Bai Jing and the others to burst into laughter. Scared? You were the one who liked to stick to your father the most when you were little. When that big rooster knocked you down you cried like a baby. Bai Jing recounted Su Mingyuan's embarrassing childhood story. This again made everyone laugh. Mother, I also care about my dignity. Su Mingyuan felt quite embarrassed as well. Alright, I won't say any more, okay? 2 days later, Su Mingyuan brought Su Mingxuan Chen Dainyu and 2 second-rate martial artist guards to Luoyuan County. Luoyuan County is only a 2-hour cart ride from Qingjiang, yet the market is much more chaotic than in Xinjiang. Amidst the dust, a drunken man occasionally leans against a dirt wall, sound asleep. Su Mingyuan tossed a few copper coins to a child at the street corner to find out that the seller was staying at the Poplar Inn. The inn's facade was shabby with a faded wine flag hanging from the eaves flapping in the wind. The four sat quietly in the inn's tea house for half a day, waiting until dusk before a burly man with a beard returned, having crushed the sunset. He was draped in a dark cloak with a rusty ring-hilted knife hanging at his waist, and his boots were stained with dark red mud. Are you seeking the innate dragon-elephant technique? The burly man led them to a second-floor room. The interior was sparsely furnished with only a tattered painting of a tiger descending the mountain, hanging on the wall, its ink bold and vigorous. Indeed, we have inadvertently obtained the little dragon-elephant skill. My elder brother has cultivated it to the peak of the acquired stage, just a step away from innate, so we are desperately searching for the subsequent method. The middle-aged man had a full beard and a sturdy build, his expression fierce. Upon hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and after a moment of silence asked, "What price are you willing to offer? May I ask whether you have the original or a handwritten copy?" "What of the original? What of the handwritten copy?" The burly man's tone suddenly turned cold, his knuckles knocking on the wooden table with a thud. Su Mingyuan stood up and pushed open the intricately carved wooden window looking down at the bustling crowd below, and said calmly, "The original is precious, generally holds special significance. We are not demanding it, a handwritten copy will suffice." "I have the original," the bearded man said. "The original? Did you obtain it by chance, or are you one of the scattered disciples of the dragon-elephant sect from back then?" The bearded man narrowed his pupils, his voice tinged with coldness. "What does that have to do with you?" "It certainly has to do with me." Su Mingyuan's mind flashed, and he guessed the other's identity, saying, "If I am not mistaken, you should be one of the people from the dragon-elephant sect back then. And the reason you are unwilling to sell for 50,000 taels is probably because you have thoughts of re-establishing the dragon-elephant sect. I advise you to extinguish, even if more than a decade has passed. Who knows if the enemies of the dragon-elephant sect still remember this name. Once you show your face, if someone with ill intentions reports you, it could lead to another disaster." "Are you so sure?" Su Mingyuan turned around smiling as he replied, "My instincts are usually quite accurate." "If that is the case, what will you do?" "Our Su family is here solely for a handwritten copy." The bearded man pondered for a moment, then said, "What price is the Su family willing to offer?" He ultimately returned to the initial question. However, Su Mingyuan had already roughly determined what the other party wanted from their earlier conversation. To help you establish a dragon-elephant martial arts academy to pass on the teachings of the dragon-elephant sect. Of course, a mere martial arts academy cannot sustain itself, it must become self-sufficient. How will it become self-sufficient? Unbeknownst to him, the bearded man had already fallen into Su Mingyuan's rhythm. His ability to gauge people's hearts left Su Mingxian and Chen Dainyu dumbfounded. This was the first time meeting this person, and he was very guarded. Countless people had left empty-handed from his hands. No wonder he is my second brother. Indeed, talent is something that cannot easily be compensated for. Chen Dainyu also sighed inwardly. In these months he had learned a lot while following Su Mingyuan. His father Chen Ergu had been assigned as the manager of a fruit shop in the county. Su Mingyuan smiled gently. This is not something that can be explained in just a few words. It will require a significant amount of manpower, resources, and financial support, and it also needs the consent of the head of the Su family. So if you are willing, how about we move to my Su family's place for a few days to discuss this matter? The bearded man understood that opening a martial arts academy was not simple. After some contemplation he asked, "Which Su family are you referring to?" "Xinjiang County Su family," Su Mingyuan replied. Chen Dainyu, having some insight, immediately introduced himself. "This is our second young master Su Mingyuan, and this is the third young master Su Mingxian. Young master Su Er, young master Su San." The man with the bushy beard clasped his hands in greeting, then introduced himself. "I am Gu Yiping. Young master Su Er, your insight is sharp, and you see through my intentions. I will not deceive you. Inheriting the Longxiang sect is indeed my lifelong aspiration. I will accompany you to the Su family. If you can provide suitable conditions, even this can be given to you." After reaching an agreement, Su Mingyuan and the others saw that it was getting late and stayed overnight at the Baiyang Inn. They returned to the Su family in Dongxi village the next day. Riding over the bluestone path, the rice paddies on both sides spread out like a blue carpet, layered and endless in the wind. Gu Yiping saw children chasing after a heron on the ridge and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a serene scene is indeed rare. After arranging matters for Gu Yiping, Su Mingyuan specially went to the bamboo house at Bihan Pond. "Are you planning to use this to open up the Su family's martial and also to cultivate usable talents for the Su family?" Su Chuan smiled lightly. Father, as expected, sees through my plans at a glance. We must grasp the balance between what we seek from Gu Yiping. The child knows the importance. Su Mingyuan continued. In addition, I wish to expand the Su family's winery, tavern, clothing store, and fruit shop to other. This matter is not trivial. It involves many aspects. The most important thing is whether there are loyal people available. You can first identify or cultivate suitable candidates. It won't be too late to wait a few years. Xinjiang County is our stronghold. It is of utmost importance. If this place is not stable, everything else is out of the question. Su Chuan seemed to open a conversation, glancing at Su Mingyuan, and continued. The commercial foundation of the Su family lies in several aspects like food, clothing, and housing, which can now be slightly expanded. For example, industries like carpentry shops, blacksmith shops, and pharmacies that are beneficial to the family's development can be put on the agenda. We can also establish the Su Family Academy, allowing servants and guards to learn to read and write for free, cultivating loyalty to the Su family from a young age. Su Mingyuan nodded frequently, his admiration for Su Chuan rising immensely. If father personally manages it, it will surely multiply the Su family's wealth several times. Su Chuan smiled, saying human resources are sometimes limited. How can one person manage everything? You don't need to flatter me. Occasionally offering ideas is... The child understands. Lastly, father, I am listening earnestly to your teachings. If there are suitable candidates, bring them back to see as soon as possible. Your elder brother has already married and has children. It should be your turn soon. Su Chuan smirked. If you don't hurry, I expect your mother will start arranging a marriage for you. Don't blame me for not helping you when that time comes. Father, I am quite open-minded. I hope you can also find a girl you truly love to spend your life with. Su Mingyuan felt a bit embarrassed. He had known there would come a day he would be pushed, but he never expected his father to discuss such matters while planning the family's century-long strategy. It truly caught him off guard. Understood, father. I will try my best. Su Mingyuan fled from Bihan Pond back to the Su residence. Su Chuan continued to practice the breathing technique of the Zilongxiang Gong, comprehending the natural forces around him. The reason for being here is because he felt Bihan Pond was special. Perhaps the gathering of natural forces here would be even more concentrated. Su Mingwei had come before and confirmed Su Chuan's speculation. After Su Mingyuan returned, he also told Su Mingwei what Su Chuan had said. The two brothers discussed for a long time and made detailed plans. Now many affairs of the Su family had gradually been handed over to the two brothers, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan. Su Chuan slowly withdrew. In the Su family hall behind the rosewood screen, Gu Yiping looked at the painting Lonely Fishing on a Cold River, hanging on the wall, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the Grandmaster chair. The beams and pillars in the hall were all painted red, and the wooden carvings of the eaves depicted entwined lotus patterns, while the copper bells at the corners swayed gently in the wind, sending faint sounds of silk and bamboo. Gu Yiping had stayed at the Su family for more than a day. He had gotten a preliminary understanding of the Su family. The residence was classical and magnificent, covering more than 100 acres with an overall color scheme that was low-key and stable, making it a formidable family in Xinjiang County. The servants, maids, and guards were well-trained, treating guests warmly and speaking little. He even encountered a golden-eyed white tiger striding through the moon gate, nearly prompting him to strike. Seeing the deep roots of the Su family, he believed 7 parts of Su family's assistance in opening the Longxiang Martial Arts Center and inheriting the Longxiang. Suddenly, Su Mingwei walked out from the back hall, the jade belt at his waist clinking, and he directly took a seat at the main position. Su Mingyuan followed closely and sat in the lower left position. Gu Yiping assessed him and silently thought the head of the Su family possesses remarkable looks and demeanor, but is perhaps too young. Elder brother, this is Gu Yiping, the heir of the Longxiang sect. Su Mingyuan spoke first. Su Mingwei looked at Gu Yiping, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Gu Yiping returned the gesture. This is my elder brother Su Mingwei, the acting head of the Su family. Gu Yiping did not concern himself with why the head of the Su family was absent. Su Mingwei's presence indicated that he could decide everything. Brother Gu, what is your current power level? Late stage of the innate realm. Su Mingyuan was slightly surprised, but his expression remained calm, revealing nothing, only saying lightly that is sufficient to secure the martial arts center. Otherwise it would be quite troublesome. How so? Gu Yiping frowned. Currently the Black Wind Martial Arts Center, Black Tiger Martial Arts Center, and Tianlong Martial Arts Center are in a 3-way stalemate. Occasionally there are conflicts, but if a new martial arts center suddenly emerges, it will inevitably be suppressed. It will touch on others' interests. It is almost always the case. Gu Yiping nodded, finding it reasonable. Therefore our Su family cooperating with the Longxiang sect is indeed risky. Su Mingyuan continued, our Su family will help with publicity, recruit disciples, and provide the funds and resources needed for the martial arts center for 3 to 5 years. In return, you must provide us with knowledge of the Longxiang sect's martial arts techniques and secret medicinal recipes, allowing our Su family to make a copy. Gu Yiping began to analyze the pros and cons. The construction and management of the martial arts center are very complex. Relying solely on himself to reach a certain scale would likely take over a decade. He was already over 40 and wanted to continue spending time on martial arts, hoping to break through to the master level. It was impossible to balance everything. The martial arts techniques and recipes, while precious, were all lifeless. If not passed down after his 100 years, they could not be taken away. His greatest wish in this life was to inherit the Longxiang sect, so what the Su family proposed was within his acceptance range. That works. After a moment, Gu Yiping nodded. Then we will discuss the details later. I plan to divide the Longxiang Martial Arts Center into inner and outer door. The inner door will feature the authentic Longxiang martial arts with strict apprentice selection conducted personally by the director. The inheritors of the Longxiang Martial Arts Center will be chosen from among them. Our Su family will not intervene. After 5 years, the source of medicinal dishes needed by the inner disciples of the Martial Arts Center will need to be arranged by the director himself. The outer door will be managed by our Su family, and we will provide the martial arts. The director must guide the outer disciples once a month. The entire income of the Martial Arts Center will be split 70-30 between our Su family and the director. Gu Yiping fell silent again, carefully considering the details Su Mingyuan had mentioned. According to his explanation, the inner door of the Longxiang Martial Arts Center is the true inheritance of the Longxiang sect, while the outer door can actually be considered property of the Su family. It seems the Su family has long had thoughts of involving themselves in the Martial Arts Center, but lacked a suitable person to oversee it. The matters of the Martial Arts Center are complex, and without a decade or two, it is hard to see results. The Su family's investment will also be considerable. He only needs to manage his inner door with clear distinctions between the two families, allowing him to devote more time to martial arts. After the Xie family selected a site for the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts Academy, Gu Yiping resided in the western courtyard of the Xie family. Every day at dawn, he would spread out rice paper on the writing desk by the window, meticulously recording the martial arts essentials and the secret recipes for medicinal cuisine. The branches and leaves of the old locust tree in the courtyard thickened with time. A fortnight swiftly passed. Gu Yiping packed the 2 martial arts texts, Little Dragon Elephant Skill and Innate Dragon Elephant Formula, along with several martial techniques, such as 7 Absolute, Sword Wind Treading Step, Furious Dragon Fist, and Divine Wind Palm, as well as 4 medicinal cuisine recipes, into a rosewood box, and handed it to Su Mingwei. Thank you for your trouble, Master Gu. It is merely a transaction of mutual consent. They exchanged a glance, and Su Mingwei immediately went to the ancestral hall to store everything away. He had skimmed through each book. The focus was on the 4 medicinal recipes. 3 of them were suitable for martial artists below the innate stage, while the remaining 1 recorded a recipe for innate medicinal cuisine, which could assist innate martial artists in their cultivation. Su Mingwei selected a few techniques suitable for himself, and found time to practice. Once he achieved some proficiency, he invited Gu Yiping to spar with him for a bit. As the golden sun set in the west, the world appeared as if coated in gold. The bluestone bricks of the training ground still retained the warmth of the day. Su Mingwei formed a fist with his fingers, gazing at Gu Yiping. Even before the punch was thrown, the gust of wind it created had already stirred the fallen leaf. Gu Yiping stepped into the 7 stars, his left palm arcing as if to embrace the moon, while his right palm, accompanied by the sound of thunder, struck towards Su Mingwei's chest. Su Mingwei did not dodge, instead bracing his left arm like iron. With a muffled bang, Gu Yiping felt a tingling in his palm and staggered back a half step to steady himself. His pupils contracted slightly as he thought, such a fierce force, it's beyond the postnatal stage. Su Mingwei advanced rather than retreating, his figure drifting like willow fluff, and when his toes touched the ground, he had already circled to Gu Yiping's side. He thrust his right fist forward, and even before the punch arrived, the surrounding air trembled subtly. Gu Yiping hastily used the blocking technique of Furious Dragon Fist, but felt an overwhelming force surge and shaking him, and causing his blood to surge. His tiger's mouth ached faintly. He had not used innate true energy, and did not expect to be at a disadvantage. Young Master Su, you truly are a hidden talent. You have seen through me, Master Gu. Su Mingwei smiled lightly, knowing that he could not hide from an innate martial artist before their encounter. However, he did not mind the rare exchange with an innate martial art. Before reaching the age of 20 to achieve innate, Gu Yiping sighed, memories flickering in his eyes. In the heyday of the Dragon Elephant sect, it would take 2 or 3 decades to nurture a couple of innate talents before reaching the age of 20. Such individuals often reach the level of a master by the age of 35 or 36. There was hope to reach the pinnacle of mastery by the time they turned 60. As for himself, he only reached the late innate stage at the age of 40, and it would be quite fortunate if he could break through to mastery in this lifetime, unless assisted by master-level medicinal cuisine. However, even the Dragon Elephant sect did not possess such precious recipes. If they did, those innate talents who had not fallen or suffered significant injuries would have a 70 to 80% chance of achieving mastery. It's merely luck. In the path of martial arts, there is no such thing as luck. Even with resources to assist, if one's innate talent is insufficient, it is difficult to make significant progress. Innate is a massive threshold, the beginning of a martial artist's transcendence, allowing them to contend with cultivators. Not everyone has the fortune to step into it. Even if one had chi gathering pills from the county town, taking 10 or 20 would still leave some utterly unrefined. Young Master Su, let's end the spar here. If you have any questions about practicing the innate dragon elephant formula, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Master Gu. By the way, I have a younger brother and sister who are also practicing little dragon elephant skill. I wonder if you could provide some guidance. I would be glad. No need to trouble yourself, Master. Su Mingwei smiled and immediately instructed a servant, go call my fourth sister and fifth brother here. Yes, young master. The servant bowed respectfully and left. After a short while, Su Mingshu arrived riding a white tiger, while Su Mingxian stood beside her. Elder brother, why did you call us here? With our father absent, I worry you two might slack off, so I've invited a master to guide you. Make sure to seize this opportunity. I'm not slacking off, it's my fourth sister who is. Su Mingxian raised her small face and retorted coldly. This is my fourth sister Su Mingshu and my fifth brother Su Mingxian. Su Mingwei introduced with a smile. Gu Yiping observed the two. They were indeed the offspring of a prominent family displaying extraordinary talent even at a young age. First perform the 12 forms of little dragon elephant skill 3 times for me to see. Su Mingshu obediently dismounted from the tiger's back, patted the white tiger, which then took the initiative to move to a corner and lay down. Gu Yiping was quite astonished. Could it be that a child could train a strange white tiger to this degree? Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian stood side by side, a distance of several steps apart. Then they moved in unison. With each form they executed, Gu Yiping would recite the essence of its mantra. Young dragon awakens its spine as the dragon raises its head to absorb the purple chi, the tail hanging down to stabilize the 4 directions. Elephant trunk rolls water, trunk rolls the Milky Way for 3,000 miles, chi sinks into the Dantian, transforming into thunderous sound. Fire dragon sweeps its tail, tail sweeping 1,000 pounds to burn away the evil, feet stepping away to refine true fire. Dragon and elephant harmonize, the dragon rises while the elephant descends, the universe is determined with the 100 meetings springing forth in a single line. He nodded continuously. From the movements, it was evident that both had put in considerable effort, having diligently practiced for at least several years without rest. The fist winds howled. To generate such power, they had undoubtedly reached the level of third-rate martial artists. What a graceful skill. At such a young age, possessing such prowess, the Su family truly invests great effort in nurturing their children. Su Mingwei smiled faintly without speaking. The Martial Arts Academy has not yet been completed, and I am staying at the Su residence for free. It is only right to guide the younger generation. If that is the case, I shall trouble Master Gu then. Su Mingwei nodded slightly. Elder brother. After finally enjoying a few days of peace, Su Mingshu ran up to Su Mingwei, her almond eyes crescent-shaped, seemingly pleading. Su Mingwei looked down at her, the hem of his dark robe lifted slightly by the breeze. His stern demeanor was such that even the white tiger would tuck its tail and retreat in his presence. At this moment, Su Mingwei's brow furrowed slightly. Even though Su Mingshu had 100 complaints of cuteness to express, she could only swallow them back. Compared to other members of the Su family, she was somewhat willful, but she understood the occasion, knowing when to act appropriately and when to refrain. Fourth sister, don't think that just because our father isn't watching you, you can take it easy. You little brat. Next time, if you have the ability, don't take the pastries I bring. Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian often bicker, a scene that Su Mingwei had grown accustomed to. Gu Yiping observed silently, and after a moment he spoke. The breathing method of little dragon elephant skill is crucial. Combined with the dragon elephant breathing, it can maximize the 12 forms potential, which is also the key to feeling the power of heaven and earth to break into the innate stage. Now practice while combining your breath. Your family has obtained the corresponding medicinal cuisine recipes I provided. Using them together can accelerate the opening of your meridians. How fast can it be? Su Mingshu immediately became interested, her eyes seemingly sparkling with light. Gu Yiping smiled gently at the lively and clever girl before him, saying, it is not a problem to become a first-rate martial artist by 17 or 18. If you have good talent and are diligent, reaching the peak of the postnatal stage before 20 is also achievable. If it truly is that fast, won't I be able to catch up to my brother's breakthrough speed? Little girl, ordinary medicinal cuisine cannot compare to the secret recipes our dragon elephant sect has spent hundreds of years researching. Then I will practice. Gu Yiping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching as the two of them practiced the breathing method of little dragon elephant skill, executing the 12 forms in tandem. It was akin to multitasking. Without exceptional comprehension, it was very difficult to master perfectly. This was also the reason many in the dragon elephant sect were unable to step into the innate stage. Su Mingxiu embraced her palms in a circular motion, her breath long and steady like a silkworm spinning its silk. With each breath, she took her clothes fluttered as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Though her posture was stable, it momentarily faltered at the joints between dragon leaping abyss and elephant treading mountain, as if invisible threads were entangling her. Su Mingxian, however, displayed a different demeanor. He sat cross-legged like a bell, his spine aligned, and with Gu Yiping's cue of inhale like a dragon diving, exhale like an elephant trumpeting, he found the qi mechanism by the third breath. His Tianling acupoint faintly emitted azure qi, and as he exhaled, the sound of a dragon's roar rolled in his throat. Gu Yiping's eyes sparkled, stroking his beard as he looked at Su Mingwei and said, "Both the fourth young lady and the fifth young master are indeed exceptionally talented. Thanks to the guidance of the master." Su Mingwei replied calmly, "When my Su family first acquired little dragon elephant skill, there was no one to guide us, and it was quite a rough start. And in today's world, who is better suited to understand the subtleties of little dragon elephant skill than Master Gu?" "You flatter me, young master." Gu Yiping raised his hand and smiled. "However, while the fourth young lady is exceptionally perceptive, the fifth young master possesses even greater talent in breathing techniques. Even with my guidance, to achieve such results in a blink of an eye is rare in the world. My father has also said that the fifth brother's talent surpasses that of all of us, and his future achievements will certainly be greater than mine." Gu Yiping was secretly amazed, growing increasingly curious about the head of the Su family. In the twilight, Su Mingxian had already grasped the secret of the breathing method and the transition of techniques. Gu Yiping's eyes flashed with brilliance as he nodded, repeatedly murmuring, "He truly is a fine seedling." He even entertained the thought of taking him as a disciple to pass on the Dragon Elephant sect's teachings. But then he remembered Su family's emphasis on Su Mingxian, realizing they would not agree. He could only temporarily extinguish that thought. Time trickled away. The crimson sun in the west suddenly appeared to struggle in its descent. First it erupted in 3 zhang of red flames, igniting the clouds into a scarlet golden veil, then shrinking down to the size of a cherry, swaying precariously above the green-black mountain ridge. At that moment a flock of crows flew overhead, and as their wings brushed against the light spots, it seemed as if they carried away some golden radiance. When the last rays of the setting sun swept across the martial arts arena, Su Mingxian suddenly stood up, his left palm drawing an arc like a dragon's tail, while his right foot stomped down like an elephant shaking the mountains. The fallen leaves within 3 feet of him spun, without wind, clearly demonstrating the mastery of harmony of form and intention. "Good." Gu Yiping applauded, his eyes filled with admiration. "You little brat, you've taken the lead again." Gu Yiping's praise sparked Su Mingxia's competitive spirit. "Let's spar a bit. In the past our records were even. Let's see who is better today." "Fourth sister, are you asking to be beaten?" Su Mingxian also did not hold back in his words. The surroundings of the training ground had already been lit up with blazing torches illuminating the entire area. "You two don't need to. Your levels are still low, and there is little to learn. It would be better for you both to join forces. If either of you can gain an advantage over me, then you win. How about it?" Su Mingxiu and Su Mingxian exchanged glances and said in unison, "All right." They stood on either side of Gu Yiping, 3 figures casting serpentine shadows on the bluestone slabs. In an instant, Su Mingxia's toes touched the ground like a dragonfly skimming the water, her figure suddenly weaving into an S shape, leaving a trail of dust with each step. As Gu Yiping pointed to her shoulder, well, she suddenly raised her knee and swung her arm, the knee colliding with his finger, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Su Mingxian's eyes sparkled as he suddenly bent his waist, unleashing power, and the blue bricks cracked open with web-like fissures. When his right palm pushed out, the sound of a dragon's roar rolled in his throat, while his left palm traced an arc like an elephant's trunk curling towards the sky, both forces blowing the torches 3 zhang away. Gu Yiping smiled lightly as he raised his other hand to meet the attack. Bang! The siblings exchanged glances, suddenly switching positions. Su Mingxia's sword finger reached for the center, while Su Mingxian's palm wind resembled an elephant's trunk shaking the trees and blocking the retreat. Amidst the chaotic dance of light and shadow, Su Mingxian's right palm glowed red like a hot iron, leaving a scorch mark on Gu Yiping's robe, while Su Mingxia's sword finger was similarly intercepted by Gu Yiping with his own sword finger. The surrounding torches cracked and exploded. After a round of exchanges, Gu Yiping was quite surprised that both were third-rate martial artists, but based on their internal strength, Su Mingxian had the upper hand. Su Mingxiu appeared sprightly and clever, yet her martial arts moves were quite methodical, though her young age played a part. In contrast, Su Mingxian, despite being the same age, appeared aloof and lacked discipline. Had it not been for his last-minute change of moves attacking his robe unexpectedly, Gu Yiping could have easily intercepted Su Mingxian's strikes. Both are seeds of masters. In the past, without the secret medicinal cuisine of the Dragon Elephant sect, they have made such advancements. From now on they are likely to leap 1,000 miles. Gu Yiping marveled at the young age they displayed such cunning. Like Su Mingwei, one could not discern their true capabilities by mere appearances, only through actual combat could one truly understand. It was unclear where they learned their tactics. Su Ergongzi was also quite astute and meticulous. Previously, when discussing the details of the martial arts academy with him, he had mostly followed Su Mingwei's line of thought. He was adept at grasping Gu Yiping's points, not allowing any flaws to be picked apart. Meanwhile, Su Mingshu was sharp-witted and had exceptional comprehension. The Su family truly had their fair share of peculiar talents. By the way, it seemed that the third young master, Su Mingxuan, was somewhat average. However, when compared to his brothers, he was rather ordinary. Compared to the offspring of other county families, he would likely be qualified to be the family heir. Gu Yiping had wandered for over a decade, experiencing many counties and gaining considerable insight. The Su family absolutely belongs to the upper echelon among the families in the county town. To produce such descendants, I truly wish to meet the father they often speak. After Su Mingyuan acquired the medicinal cuisine recipes from the Dragon Elephant sect, he began purchasing these medicinal materials in large quantities, each one being over 10 years old. Each set costs around 10 taels. The recipes for assisting innate martial artists are even more precious. Su Mingwei said not to worry about him for now, and it took Su Mingyuan just a few days to gather all the martial artist recipes. In addition, the Su family also began planting these medicinal materials in their medicinal fields. If they wanted to open a pharmacy, they needed their own source of medicinal materials supplemented by purchases from local mountain folk. These days, Su Mingyuan was also busy to the point of confusion recruiting personnel, setting up a blacksmith shop, carpenter shop, pharmacy, and school. There was no requirement for immediate results. Instead, it was about laying the groundwork first. The eldest son treats us with immense generosity. Wang the carpenter squatted by the newly built school wall of the Su family, chuckling as he knocked his pipe. With this primary school set up, my dog Sheng will be able to read and write in the future. Even if he cannot become a scholar, being a bookkeeper is better than spending a lifetime carving wood. The water carrier Li Sen straightened up, the shoulder pole creaking as he did so. Not just that. I've heard that those with good aptitude can learn carpentry, tailoring, or even go to the Su family distillery to learn brewing. Aren't all of these valuable skills? He gazed at the distillery in the distance where the wine banners fluttered, his throat involuntarily moving. A few days ago, I saw the distillery manager recruiting apprentices. The spectacle was even more splendid than a wealthy family's wedding. The old bamboo craftsman stroked his beard and interjected the bamboo knife, making a crisp sound on the green bamboo. It all depends on who one learns the craft from. The various skills of the Su family are all closely guarded secrets. To learn even one skill is enough to ensure safety and comfort for generations. Naturally, many will flock to it. At this moment, the young students of the Su family school were being dismissed. Children with horn braids rushed out of the courtyard with their mulberry bark school bags, reciting lines from Guangguan Jujio. Wang the carpenter watched the children's retreating figures, the pipe clacking against the ground. Once dog Sheng learns to read, I will definitely send him to the Su family dye house as an apprentice. I've heard that the dye house uses exotic woods from the western regions, and the silks dyed there can sell for 10 taels of silver a bolt. Since the Su family issued policies benefiting the servants and guards, everyone from the head steward to the water carriers wholeheartedly supported them. 2 days passed. In the Su family's kitchen, I heard that the eldest son is selecting sturdy young boys from each courtyard to send to the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School for training. Is this true? After filling a barrel with water, a porter wiped his sweat and suddenly brought it up. Sister Zhang, a helper in the kitchen, turned to look and smiled. Mayada is as strong as an ox. He had already asked the steward to write his name down yesterday. Old Li, who was washing vegetables, suddenly exclaimed, Really? My grandson A Shui is exceptionally clever and has a high comprehension ability. He is definitely good material for martial arts training. I will also go and join the fun later. What are you waiting for? I will pick some for you. You should hurry to the front yard to register. This is a big opportunity to change your grandson's fate. How can you wait? Amidst the excitement, every servant and maid remained diligent, not daring to neglect their tasks. They were even more meticulous and hardworking than usual. They did not feel tired, their faces bright with smiles, their eyes filled with dreams and hopes. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Since the secret medicinal cuisine from the Dragon Elephant sect flowed into the Su family, the martial arts of the Su brothers had greatly improved. Even though Su Mingyuan and Su Mingxian were not practicing the little dragon elephant skill, their progress in opening the meridians was 7 or 8 times faster than before, all thanks to the effects of the medicinal cuisine. The true secret medicinal cuisine is not disclosed by major martial arts schools and families. This is the foundation. What is provided to the disciples of martial arts schools are merely ordinary medicinal dishes. During the peak period of the Dragon Elephant sect, there were top martial artists who had achieved mastery comparable to 5th grade families, making them a significant power even in the county city. Higher grade families and sects are generally only seen in the imperial city. Elder brother, this dragon elephant sex medicinal cuisine is indeed extraordinary. Su Mingxian chuckled, speaking to Su Mingwei. Even before I reached adulthood, I had a 3 to 4% chance of reaching the pinnacle of postnatal martial artist. While opening the meridians is undoubtedly important, one must not neglect martial skills either. Su Mingwei said previously we did not collect many martial skills and had little choice. Now, with part of the martial arts heritage from the dragon elephant sect, we must make good use of it and fully exploit this advantage. Understood, elder brother. Returning, Su Mingxian revealed a trace of yearning. I wonder how profound the foundation of the dragon elephant sect was at its peak. I estimate what our Su family has now is not even 1/5 of theirs. Perhaps so. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. At that moment, Su Mingyuan stepped in from the main hall. Second brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Su Mingxian smiled at the sight. I don't have the leisure like you. The family business is all under my management, and recently, I have scarcely any time to practice. Then I must have made great progress. Hearing this, Su Mingwei thought of the innate 5 elements transformation skill. Among the siblings, only the 5th Yun Nu had the aptitude for cultivation. The Su family had a great fortune to enter the Tao through martial arts. Everyone had the chance to cultivate. He also hoped Su Mingyuan would join him. However, Su Chuan had instructed that one must reach the innate stage before revealing such matters. He did not dare to defy. After pondering for a moment, Su Mingwei looked at Su Mingyuan and said, "A Yuan, while the family business is important, one must not neglect their martial path. Otherwise, father will be angry. He conducts tests every 6 months. Let's wait a while. Once the new business is on the right track, I will be able to free myself." Su Mingwei nodded. Actually, I find it strange why father insists we pursue martial arts. Even if we reach the innate stage, what difference does it make? It's merely a fleeting 100 years of dust. Su Mingxian questioned. Father has his own plans. If you don't listen, don't blame me for not pleading for you when you get punished. Elder brother, I was just joking. Su Mingwei was the future head of the Su family, and currently the strongest among the siblings, so his words carried great weight. Make sure to take more time to practice martial arts. I've heard that Xueji and Yun Nu have made considerable progress these past 3 months. You 2 older brothers shouldn't get surpassed. Being surpassed would be good. It shows our family is full of talent. Su Mingyuan laughed. If we had 2 more elder brothers like you with such martial talent, my Su family would be stable. Have you heard any news? Su Mingwei understood Su Mingyuan, knowing he wouldn't speak without reason, and Su Mingxian immediately put away his smile. Just some rumors. The county magistrate has just left, but his influence still lingers, and our Su family is not weak now. I just feel that it would be best to have someone from our side in the officialdom. If one of our brothers could become a county magistrate or a deputy county magistrate, that would be great. This matter depends on opportunity. It's not something you can just wish for. Let's talk about it later. Su Mingwei spoke, his pupils contracting slightly, a glint of cold light flashing from the depths of his eyes. As for other families and clans, if they dare to invade, my Su family will not be soft-hearted. Hearing Su Mingyuan's words, he felt that he should find an opportunity to display his own martial prowess. A family with innate martial artists holds an intimidating presence that ordinary families cannot compare to. As far as he knew, in the entire Xinjiang County, only 5 families had this foundation: Wu Feng, Wang, He, and Chao. The 3 major martial arts schools backed these 3 families. If it weren't for Yang Zhao's sudden appointment, the position of county magistrate might have gone to one of the innate martial artists from the Wang, He, or Chao families. Of course, to hold these important positions, one generally needed to achieve innate status before the age of 50. It would be impossible for one to be over 60 and still be elected. Usually those elected are well-respected locals with strength, or like Yang Zhao, who is a sudden appointee, gaining some achievements before leaving. What about the martial arts school? Su Mingwei felt that the opening of the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School might be a good choice. In half a month it will be completed. We have also selected over 10 promising candidates from our family servants and guards to be the first batch for training. Additionally, we have hired 5 top martial artists as instructors. But, Su Mingyuan paused, hesitated for a moment, then said, there are very few wealthy families and children attracted to it. This matter is not urgent. You always say good goods don't worry about sales. I believe the martial arts school will be very lively upon opening and people will come seeking it afterward. Su Mingyuan pondered, looking up, and self-deprecatingly smiled. That is indeed true. Today's divination auspicious, you will gain an opportunity through hard cultivation at the Bihan pool. However, asking this question daily has continuously strengthened his soul power. Su Chuan did not dwell on it for long and began his arduous cultivation for the day. In the blink of an eye, it was already the hour of the snake. Suddenly, he felt a surge of inspiration and sensed the power of heaven and earth around him, as if the pores of his entire body were opening up to breathe, with the meridians continuously drawing in this power into his body. Crackling sounds echoed through his bones. Subsequently, a dark substance seeped out from the surface of his skin. This was the process of washing the marrow and refining the bones. This is a transformation that only occurs when one successfully draws qi into the body for the first time. Half an hour later, Chuan opened his eyes, his gaze shining with a blue light, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Innate, it is done. Indeed, the influence of one's root bone on lifespan is substantial. I possess 3 great fates and talents, and only broke through to the innate at nearly 40. For others starting martial arts at 25 or 26, achieving the status of a third-rate martial artist is already commendable. The younger one is the easier it is to open the meridians. After 20, the difficulty of opening meridians increases step by step. Smelling the strange odor on his body, Chuan smiled faintly. He walked to the Bihan pool, removed all his clothing, and placed it on a nearby large stone. Then he leaped into the pool. The icy cold made him shiver, and he hurriedly circulated his innate qi throughout his body, then began to enjoy the icy bath, like an ordinary soak. Let's go take a look. After a moment, Chuan took a deep breath and dove down into the pool. However, the water was deeper than he had imagined, and the consumption was greater, so he ultimately gave up and floated back up. How strange could it be that there truly is a rare opportunity here? Chuan pondered for a moment before deciding to try again in the future. I haven't been down the mountain for 3 months, I wonder how those kids are doing. Chuan smiled faintly and walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Master! Master! As he walked along, he passed fields and orchards, and the patrolling guards, as well as the farmers in the fields, all bowed to him in greeting. It was evident that the Su family had won the people's hearts. Some guards even hurried back to the Su family to report that he had come down from the mountain. The Su family immediately became bustling with activity. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxian were overjoyed upon hearing the news. Father has come down the mountain, or could it be that he has broken through? Su Mingwei was the most aware of the reason why Chuan had gone into seclusion. He felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. Our Su family has a second innate now. Yuan Tan, 2 you guys go to the front gate to welcome father, and I will find mother and your sister-in-law. All right, big brother, the 2 brothers replied with smiles. The master has returned. The voices echoed through each courtyard and soon spread throughout the entire A father has come down the mountain. Xiaobai, let's go. Su Mingzhu immediately stopped practicing her punches, leaped onto the back of the white tiger, and rushed towards the Su Mingxian stepped on the wind and followed closely. The master of the Su family, Gu Yiping, muttered to himself, hands behind his back, also heading towards the Soon after, Su Mingwei appeared supporting Yang Ronghua and walking slowly with Bai Jing. At that moment, many people were standing at the gate with rows of servants and guards, and in the middle were the masters of the Su family. What a grand occasion. From a distance, Chuan saw a sea of people, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, then he shook his head again. Coming down the mountain is really making a big deal out of nothing. When he reached the entrance of the residence, Bai Jing walked over with tear-filled eyes, lowered her head to wipe her tears, and then said, "You still know to come back. Feeling lonely? I will accompany you tonight." Chuan laughed heartily. "You still like to tease?" Bai Jing smiled teasingly. "Then father." Su Mingwei led his siblings forward, all shouting in unison. Chuan smiled and nodded. Su Mingzhu and Su Mingxian were the first to run to his sides. Su Mingxian hesitated a bit, but Su Mingzhu directly hugged him. They were still at the age of being spoiled, but the others had already passed that age. "It's as if we have been apart for years," Chuan said with a wry smile. His eyes brightened as he spotted Gu Yiping among the crowd, and walked over with a smile. "You must be Director Gu. I apologize for making you witness this." "There is no need to apologize for genuine emotions. Instead, I envy this," Gu Yiping thought, as he watched the scene of the Su family welcoming Chuan. "You all can go about your business now." "Yes, master." After the group of servants and guards respectfully bowed, they began to disperse. "Let's go to the hall to talk," Chuan said. "I will take Ronghua to walk around elsewhere," Bai Jing said with a faint smile. "Don't tire her out. Do I need you to remind me?" Bai Jing finished speaking and returned to the rear courtyard with Yang Ronghua, while the others went to the Su family hall. "Father, it's quite a coincidence that you came down. The Longxiang Martial Arts Hall will open in half a month," Su Mingyuan said with a smile. "With Director Gu, a latest innate master, overseeing it, I believe there won't be any issues. Shitty you should come to support the event. It's not good to trouble Director Gu to handle everything himself." "Yes, father," Su Mingwei nodded in agreement. He then looked at Gu Yiping, inquiring how he had been treated at the Su family, and if there had been any shortcomings. After some casual conversation, they arrived at the martial arts training ground. Chuan let Su Mingwei evaluate each of his younger siblings. Overall, Chuan was satisfied. They had listened to his words and worked hard on their martial arts. As for Su Mingyuan, Yuan, you need to put in more effort, otherwise Xue Ji and Yin Nu will catch up to you." "Father, I have been working hard." Su Mingyuan wore a bitter expression. He knew he would become the focus of attention. "I did not mean to blame you." Chuan smiled and said the Su family would not be where it is today without your contributions, but you must also strive in martial arts. I don't want you 5 siblings to be stuck at the peak of the postnatal stage." "Yes, father." Su Mingyuan lowered his head, filled with frustration. If the wealthy merchants of Qinjiang County saw Su Mingyuan like this, they probably wouldn't believe this was the charming and spirited Su family's god of wealth. At night, Su Chuan made up for Bai Jing's months of loneliness. After a night of passion, Bai Jing lay in Su Chuan's embrace, savoring the tranquility of, "Husband, did you make a great breakthrough in your martial arts training this time up the mountain?" Bai Jing traced little circles on Su Chuan's chest with her finger. "Didn't you see for yourself?" Su Chuan's lips curled upward as he looked down at her, his other hand roaming across her smooth back. Bai Jing recalled the scene from earlier, and her face turned bright red. Now approaching 40, she felt a bit too wild. "Haha, as husband and wife, what is there to be shy about when it comes to intimacy? It's all your fault, husband, with so many techniques, I don't even know how you came up with them. But didn't you get into it as well?" Bai Jing's face grew even redder, and she angrily said, "If you keep saying that, I will get angry." "Ha ha ha, enough. Su Chuan became serious after several months up the mountain. "I have finally broken through to become an innate martial artist." "Oh, innate." Bai Jing naturally understood the significance of being innate. There were only a handful of innate martial artists in the entire Qinjiang County. She looked at Su Chuan with incredulity. "Husband, didn't you just start practicing martial arts at 26? How could you become an innate martial artist? It shows that your husband is exceptionally gifted. Indeed, in all aspects. However, it's best to keep it a secret if it's good for the Su family to have another trump card. I'm not one to gossip." "I know." Su Chuan kissed her forehead and said, "You must be tired tonight. Rest now. There will be plenty of time in the future." Half a month later, in the eastern market of Qinjiang County, slightly westward, a grand mansion had risen in March. Its pavilions, terraces, rockeries, and emerald pools all exquisitely arranged. A vast open courtyard paved with bluestones stretched beyond. At its southwest corner stood wooden dummies of varying heights. At the southeast corner rested an array of traditional weapons: spears, great sabers, swords, and halberds, each polished to a brilliant sheen, casting cold, sharp glints. Before the gate loomed a pair of majestic stone lions. Nearby, a towering willow draped its 1,000 slender branches into a verdant square pond. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 4 golden characters, "Longxiang Martial Academy." At this moment, crimson firecracker blossoms carpeted the ground, red silken ribbons adorned the plaque, and crowds thronged the main gate. Wealthy merchants in sumptuous robes mingled with common folk, clad in simple garb. "Distinguished guests, today the Su clan inaugurates Longxiang Martial Academy. Your presence honors us profoundly." Su Mingwei, heir apparent to the Su clan and a prodigy destined for grandmasterhood, spoke with authority that carried the full weight of his lineage. "Please step inside. The Wang clan presents 3 supreme-grade swords. May Longxiang Martial Academy flourish gloriously." The Chao clan offers a pair of jade pendants engraved with dragon motifs. May Longxiang Martial Academy flourish gloriously. The Wu clan bestows 3 supreme-grade sabers. At a martial academy's inauguration, guests naturally brought ceremonial gifts. Yet not every guest came in goodwill, nor every gift in sincerity. The Su clan's move to carve into Qinjiang County's martial domain was no secret among the noble houses. Most had come merely to witness the spectacle, for the 3 great academies were backed respectively by the Wu Fang and Wang clans. These 3 clans stood as Qinjiang County's most formidable aristocratic lineages, each boasting nearly 2 centuries of unbroken heritage and profound ancestral depth. Even the present day, Su clan fell far short of their stature. With Yangzhou reassigned to the prefectural capital, the Su clan faced diminished restraint. After all, even a mighty dragon yields to the local serpent. And now the Su clan dared to threaten their very interests. Provocation and suppression were inevitable. Today the Su clan was represented by brothers Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxuan, who guided guests through the premises and introduced both the hired instructors and Gu Yiping, the academy's appointed master. Yet the noble houses dismissed Gu Yiping entirely, regarding him as little more than a figurehead, a puppet whose strings were pulled openly by the Su clan. "Young Master Su, we have toured Longxiang Martial Academy. It is indeed well constructed. Yet the true essence of any martial academy lies not in its halls, but in its instructors and master. Without exceptional mentors, training here would be mere squandered time. Would you not agree?" A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, clad in a black gauzy cloak embroidered with golden chi dragons at the collar. His gaze, edged with quiet disdain, fixed upon Su Mingwei. Master Haifeng's insight is piercing, truly illuminating. "Then tell us what qualifies one as an exceptional mentor." "A martial academy exists for martial cultivation, and martial cultivation bows only to strength." "I see. Then whom shall Master Haifeng appoint from your ranks?" "No need to waste time. I shall test them myself." "Then let us proceed to the training." A procession swept toward the training ground. Master Haifeng strode to its center and scanned the figures flanking Su Mingwei. "Young Master Su, whom shall you send forth?" "Rest assured, I shall not exploit seniority against youth." I have long admired Master Haifeng. Might I request a brief exchange? Su Mingwei smiled and stepped calmly to face Master Haifeng. Master Haifeng's eyes gleamed. Within that instant flashed the ruthless resolve to cripple Su Mingwei, shattering his martial path forever. For Su Mingwei posed too grave a threat. To crush him now would stall the Su clan's ascent for over 2 decades. Begin, young Master Su. Let me gauge your current prowess. Master Haifeng exuded supreme confidence. He had ascended to the realm of primordial chi years ago. Though still in its early stage, his foundation was unshakable, capable of subduing 7 or 8 peak mortal realm cultivators with ease. Su Mingwei uttered no word. Launching forward like a drawn bowstring, he closed the distance in a blur, his palm coiling like a serpent through air, weaving intricate afterimages. Gale force palm winds shrieked as his strike twisted with uncanny fluidity, aimed straight for Master Haifeng's chest. The latter's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped back, but Su Mingwei matched his retreat stride for stride, his palm imprint pursuing like a venomous azure serpent refusing release. Master Haifeng vaulted upward, somersaulting behind Su Mingyuan. Instantly, Su Mingyuan shifted palm to fist, his energy transforming from supple yin to overwhelming yang, unleashing a torrential blow that bore down like a collapsing mountain, fierce and unrelenting. Master Haifeng had already retreated once. If he yielded again, it would appear he feared Su Mingwei. But who was he? One of Qingjiang County's rare, primordial chi cultivators. Within the Wang clan, he held exalted seniority, as uncle to the clan's patriarch. To retreat would be to surrender the Wang clan's dignity before the Su clan. Haifeng palm. Master Haifeng held nothing back. A torrent of obsidian chi coalesced into a massive black palm print, surging headlong to intercept Su Mingwei's fist. Primordial chi. Indeed, Master Haifeng. I too mastered it just recently. Primordial chi erupted, his fist blazing gold, instantly forging a radiant golden fist that shimmered with brilliance, embodying sheer unadulterated dominance. Boom. The golden fist and black palm collided midair, halves of gold and obsidian locked in perfect opposition. After several breaths, boom, both men staggered backward several paces, neither yielding an inch. This young Master Su has broken through to the primordial chi realm. He's not yet 20, is he? 3 months remain until the annual rite. He'll turn 20 then. Truly worthy of future grandmasterhood. Barely entered the primordial chi realm, yet equal to a veteran like Master Haifeng. Noble houses surrounding the grounds murmured in awe. Some who'd come solely to spectate now felt fresh tremors stir within their hearts. For at such a pace, grant Su Mingwei another decade, and he might ascend to grandmasterhood itself. With such martial might looming, no house in Qingjiang County would dare provoke him. Not even the county magistracy would lightly oppose him. After all, the county's strongest cultivator stood only at the pinnacle of the primordial chi realm. Master Haifeng remains as vigorous as ever. Shall we continue? Su Mingwei roared and charged anew. Master Haifeng's face darkened. Humiliated, he began striking relentlessly at Su Mingwei's vital points. Thud, thud, thud. Attack and defense blurred, our roles reversed with dizzying speed. Amidst the clash, Master Haifeng sensed Su Mingwei's strength swelling without limit. Yet primordial chi, though potent, was finite. Sustaining such ferocious assault would deplete his reserves within dozens of strikes. Moments later, Master Haifeng found himself pressed back. His palms, battered by relentless impact, burned with numb agony, nearly bereft of grip. He endured only by sheer will. Terrifying sinews and bones. Truly a martial genius. Master Haifeng, past 60, suffered the natural decline of bone density. No match for a young peer in the same realm, let alone Su Mingwei, blessed with celestial destiny and innate talent. Just as he wrestled whether to persist or yield, Su Mingwei abruptly halted. You are a venerable elder. Your experience dwarfs mine. Let this trial end here. What say you? Master Haifeng blinked in surprise, grateful for the graceful exit, yet immediately recalled Su Mingwei was not yet 20, newly ascended to primordial. He himself had cultivated in that realm for over a decade. Though stalled at its early stage, his foundation remained unshaken. Truly, the vigor of youth could overwhelm even seasoned mastery. Master Haifeng sighed softly. Young Master Su's talent is unparalleled. You shall surely surpass this old man before long. Age takes it. With another sigh, Master Haifeng withdrew from the arena and joined the Wang clan delegation. Might any other elder wish to offer guidance? Su Mingwei's gaze sharpened. His eyes sliced through the crowd like twin blades, compelling even seasoned elders to lower their eyes. Calm, poised, bearing the unmistakable aura of a grandmaster in waiting. The Wu and Fong families exchanged glances, both revealing deep apprehension. They had silently broken through to the innate level, patiently waiting until now to showcase their strength. Those who possess both courage and strategy are often the most formidable. Although Gu Yiping has considerable martial talent, he lacks business acumen, making it impossible for him to single-handedly support the Dragon Elephant Martial Academy. This is also the reason for his cooperation with the Su family. I asked my clan brother to take action and suppress the Su family's arrogance, the head of the Wu family said in a low voice. The clan brother he referred to as the master of the Tianlong Martial Academy. In terms of age, he is much younger than the Black Wind Academy's master, only around 45 or 46, yet he has already reached the mid-innate stage. Su Mingwei is not simple. The Tianlong Martial Academy had been carefully observing the battle between the two just now. His foundation is remarkable, and his strength is perhaps even greater than mine as a mid-innate martial artist. The difference between mid-innate and early innate is merely a slight increase in innate true qi. In his full strength I can only suppress him at most, but my age is a factor. If we are evenly matched, the one who loses in the eyes of the crowd will still be me. The head of the Wu family furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment, then said, "In that case, let's target the master of the martial academy. If we severely injure him, it will also bring great shame to the Dragon Elephant Martial Academy." The Tianlong Martial Academy glanced at Gu Yiping beside Su Mingyuan and said lightly, "Very well. Mingwei, your talent truly befits the seeds of masters from Xinjiang County." The head of the Wu family smiled and praised, "If you were to take charge of the martial academy, I believe no one present would disagree." "Oh, does the head of the Wu family want to test the strength of Master Gu?" Gu Yiping's lips curled slightly, a glint of amusement, as if he could see through their thoughts. One of the clan heads friendly with the Wu family suddenly said, "What the Wu family said is right. If the martial academy's strength is insufficient, how can it maintain its position and teach its disciples? What if the disciples end up injuring themselves, eh?" Hearing this, Gu Yiping could no longer remain silent and stepped forward. "Those from Xinjiang County wishing to compare martial arts with me are welcome. Since the Black Wind Academy's master has already fought with young Master Su, why not invite the Tianlong Academy's master and the Black Tiger Academy's master to spar with me together? What do the two of you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, laughter and mockery erupted from the crowd. "Haha, Master Gu, you are being too arrogant, thinking you can fight two academy masters at once. Indeed, if you can fight with even one of them without losing, you would be sufficient to preside over a martial academy." Facing the crowd's ridicule, Gu Yiping remained calm, walking to the center of the arena. Suddenly a surge of aura erupted from him, creating a fierce wind that swept outward. Its terrifying nature was no less than that of Su Mingwei and the Black Wind Academy's master before. Another innate warrior. Where did the Su family find this innate martial artist? Yes, I have never heard of such a person in Xinjiang County. The crowd was in an uproar, murmuring among themselves. The master of the Tianlong Academy's eyes gleamed with a green light as he said to the Black Tiger Academy's master, "Brother Fong, since Master Gu wants to spar with us, let's grant him that wish." The Black Tiger Academy's master nodded. The two figures turned into shadows, swiftly moving to the center of the arena. The three of them exchanged glances and immediately engaged in battle. The master of the Tianlong Academy and the master of the Black Tiger Academy attacked from either side, one with a claw resembling a dragon, and the other with a claw resembling a tiger, striking at Gu Yiping's flanks. Gu Yiping raised his arms to block, easily deflecting their strikes. Then he changed his moves, his hands coiling like green snakes, trying to seize the arms of the two. However, the masters of the Tianlong and Black Tiger Academies were not ordinary fighters. They also changed their moves at the same time. Bang, 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 the three continued to exchange blows, and ordinary people could only see a flurry of shadows rapidly changing. After a few dozen breaths, Gu Yiping managed to hold his ground against the two masters, astonishing a large number of spectators. It must be noted that both of these masters are mid-innate martial artists at their peak. Surely they wouldn't be putting on an act. How could two mid-innate martial artists not be able to subdue an insignificant nobody? Many began to speculate in their hearts. So strong. He is definitely not an ordinary mid-innate martial artist. He might even be a late innate. The masters of the Tianlong and Black Tiger Academies exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. They no longer held back and began to unleash their innate true qi to perform their martial arts. Innate true qi can leave the body possessing unparalleled power and can even have special effects due to the techniques and martial skills used. Tianlong Claw. Black Tiger Fierce Fist. The Golden Dragon Claw and the Crimson Fierce Fist simultaneously struck towards Gu Yiping's heart. Dragon Elephant Protective Barrier. Suddenly a dragon's roar and an elephant's trumpeting erupted from Gu Yiping, forming a dark blue true qi barrier that blocked both the Golden Dragon Claw and the Crimson Fierce Fist. Ding, the sound waves rippled out, and some people present immediately felt a roaring sound in their ears, their heads beginning to throb. Fortunately, it was only for a brief moment, otherwise those who were not even martial artists would likely have damaged their ears. Bang bang, the masters of the Tianlong and Black Tiger Academies were both knocked back. Dragon Elephant Combined Strike. Taking advantage of the two being shaken back, an unsteady Gu Yiping punched the master of the Tianlong Academy away, followed by a kick that sent the master of the Black Tiger Academy flying. The surroundings immediately fell silent. The only sound was the distinct click of people swallowing their saliva, their throats dislocating. Master Gu, I think this sparring session is about enough. Suddenly Su Mingwei spoke up. Upon hearing this, Gu Yiping retracted his imposing aura. The masters of the Tianlong and Black Tiger Academies slowly stood up, their faces slightly pale, their breaths unsteady. However, they still cupped their fists towards Gu Yiping and said, "Thank you for your mercy." "No need for thanks." Gu Yiping scanned the crowd and said lightly, "Anyone else who wishes to spar with me, no matter who it is, I am willing to oblige." The surroundings were silent. "Ha, Master Gu is joking. The establishment of the Dragon Elephant Martial Academy is cause for celebration. We couldn't. Indeed, Master Gu's strength surpasses all of Qingping County. With you in charge, the Martial Academy's business will surely thrive." The crowd seemed to have changed their demeanor, all beginning to flatter Gu Yiping and the Dragon Elephant Martial Academy. "Then I thank you all for your support," Gu Yiping said as he cupped his fists towards all sides. The Wu families, Wang He, and the 5 great families withdrew, having lost face today, almost becoming a joke. Naturally, they would not stay any longer. They quickly departed. As for the other wealthy merchants, they all intended to send their children to the Dragon Elephant Martial Academy, engaging Gu Yiping in casual conversation. After today, news of Su Mingwei breaking through to innate, overpowering the Black Wind Academy's master, and Gu Yiping's ability to hold his own against the other 2 academy masters quickly spread throughout Xinjiang County. Even people from 10 miles and 8 villages soon heard about it. Such rapid spread could not be without Su Mingjiwan's instigation. In Dongxi village, Su Chuan heard of this and smiled slightly, a look of expectation on his face. The foundations of the 3 great martial academies were already well understood by the Su family, but they were unaware of the Su family's true depth. Thus being at a disadvantage was entirely expected. Moreover, Su Mingwei's archery skills and Su Chuan's presence would serve as another trump card for the Su family. Since the battle at the Longxiang Martial Arts Hall brought fame, many families have approached the Su family, sending their children to be trained at the Longxiang Martial Arts Hall. Now there are already 60 to 70 apprentices in the hall. Su Mingyuan looked at Su Chuan, who occupied the head of the family position in the hall, with an unhidden joy on his face. What about Master Gu? Master Gu is naturally selecting suitable youths for the inheritance of the Longxiang sect. However, his requirements are quite high, and he has yet to find a suitable candidate. What about that boy Li Ji? Is he still at the Tianlong Martial Arts Hall? He left some days ago, and has now joined the Longxiang Martial Arts Hall. Su Chuan nodded, saying Li Ji's talent is slightly better than that of Tan Tu. With the Su family standards for nurturing direct descendants, it is not a problem for him to become a congenital warrior. He is likely to reach the peak of congenital stage, even striving for mastery. You can let Master Gu train him well. If he takes an interest, Li Ji can also become his disciple, deepening their relationship. Su Mingyuan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect his father to value Li Ji so highly. He clasped his hands and said, "Father, your foresight is truly admirable. I am in awe. By the way, has the blacksmith shop been established?" "Yes." "Then have them forge a strong bow suitable for congenital warriors. Don't spare any materials, whatever they need, find it for them, but remember to keep it a secret." "I see." Su Mingyuan chuckled. "How did you know?" Su Chuan shook his head and laughed at his second son. "Who else in the family practices archery besides my elder brother? This is a gift for your brother. Is 2 months enough time?" 2 months is more than enough." Su Mingyuan feigned grievance, saying, "I have never received a gift from father since I grew up. This is not just a gift, it is another trump card for our Su family. Once he reaches the congenital stage, his strength will be even greater. The previous black iron strong bow is already somewhat insufficient, only a more powerful one is worthy, and it will allow him to unleash his full potential." Su Mingyuan was curious, asking, "How strong can elder brother be with the bow? At a distance he should be able to kill a later-stage congenital warrior." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped. Su Chuan's assertion was not mere speculation. While the power of congenital true energy is strong, it can also be expelled from the body, yet its range is limited. The farther away, the weaker it becomes. Given Su Mingwei's talent in archery, he can suppress congenital warriors from several miles away, with the opponents unable to harm him in return. With his innate divine strength, he can draw and shoot arrows for extended periods, and arrows of such power and speed are extremely difficult for congenital warriors to dodge. A slight mistake could lead to severe injury, or even death. Such a killer move truly cannot be easily exposed. Su Mingyuan believed Su Chuan, and became serious, saying, "Father, I will take care of this matter. I will ensure a strong bow is crafted for elder brother that he will." Over the next 2 months, all was calm among the families in Xinjiang County. The various enterprises of the Su family also steadily progressed. On the 10th day of the 11th month, Su Chuan presented the treasured bow crafted by Su Mingyuan to Su Mingwei. Elder brother, this bow is rare. It took nearly 2 months to complete, consuming quite a few precious materials. The bow's body is forged from a combination of 1,000-year cold iron and water-immersed wood, balancing rigidity and flexibility. Intricate frost patterns are engraved on the bow arms, inlaid with silver threads, while the bowstring is made of high-quality snow silkworm silk, and the bow eyes are embedded with blue jade. Su Mingwei gently caressed the treasured bow, his eyes filled with joy. As for the arrows, they are also exceptional. The shafts are made from 1,000-year cold iron, and the fletchings are from the feathers of a rare silver eagle. These feathers are light and tough, each shimmering with a silver-white glow, while the arrowheads are polished from obsidian, incredibly sharp. Second brother, this sounds extraordinary. Su Mingxian said enviously, I want one too. Then you need to ask father. He had me craft this, and do you even know how? Su Mingxian was immediately left speechless. Thank you, father, and thank you, Yuan. I really like it, Su Mingwei said sincerely. Su Chuan smiled lightly. Let's give it a name. This bow feels icy to the touch, so let's name it the Frost Bow. As for these arrows, since they fly like silver feathers and can pierce through the clouds, let's call them cloud-piercing arrows. Frost Bow and cloud-piercing are good names, Su Chuan said with a smile. I hope you can use this bow and arrows to protect the Su family and shoot through the hearts of our enemies. Yes, father. More than a month later, the New Year festival arrived. After the festival, Su Mingwei reached the age of 20. At this time, Yang Ronghua was also nearing her delivery date, and the midwife had already settled in the residence. Half a month later, Yang Ronghua gave birth. Su Mingwei paced back and forth outside the door, listening to the heart-wrenching cries coming from within, his forehead dripping with sweat from anxiety. Even fighting a congenital warrior would not be so distressing. His eyes were filled with worry. Su Chuan pointed at him and laughed, saying, My dear wife, look, before I was also anxiously pacing around like this, and now it's our shittest turn. Bai Jing fiercely pinched him, saying, Husband, be serious. Let go, it's my fault. Su Mingwei tried to rush in several times, but was stopped by Su Chuan. Su Mingyuan was busy in Xinjiang County, while Su Mingxian and the others were at the Longxiang Martial Arts Hall, only returning to the Su family mansion every 6 or 7 days. Due to Yang Ronghua's delivery, Su Chuan specifically sent guards to call them back. After more than 2 hours, the main gate opened, and a maid came out with a smile, saying, Master, Madam, the eldest young master, the eldest young lady, has given birth to a little young master. Great, great. Su Chuan laughed heartily, and said to Su Mingwei, Hurry and go in. Without a second thought, Su Mingwei dashed into the hall, not even taking a glance at the child, and rushed to the bedside, brushing aside Yang Ronghua's damp hair, tightly holding her hand. My dear, you've worked hard. Yang Ronghua smiled slightly. Although she had taken blood-replenishing pills to restore her energy, she still appeared exhausted, her face somewhat pale. At this moment, Su Chuan and Bai Jing also walked in. Bai Jing took the newborn wrapped in fine silk from the midwife's hands, her eyes filled with love, as she gently rocked the baby, saying, My dear grandson. Su Chuan also took a glance, then said to Yang Ronghua, Rest well. Yes, father. Soon after, Su Mingwei and his siblings arrived one after another. Has my nephew been born yet? Su Mingyuan shouted energetically before he even entered the room. Be quiet. You'll wake my grandson. Be careful, or I'll kick you. Father, now that you have a grandson, you don't love me anymore, Su Mingyuan joked, saying, Indeed, love can shift. Ha ha. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let me see. Su Mingxian leaned and then softly said, I am your aunt, call me aunt. Just born, how could he speak? Bai Jing said with a smile. Should have you thought of a name yet? Su Mingwei replied. According to the generational naming convention, you set Mingda, Chongwen Jingyun Changzhao Weishan Yongji Shizai, Changzhao, they belong to the Da generation. I hope this child grows up to be a person of integrity and virtue. Let's name him Su Dazhao. Dazhao, virtue shines forth and the noble man esteems moral integrity above all. Zhaoer, a fine name indeed. Su Chuan burst into hearty laughter, took the infant Su Dazhao into his arms, and cooed ga-ga-ga to amuse him. Su Mingyuan and the others each held the baby in turn. Dazhao's birth marked their transition, from the youngest generation to elders themselves. A shift in status inevitably reshaped their inner disposition. That very day, Su Chuan once again rewarded every maid servant and guard with half a month's wages, to let them share in the family's joy. That night, stars dissolved into ink-black obscurity, and soon a gentle drizzle began to fall. Husband Stone has already married and sired a child. Shall we now consider Ming Yuan's match? Bai Jing nestled close to Su Chuan's chest, then lifted her gaze to meet his face. I have already instructed him on this matter. Indeed, yet months have passed without progress. Her voice softened with quiet melancholy as she added, Is it not true that the Wu Fong Wang He and Chao clans have lately taken hostile stances toward our Su family? I have made discreet inquiries. The Wu family possesses a young lady of jade-like years, the second daughter of the third branch under the clan patriarch. She is said to excel in martial arts. Should our families unite through marriage, it would resolve Minja Yuan's lifelong commitment and simultaneously fortify the Su family's standing in Xinjiang County. What say you, husband? I know, my dear wife, that your heart is set solely upon Ming Yuan's well-being, yet I still hope he finds one whom he truly loves. It is entirely your doing. You demanded they uphold impeccable conduct, even as scions of great houses none so much as keeps a concubine. Had they done so, I'd long since be cradling grandchildren. And you entrusted Ming Yuan, still so young, with managing our vast estates, while urging him daily to hone his martial prowess. When, pray tell, does he find time to seek a wife? Ah, alas. Su Chuan sighed wryly, drawing her closer. Very well, I yield. It shall be as you wish. You may speak to Ming Yuan yourself. Thank you, husband. At his acquiescence, Bai Jing's expression brightened instantly. Shall I serve you tonight, husband? I prefer to serve myself. With that he rolled atop her, and passion flared like stormlit silk. Once Bai Jing sank into deep slumber, Su Chuan summoned forth the ancestral scroll. The third page of the scroll had fully unfurled, yet remained utterly blank. Only when Su Daijiao's blood touched its surface would his name, lineage, and destiny manifest. Yet even in its emptiness, Su Chuan sensed the nascent resonance of his grandson's destined talents. 7 gifts shimmered in latent clarity: divine farmers, 100 herbs, golden koi, 9 palaces, daoic derivation, sword heart clarity, vital, chi forge, gale step, lightning speed, and lumen. Vital chi forge suits the martial path most naturally. A gale step, lightning speed, enhances mastery of footwork and body movement, propelling swiftness beyond mortal limits. Luminous insight pierces illusion and reveals essence. It must never be surrendered lightly. Sword heart clarity transcends both martial and immortal paths alike, yet those consumed by swordsmanship seldom possess the temperament to steward a clan. Divine farmers, 100 herbs. This talent grants mastery over spirit plants, discernment of herbal properties, and even alchemical refinement. It aligns perfectly with my own calling. From childhood, Su Chuan had devoted himself to agronomy, his diligence crowned by the heavenly Tao's reward, making him a master cultivator in his own right. With divine farmers, 100 herbs, his expertise would become unstoppable. Understanding medicinal herbs would allow him to formulate potent elixir diet recipes, strengthening martial cultivation for generations. And once the family ascended to immortality, he could refine pills for their eternal ascent. Golden koi, a blessing of boundless fortune, best reserved for a future descendant. Su Chuan shook his head, smiling faintly at his own greed. 9 palaces, daoic derivation, excels at array divination. 1 grand formation could become the very foundation of our clan's eternity. Yet for our Su family, such power remains premature. The next morning, Bai Jing arrived at Su Ming Yuan's courtyard, where he had already risen and was practicing martial forms within his garden. A servant stood nearby holding a sweat towel. Maids held teacups poised to offer refreshment upon his completion. Madam. At her arrival, servants and maids bowed deeply. Hearing their voices, Su Ming Yuan paused mid-motion, turned, and smiled. Mother, why do you come so early? Where's father? He trains too. Look how he's shaped this entire household. Every soul rises before dawn to practice just as he does. Bai Jing sighed softly. Mother-father leads by example. How could we sons do otherwise? Would you rather we emulate the idle scions of Xinjiang's noble house? Of course not. I merely grumble. But I've come with purpose, Ming Yuan. Then speak, mother. I have selected the second daughter of the third branch of the Wu patriarch's line. In 2 days I shall invite Madame Wu and her daughter to our estate. You shall meet her. You wish me to court the Wu family's daughter? Su Ming Yuan sighed wryly. Mother, you know full well the current state between our families and theirs. Precisely because I know it, I propose this union, to ease tensions between us and settle your lifelong bond. Has father consented? He promised me the freedom to choose. Su Ming Yuan invoked Su Chuan, hoping to escape this fate. I knew you'd say just that. A subtle smile played upon Bai Jing's lips. Last night I sought your father's approval. But, no buts. This is settled. I shall inform you of the arrangements. She raised a hand to silence him, knowing full well her second son's eloquence could twist truth into illusion and convince even stone to yield with but a few. Bai Jing departed immediately. Su Ming Yuan paced restlessly, then wiped his brow, drank deeply of tea, and hurried straight to seek Su Chuan. Su Chuan was immersed in cultivating the 5 elements creation art. At Yin and Mao hours he faced east to swallow azure mist. At Si and Wu southward to drink vermilion cinnabar. At Shun and Yu westward to inhale white dew. At Hai and Zi northward to sip black ice. And at Shen Su Chou and Wei he centered himself in the yellow court. This was the Qi acquisition method, absorbing the 5 elements to replenish elemental deficiencies and complete innate creation. It also encompassed internal visualization and external resonance, harmonizing with the 4 seasons, unbroken, unceasing. Father. Su Ming Yuan bowed deeply before him. Su Chuan neither halted his cultivation nor opened his eyes, only spoke voice calm and distant. Father's wisdom is peerless. You ask what you already know. His tone carried unmistakable irritation. Chuan only chuckled softly. Merely meeting her harms no one. Besides, you were simply too slow. How can love bloom on command? It demands fate's alignment. But fate has arrived. Did elder brother and sister-in-law truly fall in love at first sight? Do you expect me to follow suit? Su Mingyuan opened his mouth, then fell silent. True love at first glance stirred envy, but to await such fortune, he might reach 40 or 50 before encountering it. After all, he spent his days overseeing the family's enterprises, meeting only aging merchants and magnates. Among such company, where could romance possibly? Given your circumstances, a match of equal standing is inevitable, Chuan said. As for affection, it may blossom after marriage. Just as your mother and Su Mingyuan found himself speechless. After a long pause, he exhaled heavily. I will meet her, but on one condition: the final choice rests solely with me. Naturally. Thank you, father. Having secured his terms, Su Mingyuan left, and proceeded directly to Su Mingwei's courtyard to inform him. Su Mingwei laughed heartily. Mother acts only for your good. The Wu family is indeed an excellent choice. Even elder brother says so. Then I suppose my fate is sealed. Su Mingyuan spread his hands wide, and accepted his destiny without further protest. Since Chuan awakened the destiny talent of Shinnong Baicao, he began reading the medical books and herbal classics collected by Su Mingyuan in addition to his daily practice of the 5 elements transformation art. He also continuously researched the properties of herbs. His skills in the medicinal path advanced by leaps and bounds. Occasionally, Su Mingwei ventured deep into the Duanya mountain range, becoming familiar with Hanshuang Point. However, he only spent a couple of hours on this. Yang Ronghua was a sensible woman. She was not displeased by Su Mingwei's lack of constant companionship, and helped Bai Jing manage the affairs of the Su family. Her arrangements were well received and greatly appreciated by Bai Jing, earning her the affection of many maids and servants. She understood the situation of the Su family. With her father, Yang Zhaogang, the Su family was left vulnerable and could only rely on themselves to face the various clans of Qinjiang County. As the eldest son, Su Mingwei would eventually become the head of the Su family, and he must always prioritize the family. 6 days later, a carriage left Qinjiang County City, soon entering Dongxi village and stopping at the Su family's gate. On either side were 4 mounted guards with swords. The driver was a servant who jumped down from the carriage and retrieved a folding ladder from the back. A noble woman and a charming young woman with a single ponytail descended from the carriage, each accompanied by a maid. Zhou Ming, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, stepped forward to inquire, "Are you the Madam and Miss Wu?" "Yes," the maid replied. "Madam Wu, please follow me. My mistress has been waiting for you for quite some time." "Thank you, Steward Zhou." "Madam, you are too polite. Please, both of you." Aside from Madam Wu, the young lady, and the maid, everyone else waited outside the Su family. The charming young woman walked in, glancing around with curiosity about the Su family. Russian don't look around so much, but's impolite. Hearing this, the young woman immediately averted her gaze, saying, "Yes, mother." Madam Wu was the legal wife, and even the children of the concubines had to call her mother. Their biological mother was referred to as Little Mother. They passed through the front courtyard and headed towards the main hall. The maids and servants in the front courtyard were secretly observing. So this is the young lady of the Wu family. She gives off a feeling of elegance quite different from the young mistress. Do you think this young lady from the Wu family could become our second young mistress? Discussing the young master's matters like this, do you all want to be punished? Upon hearing this, they all obediently resumed their tasks. The Su family members were kind, but strict, instilling respect in the servants. The sister from the Wu family has finally arrived. Bai Jing rose to greet her, smiling broadly, and stole a glance at the charming young woman. "I also wish to interact more with my younger sister, but unfortunately the inner household of the Wu family requires my management, and I usually cannot spare the time." The two exchanged smiles. "Please sit down, let's chat." After the three sat down, the maids stood behind their respective mistresses. 3 maidservants from the Su family entered carrying pastries and tea, placing them on the coffee table beside the 3, and then quietly retreated a distance before turning to leave. Bai Jing and Madame Wu engaged in casual conversation. Not long after, Su Mingyuan entered the hall, first bowing to Bai Jing and clasping his hands, saying, "I greet you, mother. This is Madame Wu and Miss." Su Mingyuan turned to bow again to them, saying, "I greet you, Madam Miss." While speaking, he also sized up the two, particularly the Wu family young lady he was to meet. She had her ponytail tied with a red silk ribbon and wore clothing similar to narrow-sleeved attire. The dark blue fabric accentuated her snow-white skin, and her bright apricot eyes sparkled like stars with a hint of heroism in her brows. She was striking. Although she did not possess the unrivaled beauty of Yang Ronghua, her elegance was distinct and captivating. Su Gongzi is quite famous in Qinjiang County, not inferior to Su Gongzi. Even my husband often praises him, saying that if he had such a son, the family would thrive for decades. Bai Jing beamed with pride, a hint of satisfaction in her demeanor. Madam, will you flatter me? Who doesn't know that your children are all exceptionally talented? After some mutual flattery, Bai Jing invited Madame Wu to take a stroll, asking Su Mingyuan to accompany Wu Rushan around. Su Mingyuan simply accompanied Wu Rushan quietly. In business he was decisive and shrewd, but in matters of emotion, he was completely innocent. Suddenly Wu Rushan stopped walking and turned to look at Su Mingyuan. He too halted, originally looking down, but now raised his gaze. Su Gongzi, are you not going to say anything? Su Mingyuan remained silent. Wu Rushan continued, they say you are versatile and a business prodigy. Even in front of the heads of various families you can converse easily, without losing ground. Why are you suddenly mute now? Since you don't want to speak, let's spar a little. Alright, Su Mingyuan replied. The two found a courtyard and began to spar. Wu Rushan was full of fighting spirit and attacked first, her long hair flying wildly as she stepped. Su Mingyuan countered her moves. After a few exchanges he quickly gauged her strength and found that she possessed the ability of a third-rate martial artist. Not being a direct descendant, and being a girl achieving third-rate martial artist status at 16, she must have worked hard. No need for you to hold back. Wu Rushan had a fiery personality. Her arms outstretched, one leg kicked fiercely towards Su Mingyuan's chest, swift and accurate. Su Mingyuan reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around her to stop her advance. Their eyes met, and they froze in place. Wu Rushan, unable to extract herself, suddenly exerted strength in her waist, sweeping her other leg towards his head. Su Mingyuan realized in time, and swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. Miss Wu, I apologize for the earlier offense. Sparring is sparring regardless. Su Mingyuan was also surprised, not expecting that a woman from a noble family would have such a temperament, which added a hint of admiration in his gaze. If Miss Wu is so straightforward, I will accompany you to the end. But after all, she was a woman. After a moment of combat, Su Mingyuan accidentally touched her chest, causing his heart to race, and he quickly withdrew his right hand. Then he stopped to apologize. Forget it, you did not mean it, it was my own overestimation. Wu Rushan's face turned slightly red, her heart racing, but she quickly regained her composure. Su Mingyuan said, Miss Wu, your talent is outstanding, I cannot compare. If you have the full support of the Wu family, you may have already surpassed my martial art. Do you really think so? Wu Rushan sighed softly. Unfortunately, in this world women are ultimately not valued. My father does not think so. Su family head is indeed unique. Wu Rushan's eyes sparkled. My father is indeed formidable. My siblings and I owe our achievements to his teachings since childhood. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mingyuan had unconsciously replaced father with dad. He typically only referred to Su Chuan as dad when speaking to those close to him. Oh, what were you like as a child? Me. Su Mingyuan smiled, a look of reminiscence on his face. He did not refuse, and simply shared some amusing stories from his childhood. Wu Rushan was shocked to hear that the Su family used to be so impoverished, living only off 10 acres of rice fields, and she was greatly impressed. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately made a decision, and looked at Su Mingyuan, saying, Su Gongzi, what do you think of me? You are elegant, and a woman who does not yield to men. Then would you be willing to marry me? Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan was taken aback, frozen in shock. Miss Wu, we've only just met. Might this be premature? Su Mingyuan stammered, his voice faltering. Premature in what way? Your Su family and my Wu family are well matched in status and standing. Having now met you in person, I find your appearance commendable and your martial prowess superior to mine. The atmosphere of the Su household resonates deeply with my aspirations. I wish to marry you. Do you truly hesitate to accept me as your wife? Or is it that I fail to meet the standards of second young Master Su, and thus incur your disdain? Not at all. Su Mingyuan hastily waved his hands, his eyes betraying flustered helplessness. Miss Wu, your forthrightness is unlike any woman I have ever encountered, truly admirable. Then there's no issue, is there? But we share no affection whatsoever. Affection? Miss Wu stifled a giggle behind her hand. So second young Master Su dreams of the romantic tales from storybooks, soulmates drawn together by fate, love blossoming effortlessly. Something like that. My elder brother and sister-in-law found love precisely so. Such unions do exist, but they remain rare. Among noble houses, marriages are forged through mutual assessment of lineage, character, and strategic benefit, not sentiment. If alliance proves advantageous, then marriage follows. As for affection, it may grow gradually after the wedding. Should harmony prove elusive, we may live in respectful detachment. I shall never impede your taking concubines or consorts. Miss Wu smiled faintly, then added, You are hailed by every patriarch in Xinjiang County as a prodigy of commerce. Surely you grasp the immense advantage our union would bring to both families. Su Mingyuan pondered long and hard. Something felt amiss, yet nothing seemed logically flawed. The Su family feared no one, not even the Wu household. Yet as Xinjiang County's foremost clan, the Wu family held deeper roots. One of its members served as county magistrate, granting them undeniable institutional weight. Should the Wu patriarch spearhead a coalition, with the other four great houses aligned against the Zus, the Su family's path would become perilously narrow. Marriage offered a diplomatic reprieve, a measured concession that could buy the Su family years, perhaps even decades of breathing room to consolidate power. He believed that by then the Su family would not merely rival the Wu, it would supplant them as Qingjiang's preeminent house. After a long pause, Su Mingyuan sighed. Miss Wu, you have persuaded me. I shall inform my mother that I wish to wed you. As for affection, we shall cultivate it slowly and sincerely. Though both Su Mingyuan and his elder brother Su Mingwei placed the Su family above all else, their temperaments diverged sharply. Su Mingwei embodied unwavering devotion, while Su Mingyuan, having spent years navigating alliances with noble houses and merchant magnates, approached every decision with cold-eyed calculation. Even as he yearned deep down for a bond like his brother's, instinct compelled him to weigh consequence against desire. Then, may our partnership prosper. Indeed, may it prosper. Su Mingyuan chuckled wryly, yet admiration flickered in his gaze. Only a woman of such extraordinary boldness would dare speak so freely. No ordinary daughter of aristocracy would utter such words without restraint. Later that night, Su Mingyuan recounted the encounter to his father Su Chuan. Su Chuan blinked, then broke into a gentle smile. A woman like this is exceedingly rare in this world. You, my son, are truly blessed. Your mother chose wisely. She is an excellent match for our house. And if she pursues the martial path, our family will support her fully. As for affection, it ripens with time. That is how your mother and I came to love each other. Had I hesitated, weighed options, or sought perfection, I might never have sired sons like you. Leave the wedding arrangements to your mother. She will oversee everything. But remember, once she enters our gates, treat her with honor and care. Yes, father. That same night, Su Chuan praised Bai Jing warmly for securing such a remarkable match. After all these years beside you, husband, I know well the kind of woman you would, yet it is not I who wed. Why should I choose according to my taste? Su Chuan shook his head, laughing softly. Because you are the patriarch, your approval carries greater weight in your children's hearts than mine. Even if they favor her, they would yield should you disapprove. Su Chuan paused, then nodded thoughtfully. You understand me deeply. Tonight you labored tirelessly hosting the Wu family. I shall reward you properly. Oh, you rogue. Upon hearing the news, Su Mingxian and the others rushed to congratulate Su Mingyuan. The Wu family deliberated extensively and concluded the match was eminently favorable. Exchanging a minor unregarded daughter for tangible concessions from the Su family represented shrewd strategy. Whether or not they would later turn against the Zus remained uncertain. Such alliances were fluid, easily severed when centuries-old houses recalibrated their Wu residence. Yulan Courtyard, the residence of the second Madam Consort to the Wu Patriarch. Wu Ruzhen had grown up here since childhood. A vividly robed lady entered the courtyard and found Wu Ruzhen practicing boxing. Ruzhen, wonderful news. Mother. Wu Ruzhen ceased her movements, wiped perspiration from her brow with a sleeve, and bowed respectfully. Ruzhen, your father has consented to the marital alliance with the Su family. Second young master Su possesses exceptional virtue and bearing. Among Qingjiang's elite, none surpass him. And you shall enter as his principal wife. At last, I shall live a life of dignity and ease. As she spoke, the brightly clad lady lowered her gaze and dabbed tears from the corners of her eyes. Wu Ruzhen was her daughter, born a secondary consort's child, rebellious by nature, devoted to martial cultivation, and thus neglected by her father. To secure such an esteemed husband was divine grace. We must visit Yunnan Temple tomorrow to give thanks. I expect you to accompany me. Understood, mother. Wu Ruzhen's heart leapt, then curiosity stirred. Mother, may I ask why father agreed? Did the Su family promise him something? I cannot say. That negotiation belongs solely to your father and the Su patriarch. Your role is to prepare quietly for marriage. Ask no further. Has the wedding date been set? Far too early. The 3 letters and 6 etiquettes have not even commenced. Or are you already eager to depart? The vibrant lady laughed. You accompanied the first madam to the Su residence last time. Did you meet second young master Su? How does he compare to rumor? His features are not strikingly handsome, but refined, upright, and courteous. Though famed as a commercial prodigy, he never neglects martial cultivation, and his strength exceeds mine. Ah, you've fallen for the young Su man, haven't you? That pleases me greatly. I shall finally lay this worry to rest. By the way, I recall the Su family has a daughter about 10 years old, perfectly matched with your younger brother Feng. Once you're married, you may arrange matters discreetly. If Feng marries the Su heir, he will surely gain favor in your father's eyes. Wu Ruzhen offered a delicate, knowing smile, and murmured assent. 1 month passed. The Su family hosted a grand full moon banquet for their firstborn grandson, inviting nobles and merchants far and wide. Of the 5 great houses, Wu Feng, Wang He, and Chao, only the Wu family attended. Many clansmen and merchants stared in astonishment upon seeing the Wu patriarch's consort, and several elders arrive. How strange! Only recently did the Wu and Su families clash bitterly, yet today they celebrate the Su heir's full moon feast. Confusion rippled across the gathering. When guests had dined well, Su Chuan rose and declared, "Esteemed guests, I thank you all for honoring us with your presence at my grandson's full moon celebration. Moreover, I have another joyous announcement to share. My second son Ming Yuan shall formally engage to the Wu patriarch's daughter in 6 months. As for the wedding itself, after consultation with Patriarch Wu, we have decided to hold it next October given their youth." Huh. Congratulations, Patriarch Su. Your house abounds with blessings. Indeed. We had no inkling you'd forge kinship with the Wu so quietly. Clansmen raised their cups in jubilant toasts. Su Chuan replied, "This union honors us. It is Patriarch Wu's generosity that elevates my son beyond his station." His words were impeccably gracious, preserving the Wu family's prestige without flaw. Patriarch Su is too modest. The honor lies with my daughter, who rises above her station. Come, Brother Wu. Tonight we drink until dawn. By dawn the next day, news of the engagement spread across Xinjiang County. Within hours, the Feng Wang, He, and Xiao families all visited the Wu residence, staying precisely 1 hour before departing. What transpired behind closed doors remained unknown, yet Xinjiang County settled into profound, unbroken calm. Su Dezio, third generation of the Su family. Age 1. Spiritual root, incomplete, 5 elements, no cultivation aptitude. Talent none. Bloodline pseudo, fire virtue, bloodline 9th grade. Realm none. Note pseudo fire virtue bloodline enhances martial arts training efficiency, particularly fire-based martial techniques or spells, by an increase of 10 to 20. The next day, Su Chuan called Su Mingwei and informed him of Su Dezio's possession of the pseudo fire virtue bloodline. Fire virtue bloodline. Indeed, I was also surprised. Su Chuan initially thought Su Dezio would inherit Su Mingwei's strength and eyes. However, he had neither. Instead, he possessed the fire virtue bloodline. If the pseudo fire virtue bloodline is already 9th grade, I wonder what the true fire virtue bloodline would be. While Su Chuan was deep in thought, Su Mingwei speculated, "Father, do you think it could be the bloodline of the Yang family? The Yang family has produced masters for 400 years, almost every generation, so it's not impossible." Su Mingwei was somewhat excited. "It seems we need to quickly gather superior fire martial arts for Zhao, or his talent in martial arts will be wasted." "You are indeed overthinking it." Su Chuan chuckled at his son's deep concern for his children. "After all, Zhao has the Yang family bloodline. The Yang family won't be too stingy. At worst we can trade. What you say makes sense. I will go back and ask Ronghua right away." Su Mingwei hurriedly returned to his chamber. Su Chuan then began practicing the innate 5 elements transformation technique. Upon seeing Su Mingwei rush back, young Ronghua raised her head with a look of surprise. "Husband, didn't father summon you? Why are you back so soon?" "I finished talking." Su Mingwei walked over to her side, looking at Su Dezio in the crib, and began to play with him as he opened his eyes. "Husband, he is looking at you." His eyes resemble mine, his nose resembles yours, and his overall features resemble yours. He will surely be a handsome young man. I can only say that the Yang family's bloodline is indeed extraordinary." "Husband, you jest. By the way, my lady, what cultivation technique does your Yang family practice?" "There should be several, but I am not very clear. However, it seems that my father and brother practice techniques called fire element technique and innate fire virtue technique." "Fire virtue." Su Mingwei's heart trembled. "Indeed, it is the Yang family's bloodline. I just don't know if the other members of the Yang family possess true fire virtue bloodline or pseudo fire virtue bloodline. No, most of them should be inferior to Zhao. If everyone had a 9th grade bloodline, wouldn't everyone be able to achieve innate status or even mastery?" Just as Su Mingwei fell into contemplation, Yang Ronghua asked curiously, "Husband, why did you suddenly bring up my Yang family's martial arts?" "I believe Zhao has the Yang family's bloodline, and he may be more suited to practice the Yang family's martial arts, so I wanted to request a copy for him." "Bloodline." I actually heard my brother mention it beforehand. He said if his bloodline were a bit purer, he might also be able to enter the innate realm like some outstanding members of the clan before the age of 20. "Really? Does your Yang family have a way to test bloodlines?" "Yes." Yang Ronghua thought for a moment. "How about this? I will write a letter to my father to inform them about Zhao, and if possible have my brother come over. If Zhao has a strong bloodline, then let him cultivate the Yang family's techniques in the future." Su Mingwei already knew the secret of Su Dezio's bloodline, but he could not reveal how he knew. Thus he kept it hidden in his heart. 3 days later, Yuehu County Yang family. Yang Shichang received a letter brought by a servant, and upon seeing the signature, he immediately smiled. "Why are you so happy, husband?" Yang Shichang had married Wen Jia's legitimate daughter, Wen Jing, a few months ago, and she was now pregnant. "My sister wrote to me." Yang Shichang replied with a smile. "Sister Ronghua. It's a pity we didn't see her during our wedding. I heard she possesses a beauty that outshines the moon and flowers." Yang Shichang merely smiled without saying much. Wen Jing continued, "I also heard that Sister Ronghua was originally to marry my second brother. How did she end up marrying into a small family?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shishang's expression darkened a bit. They were in a political marriage, and there were not deep feelings involved. Moreover, Wen Jing's constant references to her family made him somewhat irked. If it weren't for her current pregnancy, Yang Shichang might have admonished her directly. Yuan family was indeed late. Long before the two families' marriage, my sister was already promised to someone else. The betrothal and auspicious signs have been completed, and only the wedding date remains to be set. My Yang family also values face. It's not as if there are no other candidates. We cannot simply withdraw. Wen Jing smiled, faintly caressing her belly. Husband, do not overthink it. I was just a bit curious and asked casually. Yang Shichang nodded lightly. You are weak. Go rest in the room. I will visit mother. With that, he took the letter to young madam's chamber. Upon seeing the letter, young madam was also very happy, her eyes misting with tears. After wiping them away, she opened the envelope and began to read, smiling, as she said, your sister wrote to say she has given birth to a son named Su Detsio. Is it the Zhao character from father? Yes. What else did she say? She said she is living very comfortably in the Su family, that the couple is harmonious, and inquired about how we are doing. She misses us very much. I indeed miss my sister. Yang Shishang's face revealed a nostalgic expression. Yang Zhao had only one son and one daughter, and the siblings had always been very close. Suddenly he noticed his mother's expression change, and asked, what is it? Did something happen to the Su family? No, Huan wants you to go and test your nephew's bloodline. If it is strong, he will cultivate the Yang family's martial arts after the age of 6. Test bloodlines. Yang Shichang was also surprised. Young madam thought for a moment. Wait until your father returns tonight. First ask his opinion. After all, family martial arts cannot be passed on privately. That night Yang Zhao read the letter, and smiled broadly upon seeing Su Detsio's name. However, when he saw that they were to test the bloodline, he fell into contemplation. Huar is far away in Xinjiang County, and we cannot assist. Now that she has spoken as his father, I must comply. I will visit the family head tomorrow, who I believe with my reputation the family head will provide a bloodline stone. As for the family martial arts, we can discuss it after testing Zhao's bloodline. If it is indeed strong, he will naturally cultivate the Yang family's inherited martial art. After saying this, he turned to Yang Shichang. Changer, once I retrieve the bloodline stone, you should go to Xinjiang County. Yes, father. The next day Yang Zhao borrowed the bloodline stone. Yang Shichang settled Wenjing, and early the next morning rode to Xinjiang County. 2 days later, he arrived at Dongxi village. The guard at the entrance saw someone riding towards them, and immediately shouted, who goes there? This is Su family's private residence. No trespassing is allowed. It is young Master Yang. Another guard who had seen Yang Shichang several times before immediately recognized him, and hurriedly smiled. Young Master Yang, please do not blame us. He was just recently hired, and has not yet met you. Yang Shichang nodded and dismounted. He was led by another servant to the South Mountain courtyard, where Su Mingwei resided. Little sister brother-in-law. Upon arriving at the South Mountain courtyard, Yang Shichang saw Su Mingwei accompanying Yang Ronghua on a stroll, the latter cradling an infant swaddled in brocade. Both wore warm smiles as they playfully coaxed the child. Witnessing this serene scene, Yang Shichang's heart settled completely. Brother, you've come. At the sight of her elder brother, Yang Ronghua burst into joyful tears. Drawing near, Su Mingwei clasped his hands in salute. Elder brother-in-law. Come, let me hold my eldest nephew. Yang Shichang gently took Su Dezeo from Yang Ronghua's arms, and chuckled as he dandled the infant affectionately. In turn, Su Dezeo's bright, jet-black eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Yang Shichang. Say uncle. Quickly say uncle. Not a whimper nor a tear. He's bold as brass. Laughing heartily, Yang Shichang returned the child to Yang Ronghua, and said, he bears the same given name as father. The old man will be overjoyed. Dezeo, what meaning lies behind the name? Virtue is revered by the noble, integrity shines forth. My husband chose it. Yang Shichang nodded thoughtfully, and accompanied them along the path. I brought a bloodline stone to test the Yang family lineage. As for martial manuals, others may be arranged, but our clan's core techniques are rarely shared beyond the bloodline. Father means that should Dezeo's blood prove exceptionally potent, he'll petition the clan directly. As it ought to be, Su Mingwei replied. They entered Su Mingwei's study, where Yang Shichang began the bloodline test, drawing a single drop of blood. Su Dezeo let out piercing wails after the prick, prompting Yang Ronghua to rush to soothe him tenderly. The bloodline stone, no larger than a pigeon's egg, flared with a pure radiant crimson light. A look of elation spread across Yang Shichang's face. Indeed, he inherits the Yang family's martial bloodline, and with extraordinary purity, far surpassing even my own. With such lineage he shall surely attain the pre-heaven realm through self-cultivation alone. With dedicated guidance, reaching the Grandmaster realm is assured, and there remains even a slender chance of attaining Grandmaster perfection. Were our clan to produce such a prodigy, father would laugh until his cheeks ached. Dezeo carries Yang blood. Thus he is without question a true son of the... Indeed, my narrow-mindedness is exposed. Yang Ronghua smiled warmly toward her brother. It was wise to invite you here, else Dezeo's rare talent might have gone unrecognized. I shall return to Yuehu Prefecture this afternoon to deliver this glad tidings to father. So soon. You rushed all this way for Dezeo's sake, yet we've scarcely had time to properly host you, elder. A midday banquet and fine wine will suffice. I've long craved your Qianjin workshop vintage. Clapping Su Mingwei on the shoulder, Yang Shichang added, everything your house produces is exceptional. Even in the prefectural capital, such goods are seldom seen. Similar wares fetch double, or more, in the prefecture. I truly miss your exquisite wines and delicacies. By the way, does your family harbor any ambitions to expand into the prefectural capital? Similar wares fetch double, or more, in the prefecture. I truly miss your exquisite wines and delicacies. By the way, does your family harbor? Commercial matters fall entirely to my younger brother. Even father seldom intervenes. Still, from what I observe, expansion to the capital is unlikely within the next 1 or 2 years. For our roots in Xinjiang County remain yet unfirm. Brother-in-law, you're too modest. Though perhaps not Xinjiang's foremost house, your family surely ranks among its elite. Su Mingwei smiled quietly, neither confirming nor denying. Then said, since elder brother-in-law favors our goods, I'll send perfume for mother-in-law, and reserve the finest wine for you and father-in-law. One reminder, should sister-in-law conceive, she must avoid the perfume entirely. It may harm the fetus. Then my thanks, brother-in-law. By the way, brother-in-law, shall we spar? I've reached the peak of the post-heaven realm. Only one final step stands between me and the pre-heaven realm. With 2 or 3 more years of refinement, I'm certain I'll break through. That pace far outstrips even father's own cultivation speed in his youth. Yang Ronghua pressed her lips faintly together, saying nothing, merely standing beneath the corridor's eaves watching the 2 men duel in silence, attended by maidservants. Su Mingwei obliged Yang Shichang with a bow, but afterward Yang Shichang stood drenched in sweat, pupils contracted in shock, while Su Mingwei remained unruffled, his bearing unchanged. What a glorious match. Indeed, Su Mingwei concurred. Wait, something's amiss, Yang Shichang realized abruptly. Your breath remains perfectly steady. You've broken through to the pre-heaven realm. I recall you attained post-heaven perfection less than 2 years ago. To intuit heaven and earth chi and draw it inward, that feat demands extraordinary insight. Even with spirit-invoking pills, half a year, or more, is typically required. This belief flooded Yang Shichang's gaze. At that moment, Yang Ronghua stepped forward, handing him a silk handkerchief with a gentle smile. Brother, my husband ascended to the pre-heaven realm over half a year ago, and when our martial academy opened, he faced down the 3 great academies of Xinjiang County, single-handedly defeating the Black Wind Academy's master at the inauguration ceremony. The Black Wind Master. Yang Shichang recoiled anew. Master Wang. The venerable elder passed his 60th year. He's held the pre-heaven realm for over a decade, yet you bested him. Yang Shichang circled Su Mingwei once, then sighed deeply and raised a thumb high. I must acknowledge your peerless talent, brother-in-law. Perhaps Dezeo's exceptional bloodline stems precisely from being your son. I've tarried long without paying respects to your father. That was most remiss. Would you guide me to him, brother-in-law? Of course. That afternoon, Yang Shichang rode horseback back to Yuehu Prefecture. His provisions were packed, but travel by steed limited what he could carry. Little sister, brother-in-law, do visit Yuehu Prefecture when you can. I shall host you with utmost honor. Yang Ronghua had moved to Xinjiang County shortly after birth with her parents Yang Zhao and his wife. She retained no memory of the prefectural capital whatsoever. Only after Yang Shichang's figure vanished beyond the horizon did she lower her gaze and wipe away quiet tears. Su Mingwei drew her close, murmuring, have no fear. We shall surely journey to the capital soon to visit elder brother-in-law, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. It won't be long. He knew well his father's ambitions. Xinjiang County would never contain the latent dragon that was the Su family. Time flowed swiftly. For 3 months, not a single raindrop had fallen. Temperatures soared unbearably, paddy fields cracked dry, and river levels plummeted, rendering irrigation impossible. Countless peasants wailed as their rice crops withered and died, their very livelihoods crumbling before their eyes. The Su family's holdings, over 500 mu of rice paddies, 300 mu of upland fields, and another 300 mu of forest, were likewise affected. Yet timely preparations kept the impact within manageable bounds. Over the past month, prices for vegetables, fruits, and grain in Xinjiang County had surged. In Dongshi village, some peasants, seeing starvation imminent, sold their paddies and fields outright to the Su family and became their long-term laborers. At present, the Su household stood alone in possessing both means and will to absorb them. The Su family's fortunes had steadily declined these past years. Servants and maids had been dismissed in great numbers. Hiring permanent laborers was unthinkable. Wenxin Courtyard. Su Chuan study. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan stood side by side within. Father, we've acquired over 400 mu of paddy fields, 300 mu of upland fields, and 200 mu of woodland. Though drought has slashed prices to less than half their former value, heaven refuses to send rain. The drought worsens daily with no end in sight. We cannot continue acquiring land indefinitely. Worry etched deep furrows into Su Mingwei's brow. Su Mingyuan stood silent beside him, his expression equally grave. These are our neighbors, our kin. If we withhold aid now, many will become beggars or starve to death. Is Father consolidating popular loyalty? Su Mingyuan's eyelids dipped slightly, then lifted as he met Su Chuan's gaze. Winning the hearts of the people is indeed one aspect, Su Chuan said with a smile, nodding slightly. A drought is a dire matter for the common folk, but for the wealthy families and merchants it is merely a question of how much they lose. Some who focus solely on immediate benefits may sell their lands, but the wise will endure. Once the drought reaches a certain level, the Great Way will not stand idly by, they will surely send someone to resolve the issue. With cultivators present, the drought is not a problem, it's only a matter of time before it gets resolved. Our business in perfumes, various wines, and medicinal herbs depends on the land. The thicker the accumulation, the deeper the family's foundation. Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Father is right. If these pillar industries lack our own foundational support and rely mostly on purchases from others, wouldn't we be at their mercy? This greatly hinders the rapid development of our Su family. A catastrophe can also be a great opportunity. Su Mingwei's eyes brightened as he realized. Whether it be people or land, our Su family must have it all. Su Chuan's words were firm and carried an undeniable tone. However, the timing of the drought's resolution is uncertain. It could take months or even a year. Therefore, I have also thought of some methods to reduce our Su family's losses. After speaking, Su Chuan picked up some draft papers from the table filled with diagrams and annotations. You can take a look at these first. The two brothers huddled together, flipping through the pages. The light in their eyes grew brighter, and their smiles became increasingly radiant. Su Mingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, you're amazing. With the design of this water wheel and pipeline, we only need to recruit a group of people to construct it, which will significantly reduce the losses of rice fields and also benefit the fruits and vegetables from the farmlands and forests. At the same time, it will fully utilize the manpower of the newly recruited servants, preventing waste. This method of blocking direct sunlight with black gauze is quite novel, but can it really absorb heat?" Su Mingwei was equally delighted, yet somewhat curious. He had initially thought that the Su family's industries would suffer greatly due to the drought. However, if Su Chuan's methods were effective, then this drought would only affect them by about 10 to 20%. In fact, prices of various goods might rise due to the drought. The Su family could potentially profit several times more than usual. Some hand-crank fans are likely to sell well too. By the way, we also have a secret recipe for ice making. Combined with this, it will surely be a hit. As for saltpeter, the Su family only extracts a small amount in the summer each year. It's kept very secret and has never been discovered by anyone. Su Chuan smiled. Be discreet, I'd rather not engage in this business than let anyone discover it. After all, that piece of mountainous land is still not owned by our Su family. I understand the importance of discretion, Su Mingyuan assured with a smile. Now let's get busy. Yes, Father. The two bowed and left the study with the draft paper. Su Chuan then left to check on the medicinal herbs at the Bihan pool. Their over 10 acres of medicinal fields had been cultivated exclusively, growing rare herbs. If any of these plants were 20 years old, each would be worth at least a dozen to 20 taels, with the most precious ones valued at 40 to 50 taels. The total worth of these 10 acres of medicinal fields when fully harvested would be remarkable. However, Su Chuan was not cultivating these medicinal fields to sell for money, but for alchemy and preparing medicinal meals. The spiritual energy here is denser than in other places, which also increases the growth rate of the herbs. In addition to the herbs, a small tree was also growing in this area. The tree was just over half a meter tall, with a trunk as thick as an arm and lush green leaves. It had grown from seeds obtained by Su Mingwei after cutting open a hard black fruit he brought back. Su Chuan diligently studied medicine and the recipes for medicinal meals, exploring the properties of various herbs. After months of effort, he improved the secret recipe for medicinal meals of the Dragon Elephant sect, making it suitable for the vast majority of martial artists, and its efficacy was 3 to 4 times stronger than the original. However, due to its potent effects, it can only be consumed once every 3 days. Currently, this precious secret medicinal meal is only provided to Su Mingyuan and a few others. As for the innate medicinal meals, Su Chuan was still working on improvements. For now, the two of them were using the innate medicinal meals from the Dragon Elephant sect to assist their cultivation. Many families in Xinjiang County were aware that the Su family was overly benevolent, taking in many people and lands, and they all scoffed, mocking the Su family for their shallow foundation and lack of experience in dealing with disasters. After all, due to the drought, not laying off workers and avoiding losses was already a stroke of luck, yet the Su family went against the tide and became the laughingstock of the Xinjiang families. In Dongshi village-based family, Bai Fu, along with his son Bai Hua and son-in-law, Bai Fong, collaborated to rent over 100 acres of farmland to grow fruits and vegetables. Due to their marital ties with the Su family, Su Mingyuan waived their stall rent in the West Market. Their development had actually been quite good over the past couple. They had transformed from an ordinary family to a small wealthy household. In the first half of this year, they even pooled funds together to buy back the previous 100 acres of land, and then rented another 100 acres. Who would have thought that within 2 months before the fruits and vegetables could be harvested, a drought would arise? Moreover, it was an unprecedented drought in 100 years. At this moment, both families were gathered in Bai Fu's house to discuss the matter. Everyone frowned deeply, their expressions grim, looking as if they had swallowed yet. Father-in-law, how should we resolve this matter? Bai Fu asked, taking a drag from his cigarette, falling silent. Brother-in-law, where does this start? You were the one who eagerly agreed to it initially. How can you blame my father now? Bai Hua said with a hint of dissatisfaction. The money was pooled together by everyone, and if there are problems, we all share the burden. Not to mention that our two families also made a considerable profit in the past 2 years. Although the loss this time is significant, it shouldn't be impossible to get by. Bai Fong quickly interjected, Ahua, your brother-in-law is just anxious. His family has many people and considerable expenses. You should be understanding. Why not go find the eldest sister? She cares for you the most, and now she is the matriarch of the Su family. It shouldn't be difficult for her to lend a helping hand. I heard that the Su family is currently acquiring land. Oh, why don't we sell it to them at the original price? Bai Hua immediately scolded second sister, do you know the current price of land? The common folk are on the brink of survival. What use is land to them? You still want the eldest sister to take over at the original price. How can you even bring that up? If you want to go, you can go, I want. Besides, the eldest sister has never managed the external affairs of the Su family. You are well aware of this. The one in charge of the Su family is still the eldest brother-in-law. Bai Fong was also displeased, her face flushed as she argued, but you initiated this matter. If you don't speak up, who will? Are we just going to bear the losses this time? Now that it is a drought, we don't know when it will end, and the further it goes, the harder it will become. Our two families cannot afford to bear this like the Su family does. Alright, enough arguing. Bai Fu snorted coldly, tapping the table with his smoking rod, sending a shower of sparks flying. I will go and speak, is that okay? He'll go right now. Bai Fu stood up and slowly made his way to the Su family. The newly built mansion of the Su family was no longer in the small courtyard, but was chosen in a remote location away from the village. After all, large areas of land were needed, and they couldn't just demolish someone else's house. Bai Fu took more than 2/4 of an hour to arrive at the Su family's entrance, raising his head to look at the grand courtyard of the Su family, feeling both comforted and emotional. He had agreed to Su Chuan's proposal for marriage because he admired his skills in agriculture. With Bai Jing marrying him, at least they wouldn't have to worry about food. Who would have thought that in just over a decade Su family would rise to heights he could never have imagined? On the day the Su family established their clan, nearly all the aristocratic families and wealthy merchants from Xinjiang attended. How grand it was. Mr. Bai has arrived, or are you here to find the head of the family, or the lady? I am looking for my daughter. He walked straight in and no one obstructed him. The maids and servants he encountered all greeted him, not daring to show any negligence. Su Dezhong had come for both his birth and full moon banquets, so he was quite familiar with the place. Father, what brings you here today? Are you here to see Zhao? Bai Jing expressed her surprise and delight. In the main room, Bai Jing was playfully teasing Su Dezhao, while Yang Ronghua stood nearby. Bai Fu leaned forward, peeking at Su Dezhao. Su Dezhao seemed to see something amusing, stretching out his chubby little arms, as if he wanted the smoking pipe in Bai Fu's hand. You can't play with this. Bai Fu said with a smile, his eyes full of affection. Father, you're getting old, you should smoke less, Bai Jing remarked. I know. Is something wrong? Has that rascal Ahua caused trouble? Bai Jing sensed something was off and speculated. It's not that, it's just. Bai Fu found it difficult to speak. The poor judgment and eagerness of their family had led to losses, forcing his daughter to make up for it, which was truly hard for this. As for discussing it with Su Chuan, he felt he lacked the face to do so. Father, there's nothing to be embarrassed about with me, but if there are difficulties, just say so. Yang Ronghua, being insightful, smiled, and said, Mother, I think Zhao is hungry too, so I'll take him back to feed him. Bai Jing nodded. After she left, Bai En said, You picked a good wife for sure too. She wasn't selected by our daughter, it was Shida's own choice. Ronghua comes from a prestigious family, and the Yang family has excellent upbringing, unlike Xueji, who was a wild child since young, and now trains in martial arts like a boy. Xueji was raised by the Sanshu, so she won't be lacking in ability. After a moment of silence, Bai Fu finally spoke about his family's matters with Bai Fong. Yuan never told me. This is the first time I'm hearing about our Su family's extensive acquisition of land. 100 acres of farmland isn't a small sum. Bai Jing smiled and said, I still have some pocket money, it'll cover this amount. Do you really have that much money? You don't have to settle Su family's accounts. Bai Jing replied, When I buy things in Xinjiang County and have tea with those ladies from noble families, it requires spending, so I do have some money, and Yuan sends me a couple of hundred taels every 2 to 3 months. Now I probably still have around 7 to 8,000 taels on hand. Yuan is truly a filial good child. Bai Fu's lips twitched slightly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Different levels and perspectives. What the Bai family was worried about seemed trivial to their daughter, and even less so when it came to the Su family. Yuan manages all the assets of the Su family. The amount of money he approves daily is beyond measure. While speaking, Bai Jing stood up and walked toward her dressing table saying, "Father, wait for me a moment." Bai Jing took a gold-painted redwood box from the drawer, opened it, and took out 2,000 taels to give to Bai Fu. Bai Fu glanced at it, and immediately wanted to return a portion, saying, "You don't need to give me this much. Keep the rest for yourself and your mother to live a little more comfortably. I'll consider it your daughter's intention." "Well, all right, then there's no need to mention this to Sen Shu." Bai Jing chuckled lightly, and said, "Father, do you think my husband would look down on the Bai family because of this?" "You're really overthinking it. My husband is still the same as before. By the way, Father, what are your plans for the future?" "Me, at my age, being able to enjoy my old age is already good enough." "Then what about the Bai family? My brother is the only male heir. What will he do in the future?" Bai Fu fell into contemplation, remaining silent for a long time. "Why not wait until this matter is settled and talk to Adi? Let him become a vassal of the Su family like the Chuan family. With my support, the Bai family can undoubtedly develop within 10 to 20 years. If the descendants of the Bai family receive the Su family's cultivation, perhaps a martial arts expert may emerge, and in the future, even a congenital warrior might appear. Even if I am no longer around, Adi will still be the maternal uncle to Shirtu and Yuan. They will help him out. Within 3 generations, as long as I am here, the Bai family will definitely be worry-free." "Well, then he'll go back and ask your brother. After all, the main decision lies with him, and as for me, I don't have much hope left." Bai Fu returned home. After taking the land deed from the son-in-law of the Zheng family, he divided the silver among them, and the couple bid farewell and left. "Father, I really can't stand the Zheng family's face. When they want something, they're all sweet, and call my brother brother, but when there's a problem, they're aggressive." Bai Hua said, "By the way, will this matter affect my sister?" "You don't need to worry about your sister." Bai Fu thought for a moment, and conveyed Bai Jing's thoughts to Bai Hua. Joining the Su family. Becoming a vassal of the Su family. Bai Hua murmured softly. "Don't be fooled by the Chuan family. They are currently working hard for the Su family. They are looking at the future. A family like the Su family, which can rise in a generation, is rare in Xinjiang County for hundreds of years. Without the resources and cultivation of a noble family, it's too difficult to produce a true genius. But if we can ride on the Su family's coattails, perhaps the Bai family can stand out in decades, taking advantage of the momentum." Bai Fu spoke just enough. Upon hearing this, Bai Hua pondered seriously for a while, and said, "All right, in a few days I will go to the Su family to discuss this matter." If it weren't for this once-in-a-century drought, Bai Hua would be unwilling in his heart. Yet the current situation also made him see clearly. Ordinary families have no ability to cope with natural disasters and man-made calamities. Unless a great talent is born like the Su family, but whether it can be sustained is also unknown. Not to mention the entire Dawei, just in Xinjiang County, countless noble families have risen and fallen. Every century a new batch is brushed away. Even the first noble family in Xinjiang, the Wu family, has a history of nearly 200 years. Whether it will continue in the next century or fade away is still uncertain. If the Chuan family had no ties with Su Chuan, the Su family probably wouldn't even accept them as a vassal family. The Bai family is the same. In the eyes of noble families, they simply do not measure up. Days later, Bai Hua went to the Su family to discuss this matter with Su Mingwei, who was quite surprised. Naturally, the Su family would help Bai Jing's family a little. "Uncle, I still need to consult my father about this. I will give you a reply tomorrow. Is that all right?" "Sure, do as Shirtu says." During the day, aside from practicing martial arts, Su Chuan would go to Bihan Pond to tend to the medicinal herbs. The golden crow was setting before he returned home. Su Mingwei informed him of this matter. "Why would your uncle suddenly bring up becoming our family's vassal?" I inquired. "The Bai family suffered significant losses from this drought. Months ago, they bought 100 acres of rented farmland and then rented another 100, but when the drought struck, they were helpless. Mother paid this sum for them buying up the land, or it must have been her suggestion. Your mother has a higher perspective now and has begun to make plans for her family. Consider it your mother's intention." "Yes, father." 2 days later, the Bai family also joined the Su family. Bai Hua's 6-year-old son was sent to the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School for training similar to the selection of promising youths by the Su family. The first tier was naturally for the direct descendants of the Su family, like Su Mingxuan, who were currently using the secret medicinal dishes developed by Su Chuan. The second tier consisted of the children of guards and servants with good potential using the Dragon Elephant sect's secret medicinal dishes. The third tier included the children of other noble families who paid tuition to enroll who received the ordinary medicinal dishes collected by the Su family. Under the drought, the major noble families only sought to avoid losses. Only the Su family continued to accumulate strength. Time passed day by day. There was still no sign of rain in Xinjiang County. The scorching sun blazed down, parching the earth, and fields cracked in countless places. Many ordinary people from nearby villages had no choice but to sell their land and fields in order to trade for some food to survive this drought. As for Xinjiang County, the price of clean water surged from 1 coin to 10, with a continuing upward trend. The fruits and vegetables planted in the fields and mountains had withered away, leading to a tenfold increase in prices for produce in the county. The situation was no different in Dongxi village. The Su family was busy as a hive of activity, constructing water wheels and assembling long water pipes from hollow bamboo to continuously transport river water for irrigating rice fields and farmland from a distance. As for the mountains and forests, due to their remoteness and complex terrain, people could only carry water by hand. The light filtering black nets shrouded large areas of orchards. Therefore, there was no need for daily watering. Once every 10 days or half a month was sufficient. The Su family would not be short on manpower. Their many medicinal fields were also covered by a layer of black nets to prevent excessive heat from killing the herbs. In addition to absorbing heat as night fell and temperatures dropped, these black nets would gather water droplets, which would fall onto the medicinal fields, alleviating some of the pressure on water resources. With constant supervision, after several days, the previously wilting medicinal herbs had regained their vitality. As for the rice, with a source of water and sufficient heat, it even matured faster. The bamboo pipeline was of utmost importance, and the Su family dispatched many guards to oversee it to prevent sabotage. However, due to the water source issue, if it dried up, the water wheels and bamboo pipelines would also have to change, requiring a troublesome search for new sources. If both nearby and distant water sources dried up, even Su Chuan would be helpless. After all, he was just a mortal and could not summon rain out of thin air. A month later, Su Chuan's rice fields were fully harvested, and he was the only one in the surrounding area doing so. The same applied to the fruits and vegetables. More and more people were selling their fields to the Su family. In a short time, nearly 80% of the land in Dongxi village had become the Su family's property. Unfortunately, the crops and produce of those lands had already withered away, and Su Chuan could do nothing but wait until this drought passed to replant. 3 months passed in a blink. Countless people in the surrounding villages of Xinjiang County had starved to death, and the nearby counties were equally affected. During this time, many wealthy households in other villages faced calamity, with families being slaughtered and their properties looted. The county officials showed no signs of management. The Su family was no exception. In just 2 months, they had undergone a drastic change. Servants and guards either died or fled. Some even resorted to robbing their masters and fled in panic. The Su family's grand residence was burned to the ground, and it was unclear where the few survivors had escaped to. Of course, the Su family had also faced several attacks, but the intruders had all been eliminated. In the Su family hall, the core members were gathered together, with Bai Hu lounging behind Su Mingshu's chair, yawning. Also present were Gu Yiping Li Er and his son Zhou Ming, Zhao De Long Chen Ergo, and others. It could be said that the key figures of the Su family were all here. How unpredictable the world is. The Su family, once the wealthiest in Dongxi village, has fallen to such a state. Chen Ergo sighed, then cast a glance at. Indeed, when I was young, I worked for his family as a laborer. Back then, the young masters of the Su family were incredibly imposing. Natural disasters cannot be prevented by human effort. Whenever they occur, the calamity spreads far and wide. Li Er also sighed, deeply reminiscing about his former family. In the face of natural disasters, even the county seat might not be safe. Therefore, Su Chuan called everyone back and decided to shut down all industries in Xinjiang County, pooling their wisdom to tackle this drought. This once-in-a-century drought, if Dawei does not take action soon, the people of Yuehu County will surely starve to death in droves. Gu Yiping shook his head. At this moment, Bai Hua entered the hall with a sorrowful expression and looked at Bai Jing, saying, "Elder sister, the Zheng family is gone, and the second sister is also gone." Bai Jing was instantly struck by lightning, and then tears streamed down her face. "Xiaofang, Bai Hua, take your sister back to her room to rest, and also comfort your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Let them grieve peacefully." Su Chuan could not afford to lament. "Understood, brother-in-law." Su Chuan looked at the others. "From this moment on, we will have alternating day and night patrols around the Su family, including the fields and forests. If we encounter any intruders, immediately fire a cannon as a signal, releasing different colored signals for varying levels of threat. I want to see how many reckless people dare to cause trouble for the Su family." At this time, the Su family could not concern themselves with others in Dongxi village. In this chaotic world, being able to protect one family was already a stroke of luck, and others had no objections. Compassion and sympathy seemed superfluous at this time. Brother, we have almost robbed all the wealthy households in Xinjiang County. Only the Su family remains. But they are not ordinary village wealthy households. The Su family is a well-known great family throughout Xinjiang County. You don't need to remind me. The Su family's reputation has long spread to every corner of Xinjiang County. A sturdy man with a scar kicked him and bit into a somewhat unripe fruit before spitting it out and tossing the whole fruit away. Damn, it tastes terrible. However, outside the house, many young and strong villagers scrambled for it, even fighting over it. Another person said, "Brother, I heard the Su family has fine wine, food, and fresh fruits and vegetables, everything they could need." In the room, over a dozen people were present, all of whom were above second-rate warriors with 3 first-rate warriors, while the scarred man was at the peak of the postnatal state. The room was filled with plenty of food as well as some slightly withered fruits and vegetables, 2 gray wolf corpses, several wild rabbits, and a wild deer. The Su family is not easy to penetrate. The scarred man's pupils suddenly narrowed like a tightly drawn bowstring. "Brother, I went hunting in the mountains yesterday and passed by the Su family's orchard. There were over a dozen people patrolling. The Su family's industries are numerous, so I believe other places also have many people spread out. We can create a diversion." The scarred man looked at him, his eyes lifting with a smile. "Old Six, you truly are the brains among us. I presume you have a plan in mind. If I want to attack the Su family, what should I do?" Old Six pondered for a moment and said, "It is probably impossible to wipe out the Su family, but most we can cause them some losses. We can take advantage of the night when visibility is poor and have a few warriors lead some refugees to attack the more important industries of the Su family. As long as they are attacked at multiple points, they will surely divide their forces. If not, we can simply grab a portion and leave. That's not a loss either. And if they do divide their forces, then brother, you can lead the remaining refugees to storm the Su family estate using them as cover. The Su family will be forced to send out many people to respond, and since you all are strong, you can take advantage of the chaos to go in and loot freely. But the Su family's eldest son is a congenital warrior," the scarred man added. "If the Su family estate is surrounded, won't this congenital warrior come out to fight? We outnumber them, and in the chaos, the Su family's eldest son won't be able to attend to everyone. As long as we don't act recklessly, we will not be the first to be targeted." Old Six continued, "Moreover, he is just in the early stage of congenital training. While his innate chi is powerful, how many times can he use it? Once exhausted and surrounded, he might even be killed." "Brother, what Old Six said makes sense. The chances of success are quite high," someone immediately exclaimed, their smile growing increasingly wild. It was as though they could already see the hope of success. Indeed, the Su family's rapid development in recent years must have accumulated wealth far exceeding what we have stolen in these days.